And welcome everyone to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. It is day 3 here in week number 5 as we have a jam-packed 3 best of 3s to get through tonight. My name is Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining me for the evening are Matthew Fitch, Stuart, and Jake Spawn Tiberi. Gentlemen, it's been a great week of League of Legends so far. How are we both doing?
Yeah, I'm going all right, actually, down the far end of the desk. This is my usual seat, so I'm a bit uncomfortable, but, I'm sure I'll be there as soon as the week goes on.
What about you, Fish? Good to have you back here for the LPL. How's things going?
Well, I'm really excited for this week's matches of the LPL, and it's great to be back here.
Certainly is a whole lot of fun, but like we mentioned, we did have a whole host of good games here. We're going to start things off with maybe the surprise of the week here. Xiaogu finally dropping a set in pretty emphatic fashion to RNG, managed to 2-0 them, Spawn.
And I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to say that you can play whatever AD carry in the world you want to play right now. If Swift and Moore play that poorly, they will be beaten by the better teams in the LPL. We saw RNG do it. Invictus Gaming is also up there. So is EDG. They had an absolute shocker of a couple of games. I mean, they even put Swift back on Rek'Sai, one of his comfort picks game 2, after a very poor Gragas performance in game 1. And QG, they're a great team, don't get me wrong, but they were all out of sorts.
In RNG's credit as well, they have been playing a lot better, and it was very evident in their match against QG last night. And touching on QG really quickly, they're still team fighting really decently, but they just have this very awkward early game as well.
See, you say they're team fighting very decently. I watched the end of that game. Moore walked up to a team, threw out a lantern, got the worst teleport in I've ever seen, hooked someone, died immediately with no one hitting his box, and then V died as well. Like, they're team fighting. Like, they had 2 good team fights. The one where Uzi went off and, Doinby picked up a quadra kill, and game 1 they also had a really good team fight in the top lane. The rest of it, honestly, just didn't look good.
Yeah, they're still looking really awkward early, but I still think that some of their team fights, especially when they're 2,000-3,000 gold behind and they're still picking up a lot of kills and still coming out on top of those team fights, they still look strong in that aspect, but they did drop a couple in that match.
Well, it was nice to see the top of the table clash, and again, QG finally dropping a set. Will retain the best record in the season so far, but still early days. We're going to look at another match that happened this week. EDG taking on World Elite, and I'm going to say a surprisingly close battle between these two teams.
Yeah, it certainly was. The EDG versus WE is like the saga. Clearlove playing against his old organization. It was a very fun series to watch. EDG, you saw both sides of EDG, the awkward macro game versus one of the best carry junglers of all time, going absolutely nuts in Game 3 on Kindred. He had one of the weirdest builds ever. Like, he Sated Devourer into Hurricane with Sterix in there, but he was putting in work. So it was a lot of fun to watch EDG play that series, and WE also rose to the occasion.
Yeah, WE played fantastic against EDG in that match, but it was EDG that came out on top, and it was on the back of Clearlove as well. Condi, unfortunately, I've been hyping him up so much in the LPL. He had a very disappointing series against EDG, and it was just Clearlove outshining him in that match.
Yep, certainly did look good there from EDG's jungler, but we will check in with the standings after yesterday. Xiaogu still on top of their Group A here, but 7-1 rather than their undefeated record. So finally a blemish is Snake, actually 5-2, and WE starting to creep up there as well for this group at 4-3. As we pop over to Group B, RNG still on top of their group, 6-2 after their win yesterday, and EDG and IG tied at 5-2.
Yeah, my favorite thing about Group A's standings is that LGD is 1 game away from being back in playoffs. Like, how does this team that is playing so poorly they're 1-6 or something at the moment, 1-7, but if they get one more victory Pastry Time, they'll edge themselves all that much closer once again.
I feel like it's always been true of the LPL in that the standings are often very, very close, and it's a long season as well. So yes, LGD have had probably the poorest start to a season that a team like this could have asked for, but I have to think that if they can bounce back, they'll make a late run like they always do in this season.
Yeah, they certainly will. And, the other surprise is how much closer the top of Group B looks over Group A. You kind of have QG, then the rest. Snake playing some awkward League of Legends right now, WE a newer team. But Group B, you have RNG, you have Invictus, you have EDG, all looking very strong.
That's right. And EDG from the start looked really strong, especially when they got Clearlove back onto the roster. But the other two teams as well, looking fantastic. They're picking it up really nicely in the later stages of the first split here in the LPL, and it's looking like a really close group.
And I never thought I would say this about Invictus Gaming. They're running Kid, they're running double AD carries right now. You don't know whether Time's going to be back on the roster. They're kind of a little bit awkward, but they're still playing well because of Rookie and Zatai stepping up in a big way. And you also have to say that, there are some people that you expect to start stepping up. Vici, they've had the excuse of, we've got a new Korean mid laner, we're trying to integrate him. Snake, they've got a lineup that looks a little bit out of sorts. Like, we're trying to integrate Tank. We don't know whether we want to play Tom. So there are some back and forths on these mid-tier teams, and we are expecting them eventually to start picking up to make the push to be the 4th and 3rd place in these playoff teams.
Yeah, let's even go back a bit as we are going to check out the KDO rankings. Never mind, we'll have to leave them for another time. But Clearlove sitting on top where he likes to be. King of the jungle at 12.2 after going off this week on Kindred.
Yeah, he certainly did. His KDA is slowly falling pastry time. I think we're at 23. We're down to 12.
And look at Athena creeping up there. Had a massive few games there, especially on Lux in their first game versus WE. Athena now sitting at top of the mids, and poor Doinby's just fallen down.
Athena had a great series against WE. Doinby's been falling down, but he's still a really strong mid laner for Xiaogu and is putting the team on his back for quite some time now.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, EDG have 2 of the top 5 mid laners. They're starting to creep in and, I guess, rebrand the power rankings. I think Rusty was calling it the QG power rankings for quite some time.
Well, power seems to be shifting. Pekka, though, still on top of the AD carry ratings. 14.3 is Uzi. Unfortunately, his KDA, much like Clearlove's, has also been massacred after a loss there for his team. But again, players still creeping up as Mako is on top.
Yeah, so you can have a look at the power rankings. Rain is the interesting one there for me. You know, IG's new AD carry has come in. He's been replacing Time. He's doing an okay job right now. Seems to be, he's very green. Still growing, I think. He seems to be a very young kid, but I'm looking forward to seeing how IG can go with their new AD carry and moving into the later stages of the season.
I think IG are actually a great story to think about here, because you mentioned it. You know, emergency jungle with Cacao gone. There's massive jungle presence. He's no longer playing Kid in the jungle instead of the AD carry. AD carry is coming through and through, but you said it already. Rookie is just way too good. To have the team in this spot, yes, IG are playing well together. Yes, Satai and Rookie are playing well, but Rookie to me has been going off. We are, however, going to check in with our teams. We're going to start with HYG because our first match is about to be underway. HYG versus M3, S17, Chimin there in the jungle, Gosu, XQ, and their support going to round things out. Let's start in the top lane though, S17.
Yeah, so S17, he's looked the best on probably the tanky top lane, as you have to say. We thought he was going to be more of a carry, you know, playing the likes of Fiora. But when he's on Poppy, when he's on Nautilus, seems to be able to start up team fights for each team, and that's really what HYG needed.
And now they have Chimin coming to the jungle as well. He's played no games by HYG so far in this split. So this is going to be interesting, throwing him into the jungle.
And March
against
didn't
M3.
look bad. Like, March looked okay in their last series, so that is a very curious swap for me.
Well, there's Gosu, of course, their mid laner, who's been pretty up and down as well. HYG, of course, unfortunately the worst record of any team in the LPL so far. Maybe being Chimin is going to change things up because they do need sort of a second win here.
Talking about people that did have bad games versus Snake, Game 2, Gosu did not look great on the Twisted Fate. He was down, I think, 60 CS at 10 minutes, was 0-2, wasn't great. XQ and Shu, of course, their bottom lane. XQ is a person that we're looking to step up. He really is a carry of the team, and expect a lot of damage output to come out of him. And I think that Shu is probably one of the better supports because he's a very good Thresh player.
And I like it when XQ and Shu get the 2-on-2 bottom lane matchup because they seem to be a lot more comfortable when they go up against a 2-on-2 opponent. They looked a little bit out of slot.
All they do is pick Lucian Thresh, man. Like, I'll win half the 2v2s as well if I get to take that strong of a bottom lane.
Precisely. They just look so uncomfortable when you throw them into a 2-on-1, especially when they get those strong picks in the bottom lane, and they do really nicely in those 2-on-2 matchups.
Feels like maybe the rise of Kog'Maw could be an issue then, because we are starting to see that champion pop his little head in and out of lanes. But we're going to swap sides now. Look at their opponents for our first best of 3. M3, again, a team that's looking not too healthy in the standings right now, but certainly have had some moments. XY Scenery, Raphael, Pensacu, and City. So both teams actually making pretty significant roster changes here for this best of 3. We'll start on the top side, though. It is XY.
Yeah, XY coming in. He's the Game 2 king normally.
Yep.
Now playing Game 1. You see a lot of Maokai in the top lane. He's one of the only people that still picks up Maokai as the sole tank for his team. And Scenery's the guy that came in that's really started making waves. You know, YOLO was their jungler. Scenery came in. They look much more comfortable. Plays a wicked Nidalee. Expect that to be banned away potentially, especially on the current patch.
And so we always saw YOLO start up in the top lane. But this time XY, let's see if he brings that traditional Maokai up there. As we have Raphael in the mid lane. He played as Victor in his last match, one of his signature champions. And he's been pretty solid in the mid lane, I believe, for M3.
Yeah, I'm really interested in XY just because we have XY and XQ now, and I get to listen to you guys stumble over team fights and see them running around. So this is going to be entertaining for me, to say the least.
Well, Pensacu and City will round out the M3 bottom lane. Savoki actually absent for this one. Seems like both teams are going to bring brand new players into their lineups, which is, I'm going to say, risky, perhaps.
Yeah.
Given that it's been quite new.
Really risky. And you have to say that, you know, Savoki was playing okay League of Legends. He was one of the bravest support players I've ever seen. Had a pretty good time, Kench, one of the only people that was still happy to pick a very peel-oriented support, and not having him there to make those aggressive plays. I wonder where M3 are going to get any initiation from in this now.
Not only did I think that Savoki and PentaQ played fantastically together, they had great synergy, they played well in lane as well, but I thought that Savoki had great synergy with Scenery as well. He was always able to help out and assist the jungle when they needed him to.
Well, we'll have to see what happens in our first draft of Game 1 here in tonight's first best of 3. We have 3 sets to get through tonight, so plenty of Chinese League for you all to watch at home. But HYG are going to kick things off on the blue side. M3 hanging out over on the red, and all of a sudden, Callista and Twisted Fate already banned away, with Alistar going to join in for HYG as well.
And that start next to Alistar makes me a little bit sad. No longer 100%. Now only 99% picked and banned here in the LPL.
He is the 1%.
What's going on there? And Gosu actually gets a Respect TF ban after going 0-2 and looking pretty poor against Snake. But, of course, Twisted Fate, something if you do get rolling on, we've seen it with EDG countless times, just way too much map pressure.
I'm going to call it a curious ban, as Nidalee is going to be banned away by M3, so taking that very strong, aggressive jungler away makes sense as HYG lining up their last ban.
Definitely a curious ban coming out from M3, because we have seen Scenery play that champion to great success as well, but Jimin, new in the scene, very respectful target ban of Nidalee going up against Hyper Youth Gaming.
Well, Nidalee's a beast at the moment, and there are so many builds you can go. I know that Rusty was talking about it yesterday. He really likes the roller build because it gets you scaling. I like the Abyssal Rush after your jungle item. It means in Cougar form, especially if you get something like Gragas, you just straight 1v1 out-duel the jungler. So as long as they're running something like that, you are able to pick it up, go into something like a Lich Bane, become a legitimate assassin, especially if you're playing split pushing. If you're going team fighting, I just think you can't pick Nidalee anymore because she's way too hard to execute. So I like these kind of split up the map, use Nidalee to take one key member out, and then fight 4v5 around objectives because she does them so quickly.
Certainly does, and we've seen MLXG in particular be a big proponent of the champion. As the bans are done now, Lulu for HYG will be there last, and Nautilus actually seeing some bans now, seeing a bit of play, particularly in the top side of the map, but M3 actually take it away from HYG.
I do like the Nautilus ban here. We did touch on how 17 has been playing a little bit of tanky champions up in the top lane as well for Hyper Youth Gaming. And the Lulu ban out here is pretty common. See a lot of teams picking up as a flex pick that can be thrown into the top or mid lane, but it does look like HYG want to pick up Corki as their first
Well, the
pick.
thing about Lulu will be even more priority now, because as soon as Kog'Maw comes into a meta, you have to get rid of Lulu, because things like Zed, things like Nautilus, things like Poppy really wreck Kog'Maw's day. You throw a Lulu on top of that, Kog'Maw just becomes immune to a lot of the damage. So I like the fact that teams, you know, you can run Protect the AD carry comps with things like Caitlyn, things like Jinx, things like Kog'Maw. The common denominator in all of them is the Lulu, so you have to get rid of it on such a patch.
Certainly do here, as we do see Corki the first pick for HYG. M3, though, can consider their next few picks. You mentioned it already. We've seen a lot of Cog without Lulu, because Lulu, like you mentioned, has been seeing so many bans in recent weeks. We'll see if M3 do anything wrong with this. We've talked about PentaQ maybe being one of the better looking players here. We'll get Kog'Maw this game.
Yeah, and talk about cool interactions. Braum Kog'Maw, you like Light Slinger passive, has nothing on Kog'Maw W, because that thing is like, I think Atlas calls it the goo hose.
He does.
It just goes so quickly, and you know, you're able to stun up so many people. Throw a Runan's Hurricane in there as well. You just got bolts going everywhere. So it's really interesting to see that combo.
And they're throwing this Kog'Maw Braum bottom lane onto PentaQ and City, who might not have played too many games together so far. So the new support coming in from Masters 3 is going to have to step up to the plate and assist that Kog'Maw slightly. I like the Corki pickup from Hyper Youth Gaming as well. It's one of their most picked champions, and that should be going on to Gosu in the mid lane, who has been playing fairly well on Corki. And it does seem like by banning out Lulu, they have a plan for picking out Corki first and giving the Kog'Maw away.
Well, you got to have a plan, certainly, because the power picks are still running rampant here on a 6.3 as HYG. About 12 seconds left to decide on their next few picks here.
This is a really flexible draft, because I know we've mentioned Corki can go to Gosu. I'm sure XQ can pick it up in the bottom lane there. If you're going to early peak Gangplank, you must be able to flex it, because there are so many picks that shut it down in the mid lane and the top lane respectively. So something like this, Zed, is very, very good against mid lane Gangplank. Get him up in the top lane now, use something like Corki with that exhaust that we've seen a heck of a lot against these assassins, and be able to run rampant. So I like the flexibility of HYG's draft. On the other side of the draft, however, there's just raw power coming out of Masters 3. They've got priority picks across the board, and we'll see whether they're able to just brute force their way into a victory.
Yeah, as Gragas, Gangplank are the selections, of course, for HYG. M3 still deciding on picks 3 and 4, though, with 30 seconds left. Have to agree with you with Braum, though. That seems to be the support that's just taking over the LPL again, much like it did last year. here.
And when you have Alistar being banned out 99% of the time, you have to look at Braum as one of the next contested picks. A really tanky champion provides so much crowd control. He's just a beast in the bottom lane.
And
Like Spawn said, pairs really well with Kog'Maw.
Wonder if we're ever going to come full circle and see the Yasuo Braum start popping back up, because everyone thought Yasuo was really bad, and don't get me wrong, he's not in a fantastic position right now, but when he's paired with Braum, anti-siege, especially in what is a mid-ARAM centric focus region, is just so important to be able to pick up, and I think that that is one composition that's overlooked a little bit.
Braum also denies a lot of picks from your opponents as well. They can't just lock in Ezreal into this Braum if they want him to have any efficient damage coming into this roster. So he's a very nice early pickup because it denies so many picks and gets you a strong pick as well. Meanwhile, we are going to see Victor and Trundle being locked in for Masters 3 as well. So Raphael's going to get one of his signature champions back in the mid lane.
And looks like X1 is going to shift things up here. I mean, he's played only Trundle Maokai, I believe, at least in the last 5 games. So sticking to his guns, but I'm sad to not see the tree out at least in our first game from M3. As HYD going to try and finish that
Well,
draft.
Maokai does really well against other tanks, right? Because in a tank off, Maokai scales up very, very nicely and has that ultimate. What you don't want to do is run Maokai into something like a Gangplank, because it becomes a free lane. Gangplank's just able to farm up, and late game will impact a map in a different way that Maokai can never hope to match. So I respect the Trundle pick. Not only is he a great solo tank, which it looks like they're going to have to run, he also is a good match against the Gangplank.
Yep, certainly is. As Lucian Morgana actually round out things for HYG here, so Gangplank will be top lane, much like you suspected there. That does leave Gosu with the Corki, and of course XQ going to take a different AD carry. So double AD, we've seen a lot of this sort of composition on 6.3. For HYG, they've got a good draft. It's going to be a matter of execution here.
And the reason I love the Morgana pick here is because all of a sudden the Trundle ultimate is next to useless. Like, he might be able to strip away some resistances from the Gragas, but Gragas is more about picking the right teamfight when the Trundle isn't there and starting it up with the ultimate. So I like the flexibility out of HYG's draft. Once again, this is a draft that skirmishes very, very well, but also have split pushes, is able to navigate the map incredibly quickly because Lucian, Corki, Gragas all have dashes to get around in quick time. They should be able to run M3 around the map with this draft.
Well, HYG have completed their draft. Master 3 are still looking for their final pick, and it should be a jungle pickup. They hovered over the Graves for a long time, but it does look like they're going to go with Elise, so Scenery should be running that into the jungle for Masters 3.
And I feel like every time Gragas comes back into the meta, we just shift back a season or so. We have seen so much of this matchup in the LPL last year.
The reason you can't run Graves if Gragas is on the Rift is because you are primarily a farming jungler, even though on the red side, Prox points out that his jungle pathing is a little bit different and you get some early ganks for Graves. Gragas is like the gank king. Flash Body Slam is unrivaled. He has a slow on his barrel as well. Like, there's just so much inherent CC in his kit that if you run a non-ganking jungler, Gragas is able to get around the map really quickly, farm because of the changes to his W, and then get ganks in at the same time. It's way too risky to go with the farming jungler, so I like the Elise pick.
Yep, Scenery going to adapt here and make sure he takes just as aggressive a jungler and try and see what he can get done in the early game. We are going to see the lineup, so HYG versus M3, Gangplank, Gragas, Corki, Lucian, Morgana for Hyper Youth Gaming, with Master 3 taking Trundle top, Elise, Victor, Kog'Maw, which is always fun to see, and Braum there for City.
So, Spawn, you mentioned how you liked HYG's lineup here. I actually really like M3 coming into this game because it just seems like all Pentakill has to do is A-click and move to the closest person next to him, especially with all this pure coming out from XY Scenery, Raphael being that control mage, and Braum just locking everyone down. I like Master 3's lineup coming into this.
100%. Theirs is easy to execute on, but if HYG are able to pick the cog, there's not enough damage to follow up all the threats.
Well, we'll have to see what they can get done because it's a key first game for these two teams. Let's get ourselves onto Summoner's Rift for our first game. And here we are for our first game as Master 3 and HYG will take to the Rift here in day number 3. Both teams desperate for a best of win here. As we said, it's sort of two teams towards the bottom of the table. HYG trying to pick up their first set win. M3 we're going to get themselves a little higher up in the table, but right now just having a bit of a giggle.
Yeah.
As they're 17 and XY, going to get very cheeky.
S17, you know, 10 gold, make him bank. with the Grasp on dying bandit combo. I love talking about it. I'm probably going to talk about it all lane. Take on me.
Oh, with that, HYG are now 10 gold ahead of Masters 3.
Got
So
'em.
they've got the lead for a significant amount of
The
time
reason
here.
I like it, there is a point in the game where queuing the opponent with Sheen is actually worth more than queuing minions. Costs you a little bit more mana, you don't get anything back, but you're able to get 10 gold as opposed to the 6. It's going down to 4 next patch, I believe, but Gangplank makes a lot of bank by just queuing people at the start of the game.
And if there's one thing we've seen from Gangplank, it is make bank and then go off in the late game with 2 or 3 items, or even mid game, I guess, at this point. We'll see what S17 can get done here. As we see the Keystone Masteries, nothing particularly unusual. In fact, mirrored on both sides, if I'm reading those correctly. Oh, no.
Support. So that's
of
the strength
ages.
of the ages from Morgana.
I do see a lot of strength of the Aegis being picked up on melee carries.
Yeah,
Sorry,
because
melee supports?
You get to queue.
Last hit minions.
Yeah, you get to, like, with the Targans, you get to take the cannon creeps. Is she running Targans? No, she's not. So when does she ever get...
So you still get half of the health gained when an ally kills a big
Okay.
minion.
Ah.
Yeah,
I
so you
see.
still get half of the health. So eventually it will still stack up, but just not as fast as a melee support.
We'll keep an eye on it. I like it. It's curious. If nothing else, here is scenery. Going to get things done on the red buff. We do have standard lanes, though. Nice burst binding there onto Pentacube at level 2 hit. Braum Cogmore, level 2 on the other side, but you have to think the power's in the early hands of Braum, as it almost always is.
Lucian should be able to get some work done in this lane. He should be able to put some bullets into Braum. You know, Targans will help him sustain through a little bit of it, but you can never underestimate the ability of Lucian, especially 1, 2, and 3, to start pushing around a lane.
And speaking of standard lanes as well, HYG, they look very strong when they get this standard 1-1-2 matchup, especially in the bottom lane where XQ just tends to go off. And like you said, he's got Lucian here into what you believe to be a better matchup.
Well, junglers mirroring each other for now, so we'll see if they can have an influence possibly on the bottom side. Scenery on that blue buff now. You can see Chimin, the new jungler for HYG, playing into this game.
So if you guys want to get back into it, most people run attack speed on their reds, armor on their yellows, AP on quints and blues when they're playing Gragas at the moment. Take the refillable potion as well as, what is that? Scepter, I think it is. What is it? Is it a
The
talisman?
talisman? Yeah.
Talisman, yeah. So that's how people are running Gragas around in China. Seems to be able to clear very quickly because of the W changes. Max out your Q first. As we have some another aggressive trade in the bottom lane. XQ looking to shove this Cogmore around a little bit early.
It has been a lot of aggressive trades here, all coming out on top for HYG so far. Have been able to chunk out the Cogmore a little bit. Lisa's trying to look for a little bit of a cheeky gank.
She was looking for a counter gank, actually, because of how much was going wrong right now. Is wow, S17.
Yeah, XY in trouble, actually. Graspy and Dying going to proc. Out of mana, though, for the Gangplank, but not going to bother him too much. He'll chug those corrupting potion charges. And XY, he's struggling a little bit early on.
This seems like 17's been making a lot of that bank up in the top lane by shooting the Trundle a little bit too much. Running out of mana up there. HYG are still going to be very aggressive in this bottom lane. They're actually letting M3 push to their tower.
Yeah, well, what they want to do is they just want to freeze off. And you see that Chim was very good at, I guess, Chimin was really good at avoiding the counter gank in the bottom lane, went topside and started stealing a lot of the cams. And now he's just able to pressure out the lanes. Gosu obviously wants it back because it's helping shove in.
And bottom lane, more action. Pentacute, he's going to get protected by City as he pops up the shield, but again, Lucian and the aggression can never be understated, and Cogmore does kind of need to get that farm going and usually looks for that first item before things get going.
And this is why Lucian's always a dangerous pick, because you have to be able to balance auto attack on the champions as well as the creeps. And you can see that right now, Pentacue is just kind of copying it, but he's farming at a better rate. So Cogmore in the long run will be the benefactor of this. Whereas the Lucian actually needs kill pressure to be able to get ahead in this lane. And right now, Elise is looking for another gank.
Yeah, Lisa's looking for a gank down his bottom lane. Was able to take the big golem away. City is going to miss that Winter's Bite.
That's some miscommunication, though, because he was behind. City walks up, and all of a sudden, Scenery's like, nah, mate, that ain't me. I'm out.
Pops a minion, unfortunately, as well with the Winter's Bite, so HYG going to have to play back a bit, but Scenery's pressure going to go mostly unnoticed here. As XQ is going to now get a bit more aggressive. Nice black shield there from Shu to keep things in check, but we're going to have a teleport actually back from XY. He's going to eat a barrel on his way in. Bit of a birthday present there. Not sure XY wanted it, but S17 looking really good with the Sheen already. Also used his TP to get that early recall in.
But once again, this is the thing. He's just queuing XY, trying to exert that lane pressure. All of a sudden, he's starting to fall behind a little bit in creep score as well. So You have to respect M3 on both sides of the map. They understand that they have the scaling composition. They have a Trundle. They have the Cogmore. Why take these lane trades? Just get the CS, farm up really, really nicely. About 25, 30 minutes into the game, they're going to be an unstoppable force.
He sure can be, especially with Pentakill on that Cogmore. He's going to scale up like an absolute beast. One of the lanes that we haven't touched on just yet is Raphael going up against Gosu. Fairly even in that matchup so far. And it hasn't been much pressure being put on by either of these junglers in the mid lane just yet.
Yeah, it's kind of like Control Mage versus Control Mage, right? Corki responds like a Control Mage as an AD carry, just able to get the waves under control. Doesn't have the CC, but has some nice zoning tools in the Phosphorus Bomb. So you understand why it's going even right now. No one really rivals Victor's wave clear until next patch.
Chimin though, going to try and check in. Does eat a cocoon to the face. So Scenery, he's going to keep chasing. Gosu off to the side. Going to get ulted up by the Victor. That's going to force Gosu to Valkyrie out. He will not die. Saves all the summoners, but that's good pressure.
Bang! Here we go.
Backing onto Scenery, though. And you can see what sort of damage Gragas can do to other junglers.
Yeah, so that's a 1-2 punch. They're able to get in. So I like exactly what Chimin's bringing. Not really all that scared of the Elise right now. And in fact, stalking her through the jungle.
Chimin's been so aggressive. He's been out farming this Elise. He's not been able to put any map pressure down so far, but he's just been saying, hey, this jungle belongs to me. Back off.
And once again, Gragas scales really well. He has that game-changing ultimate. He's able to turret dive very, very well. Has pressure in the ganks. Elise, on the other hand, kind of has to win the laning phase for a team. Otherwise, all she becomes is like a pick box as XY burns the ultimate in the top lane just so we can farm out this lane.
Pretty much just for a heal there, as he is going to stay and see what work he can get done. But 17's having a nice little run in that lane with that Sheen and the Bandit money coming in. It's looking good. It's back in the bottom side. BF sword done here for XQ, but the most of the Rage Blade done there for Pentakill with the blasting one and the pickaxe done already.
And that's the thing I want to talk about. You know, Cogmore is really good late game, but he's always had this weird one-item power spike. It used to be Trinity Force, now it's Rage Blade, and it just accelerates him. The thing about Cogmore is if you've not had a bridging item in the meta, he's always been out of vogue. As soon as we found those bridging items again, he does really well. He should start winning this lane as soon as Rage Blade is online.
Rage Blade did get nerfed slightly a few patches ago, but that hasn't stopped the powerhouse that has been Cogmore. HYG have not been able to do a very effective job of shutting him down in the early game so far. Scenery, that he's going to find Chimin up in the top lane. XY doesn't have enough mana or health to assist his jungler up there, and Chimin's just going to walk all over the jungle once again.
That was a dope mind game there for a 17, by the way. Shoots him in the face with the barrel down and then auto-attacks the barrel for a bit of harass. I love how he's playing the gameplay.
Because, you know, you don't get the bandit for just the barrel, so you got to shoot him first, get your 10 gold, then you can get the harass down with the barrel afterwards. I agree. He's,
maximum efficiency.
Yeah, putting out a lot of work on this, as Pentakill actually gets tagged up behind the turret with a bind.
Could be bad news there as Shu actually starting to pressure in that tower with a bit of help from XQ. Gosu with the blue buff now. Nice dodge of the laser. He's going to get aggressive onto Raphael. Gravity field's down. The Gosu just going to sit there and fight him, but there's the ulti out from Victor. Gosu, what are you doing, my friend? The damage is there. The death throw is good. Raphael flashes forward for first blood.
And we've talked about the problems of Gosu in the last couple of days. What was that?
It felt like Gosu was just trying to be a little bit too much of a rookie there. Jumping all the way in, as now we are going to see on the bottom side of the match, Shu is going aggressive. Pentakill has to flash out, does get stunned up by Morgana. Exhaust will go back down immediately onto XQ. And Sprom, not being paid by City, will back off.
Yeah, and you see Chimin's behind the turret. Once again, he has that Gragas ulti. Maybe a little bit too low, so not going to go for it.
Yeah, going to back off there instead. S17 did burn Cannon Barrage to try and get a kill down there. Instead, it'll just be some lane pressure as XQ is going to go back home. Cogmore staying by the looks of things, though. A little aggressive perhaps to want to stay for it, but Targwins might keep them healthy enough. If the tower doesn't take too much damage, maybe we'll be okay. But XQ does stay to weave in a couple more autos as Pentakill just trying to farm out the last of that Rage Blade gold.
Yeah, really wants that before he goes back to shop. And you have to say that right now, HYG, they're starting to get a little bit more done in that bottom lane. We expected them to be winning it. It is about 10 CS. Bad news is, however, Raphael's gone absolutely bonkers in this mid lane in the last 5 minutes. He's got himself a 15 CS lead, as well as that first blood.
And that could be the reason behind the even gold lead right now between HYG and M3. 15,000 gold each, even though M3 currently have that one kill. Bottom lane has been falling behind slightly, but like you said, Raphael's been doing really well in this mid lane, picked up that solo queue and has that nice farm lead too.
Yeah, and the thing about this is, you know, Raphael is going to be able to stall the game as long as he wants. Victor is an immovable object in the mid lane. That's why I like the Gragas pickup. Try and shove him out of there. But the game is eventually going to turn into it being about this Gangplank who is farming up no problem at all. And you see, Grasp as well as Bandit. It's
Yep.
a really sick combo, man.
It's one of those things where Gangplank, at least on live, looks a little less potent in the early game, but S17 showing off the champion at every stage of the game so far, running around, pretty much complete control of the top lane. As XY's fancies a duel, I don't know if he really wants it though. He's actually going to ulti once again. As this is cute from HYG. I think Gosu tried to look for a play with the package, but they're all stacking in that pixel rush. And not even going to attempt the dragon. They're actually going to mass recall, hoping someone was walking by to get a pick.
Yeah, but as soon as they saw the jungler on the top side of the map, they just recognize that no one's coming down. Don't actually think they can take the dragon without losing a lot of tempo in the game. So they just back away. Everyone's going to get their item buys in. And Gragas now with Swifty Boots. Actually, a couple of people with Swifty Boots. We'll see if they start traversing around the map, trying to put that movement speed into work.
Both these teams are looking very strong in the early phase of the laning phase.
I'm going to question the Swifty Boots on the Lucian. Because right now, you can see Kog'Maw's gone back, picked up his Guinsoo's Rage Blade, and there is no way Components is going to be able to out-duel him. He's just going to sit there behind the Braum Shield, and all of a sudden, what was a winning lane for HYG now should be quite far in the other favor because of the, I guess, 800 wasted gold.
Well, HYG's winning lane has been that top side, but Scenery is lining up for a counter gank. Chimin is going to clear away the Scuttle Crab, and he is on the top side, and they know he's there from a ward. XY has already used the ulti and took way too much damage trying to set that up, so Scenery, is going to have to back off. In fact, Chimin might even line up for a dive instead, just pops a ward down into the Tribush, and S17 can he continue on his merry journey.
And we say it all the time, if Gangplank's even, he's ahead. Well, Gangplank's 20 CS up right now. He's really far ahead.
He definitely is really far. We saw how Scenery try to move up into the top lane to pick up a gank. Chimin walks over a ward, immediately backs off. So they have no way right now of locking down this Gangplank in the top lane as Chimin. He's looking for a gank in onto Raphael in the mid lane. Does get stunned up by the W from Victor. He has to flash away as Elise is moving in towards the mid lane.
So that was a little bit of a missed opportunity from Chimin there. Didn't throw out the ulti straight away. Tried to wait for it, got stunned up, and then Elise appeared for the counter gank. And he knew Elise was the top side of the map, so if you're not going to hard commit, there's just no point really going in there.
Pretty poor communication as well between the players as Raphael's flash was still down. That definitely could have been a nice lockdown from Gragas. So move back down into the bottom lane. Once again, it's just Lucian and Morgana trying to shove.
That was everything available, even Exhaust. Here they go this time,
Yeah,
though.
could be trouble there. Scenery going to get blown up there by that damage. Exhaust might be enough. Ghosty chases for a great repel, but the missile, that's not quite the right timing. Scenery, though, is going to die to the auto attack. XY teleports in to try and get a counter kill as Ghosty will be slowed by the pillar. But that's it, just Scenery going down. 1 kill on the board now for HYG.
Look at the wave position top lane as well. S17 shoves it, so it's on XY's side of the lane. He sees the teleport come through, just recalls, and that means the wave's bouncing back in Gangplank's favor. That is horrible news right now for M3. This Gangplank he's going to be putting in work.
Take a look here as Chimin once again being really aggressive onto this Elise. Got absolutely chunked down. Tries to use the repel to get out of the auto attack range, but Cannon Barrage, a Corki, and Grag's just behind him. There's no way Scenery's getting out of that.
Gosu instead comes into play cleanup. Did get the blue buff after that as well. And a 17, like you mentioned, Spawn, looking good here in the top lane. Now with the Trinity Force completed, going to continue trying to bully XY. XY, he's got a Tiamat now, but he's not going to be able to compete with all these barrels.
Definitely not going to be able to compete with all this barrels. This Gangplank is earning so much money up in this top lane. And Spawn did mention that he's a sizable CS ahead of this Trundle, but that doesn't even show how much he's ahead in terms of gold right now. Just based on the fact that he's earning so much from not only queuing this Trundle in the face, but also farming up as much from his pillaging passive. So they are going to actually finally fight up in this top lane. This time, XY wants a piece of 17, getting him down pretty low, forcing the flash from the Gangplank.
Yeah, so that was much nicer done. He goes into the river, make sure there is no vision there, able to get it going. All of a sudden, Elise is in the bottom side of the jungle as well, so they might be looking to set up a turret dive. Good pink ward placement means that S17 can get the heck out of dodge before that goes down. But big creep wave going to crash into that turret. All of a sudden, XY getting himself back into top lane.
Yeah, and when I assume Titanic Hydra will be on the way. It was Jimin. He's going to find Scenery again. Poor Elise just getting bopped. Nice ulti there from the Gragas as well, as there's the stun out from Elise. Raphael going to try and move in to defend, but Gosu with the blue buff still there. Not going to get too aggressive this time, though. Chimin will get away safely.
And once again, you have to say that's kind of miscommunication out of the mid lane or out of the jungler. Gosu not with an early rotation, gets beaten there by Raphael. So ultimate burn for nothing on Gragas' side, and probably a positive trade for M3.
That was the same spot that they fought previously as well. So now it's going to be Gosu that jumps straight into a Braum support. He is going to get locked down by the ultimate and the passive coming from Braum, but it will be Stu that's the first to go down. Gosu picks up a nice return kill onto Scenery as City has to flash over the wall. XQ is trying to desperately get that last bit of auto attack damage. He's not able to find Victor or Braum as XY will jump forward and try and get a couple of bites down. They live with a sliver of health.
Yeah, the smallest of margins there for M3. They will lose at least a turret in the mid lane, and they go 1-for-1 in the trade, but that could have been a whole heck worse if 2 more members fell down. We'll see whether they're able to secure themselves a blue buff for their trouble as well, HYG. Possibly even look to rotate into that Kog'Maw or the Dragon area.
Well, Chimon's going to get the blue, so successful steal there as XQ threw everything in the kitchen sink at M3 and couldn't quite lock down those kills. Dragon, though, will go over to them. So net positive there for HYG. 2k gold up now, and a Dragon in their back pocket also. As XQ popping back down into the lane. Got a Zeal, actually, so delaying the Essence Reaver for a little while. Just wanted a bit of extra combat stuff, but he'll go back, and I imagine he's got that first major item done now.
Yeah, and I wonder if he'll go with something like a Rapid Fire Cannon or whether he goes for Static Shiv. Right now, they're actually lining up another gank down here.
And they're going to jump onto Pentakill. Ignite is blown immediately. That will count out the heal that Pentakill tried to put down, but there's so much damage onto this Kog'Maw. He gets taken down.
So finally, XQ gets the kill he was looking for. Nearly cost him his life, but you see Chimon will help out by shoving in the way for him. Gosu also has that package. Right now, HYG, we've talked about how good their early game has been looking. Today seems to be no different.
Well, Gosu going to move down towards the bottom side. Does pop the packager straight onto City as he gets a mini knockback from the W. And a nice kill secured there for Gosu. Very strong pathing as XQ stays with barely any health to make sure the bottom outer goes down.
So 2 turrets now. The only play they can make is on the top side of the map. You see they're sending everyone up there. Gangplank doesn't have his ultimate available. This will at least be a turret for M3. But you have to say that this early game has started to slip out of their reach.
It sure as HYG coming from the LSPL. They are known for wanting to take the laning phase for as long as possible, and they just look clueless outside of that laning phase. But this is what happens when you give them that extended laning phase. You just come out really far ahead, and now with 3,000 gold ahead of M3, they're looking fantastic.
And you have to say that, you know, M3, even though they were in the LPL last season, XY, Scenery, Pentakill, City, they're all from the LSPL as well. They're all very, very new, so it's kind of a similar vein here. They're both laning phase teams. You would expect M3, the veterans, to have a little bit more of an idea of how to get around this early game, but seems like right now Raphael just not able to get his troops to, I guess, position where he wants them.
And HYG continuing to make smart movements around this map. Pentakill is sticking in the bottom side as S17 will waddle down to meet him. Chimon and Shu, though, going to take this Rift Herald and execute with the Essence Reaver now in top lane. Looking to maybe get that turret down here. They will take the Rift Herald. Ulti burnt by S17 to make sure the wave goes down, but he set up the cakes. Very nice chain. I'm going to clear that wave out pretty much instantly.
Yeah, so you see the 3-cake chain, just because of how long Kog'Maw's range is, doesn't want it to get disrupted at all. Wants to get the wave clear out. That means that, once again, HYG, they'll have a positive turret trade. And if they are able to get Chimon into that bottom lane, might even be able to save their own turret.
So they will get the top lane turret, as you mentioned. Lucian and Morgana up there, they're able to tank that one down and zone the Trundle away. Chimon is trying to come down here. He will be spotted out by the Least. Cocoon goes down. Braum jumps over to the Least, but they want nothing to do with the Fat Man as 17 is going to try and clear out the minions as much as possible.
You see they burn another ultimate for it. XY is actually up in this top lane. See whether he does to take the 2v1 fight. Here we go.
Yeah, going to go into it. Raphael actually up as well. XQ has to be a little more careful. Jundle's going to chase him down, and Raphael secures him with the ulti. Shu's going to flash his way to safety over the wall. Tree line is going to be enough to protect him, but XQ was not so lucky.
I love that. Secure the kill. Like, he's got a Trundle ult. He's on about 7 HP. Next kill tick is going to kill him. You mid laner just walks up and dumps a Victor ultimate on his head. Like, let's take another look at this one. XY chilling in the brush. This was actually really smart positioning. As soon as XQ goes past him, he commits to it. Gets a bite for the first one. And look at this. He's got the ulti on him. He's absolutely demolishing him. Raphael ulti.
Oh, the goal will go on over to the mid laner, who has completed his Morale Nomicon. Picks up a needlessly large rod as well on his back.
Oh, look, I'm not saying it's bad distribution of the gold, but like, as far as secure goes, I could think of another word starting with S that I would try and describe that one with.
Well, I think XY would be fine with it.
I'm not sure about that.
Trust me, man. If you're a top laner, you're never fine with that. You're like, what the heck? I don't get any jungle pressure. I'm against like this obnoxious gameplay. You picked me Trundle. and now you're taking my resources as well. He'll be like, get the hell out of my lane.
Well, 17 on the other side of top lane for HYG. Does have his first ulti upgrade. Looks like Essence Reaver second as he goes back and gets himself Caulfield's Hammer to join in with that Trinity Force. XQ farming the red. Does have Rapid Fire Cannon up, so 2-item Lucian. Good to go as far as HYG's overall power is concerned. And still up here for Hyper Youth Gaming. 3k up with the turret advantage. And of course that dragon in their back pocket.
And I can't make my mind up about Gangplank builds. I don't know whether I like straight into IE for just some massive damage. I don't know if I like Essence Reaver, so when you're level 13 and you got 2 items, you're an absolute beast at getting barrels down. But, you know, this time it looks like it's going to be the 40% cooldown reduction build, and we'll see whether S17 is able to make it work.
Well, that's just Gangplank, really. I feel like you could build any way on him. He's still going to output massive amounts of damage.
But they are different feelings, right? If you're again, maybe it's because he sees double AP in the form of the Elise as well as Victor, and he's like, well, I can't take CDR on my blues. I have to take Magic Resist, so therefore I don't really want to go for the Infinity Edge Rush build. But cooldown reduction boots, Infinity Edge second with some nice CDR on your runes is still pretty effective in the mid game. This way he is going to be delaying that 250% crit spike that Infinity Edge does give you.
Well, 30 seconds till Dragon's up as S17 will waddle down bottom lane, get himself some extra farm. Hawks plus the blue trinket, but he's interested in the minions instead.
PentaQ's build makes me laugh so much because we see lots of AD carries going boots of speed on the current patch just because they are, boots of swiftness, sorry, just because of how efficient they are. He just goes with the Berserker Greaves because he realizes he's probably not even going to be able to orb walk at the end of this game. He's just going to be sitting behind a Braum. He's like, I just want attack speed, man.
Well, it's not just a Braum. He's got a control mid laner and a Elise and a Trundle as well. He just has to literally sit in one spot and spray and pray.
Well, we'll see what happens here with PentaQ. Wave clearing nice and efficiently now with plenty of AoE on those spells. Raphael was topside as well. Managed to get the outer top turret. So 3-2 now in turrets. M3 catching up on gold just a little bit more. As the dragon is up, but HYG are topside trying to look for a pick here. Scenery, though, on top of a pink ward, is defending. Ghosty with the package looking to make a play, but HYG might just fall back to dragon. As S17 still hanging out in that bottom lane. Both top laners have their teleports available, but pretty much everyone's on the right side of the map anyway.
And you have to say that this is a pretty good job out of M3 to claw the gold lead back to where it is. Things were getting out of hand, but XY made a couple of big plays. One shoving S17 out of top lane, the second one catching out the Lucian, able to punish that. So Trundle play, got to give a lot of respect to because it's only about 2,000 gold at this stage of the game. And when you have a Cogmore, when you have a late game Trundle and a Victor, that's absolutely nothing. So once again, M3, it looked really, really bad, but HYG kind of not able to get the momentum they're looking for. And it has come back to relatively even.
It's exactly what I wanted to touch on there, how even though they're so far behind right now, they have that Cogmore. They have the late game insurance of their team composition that will just eventually come online against HYG. At the same time, Hyper Youth Gaming do have a Gangplank.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's not like Hyper Youth Gaming's team comp is bad late game. In fact, I think that their team fighting is like really, really good late game. It's just that when you're 4,000 or 5,000 gold up at like 20 minutes into the game like they were, and then you lose like a 3,000 gold advantage, the game should just never get to late game. You're already that far up. You should be controlling these objectives with your Gragas. You should be sieging down turrets. Here we go.
Oh, Timon going in for a Scenery. Going to get bopped there as the Repel's not going to get him too far away. The flash might be enough, though, as the GP ulti going to try and secure it. City puts up the shield, though, and that's a great disengage from Master 3.
Really, really sloppy Gangplank ulti out of S17, actually. Could have nailed majority of the team. Went for the one greedy kill with the middle of it. In the end, able to get away, but they will start up the Baron.
Baron's going to be started up by HYG. Trundle is still split pushing in the bottom lane, has his teleport available. They will put a couple of wards down, and that will signal HYG to stop this Baron. They might lose the bot lane in a turret for that.
Yeah, so in the end, HYG, they get greedy. They try and start up a team fight. It was great from Chimin, but the rest of the team not on the same page. One ward is all it takes to force them off the Baron buff. And as we mentioned, this Trundle continuing to knock down on the bottom turret, continuing to grow that CS lead because S17 is trying to group with his team. Is this starting to look better and better for M3?
Yep, turret will stay up though. XY with no vision of the rest of HYG did not want to overstay his welcome. Does come back for a wave, but it'll be okay from there.
And we've got the Doingby Victor build. Like, this is what he used to go. A lot of cooldown reduction into Rylai's Crystal Scepter. It was more about keeping Pekko safe than doing anything for himself. So, you know, that's a 40% slow that keeps being reapplied with the ultimate that can be on majority of the people. As Chimin body slams himself over the wall. And I like the control that this Victor is going to add to a team fight now.
Well, if M3 can keep an Elise alive after being knocked into a turret, from HYG, I'm pretty sure with all of this control that they're building up in their items and with their team comp, they'll be able to keep Pentakill alive in these late team fights.
That's a weird comparison, mate. A take Elise versus like a squishy Void Puppy. You know, I understand where the trainer thought is kind of going, but that's kind of like, yeah, if Mike Tyson can punch someone in the world, if I go get chained by his coach, like, then I can go to it. Like, don't know if, like, there's a gap in the logic there somewhere, I think. I'm not convinced.
All right,
no.
well, I'm getting a bit more convinced by XY's Trundle as he's starting to kick S17 out of their 1v1s.
All I'm saying is if that was Pentakill that flew into the turret, he doesn't live. He doesn't have repel.
At the same time, HYG, they're going to have to dive into the backlines to get this Kog'Maw.
Oh, you hope. Yeah, that's the theory, right?
That's the theory. He's going to be protected by these 4 other dudes. So he's got 4 Manny Pacquiao's beside him, making sure that he doesn't get punched up by this one Mike Tyson.
Yeah. Well, Uzi wants to have a word with you about last night. You know, in theory, Thresh is a great feeling support as well.
Well, trouble though in the mid lane as Ghosty's going to dive in for it. HYG once again trying to start a team fight. Chimin off for the flank, but wasn't there in time. And it's just a bit of poke. M3 though, they'll fall back and things still looking just fine.
Ooh, there he is.
Pentakill is going to flash to safety.
If that Morgana bind had been on the other target, it would have been really nice, but it will mean that HYG looking to get a turret. Oh, Chimin, you're all right.
Nafriel wants a word with HYG at the moment. He's trying to come around the back lines. They still have Trundle spit pushing. But this time, Happy Gaming have Gangplank to try and stop him. The Cocoon will connect. We do see a flash body slam comes out from Chimin. He connects with the Elise, who uses the repel to get out there. He's going to try and slap him a couple of times and is able to take him down.
GPLT looking for S17 actually teleports in as well. HYG, though, they only get 1 kill. Feel like Gangplank burnt a lot to try and get more. They are going to fall back to Baron, though.
XY also burnt the TP, so you know that is matched. And you could see that that was created because they wanted to have a 1-3-1, and they decided that Raphael was going to be the one in the top lane. He's all their way clear. Wasn't a good call. Baron started up. Here he comes.
IPF Gaming trying to take this Baron away. XY is going to try and jump into the pits, dealing a lot of damage to 17. He's really low. He takes down 17. Gragas secures the Baron. And it will be XY that goes down eventually as the rest of M3 are trying to group up and see what they can do.
They need to make something happen here because that is 4 members with a Baron still. They will chase, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to secure anything, so definitely worth. Baron for HYG, 1-for-1 trade. They're 6,000 gold up.
And nice from XY there to get the kill onto the top laner. M3 might counter push here for some damage onto this turret. Looks like they will be able to take it. But Baron on 4 is still a win there for HYG. You can see that gold lead still up for them as we'll watch this one again.
Yeah, let's take another look. So he goes in, chunks out S17, flashes over the pit, but is actually going to secure it with his ulti. And, you know, he wanted to get in there to try and cause some disruption. Raphael on the back line just isn't able to do enough work. And Pentakill, he went to the back of the pit because he thought it was going to take a little bit longer. But in the end, the Baron was burnt really, really quickly. Trundle fell, so then he had to walk the long way around. A little bit of a positioning error out of this Kog'Maw. You know, we said he has to be safe, but in a situation like that, you need to be willing to put it on the line and try and make a play.
M3 this time not getting away as lucky as they did previously.
Is that a walk?
Yeah, that's what I saw. I think it is. That was definitely
it's really
slow.
dark right now.
Yeah.
There was an activatable item that slowed someone, so I'm going to go with Gunblade or Blade of the Ruined King. But that is an interesting pickup. You know, we used to see a lot of Blade of the Ruined King on Lucian as they pick up another dragon and now looking to siege into this bottom lane turret.
Yeah, almost got him the kill onto the jungler. Cena he did burn the summoner, so not too bad there from XQ. As they are going to take Dragon number 3 for themselves and look for a siege. This could be trouble as Chimin's looking for that flank. Going to go in for it. Massive ulti. Finds Raphael getting caught out, and the damage is going to move in for it. City puts up the shield, but that's not enough as S17 takes him out. Pentakill going to get dove on there as he'll get taken out as well.
And this is why I have missed Gragas in the LPL. The ability to go behind a turret and punt someone back into your team. He's not done.
Certainly not.
Chimin really wants to take down as many players as he can here. XY was missing from that entire fight. So there was one less Manny Pacquiao to body this Pentakill.
And you can see that it's a Rusty special. He's gone with the Frozen Fist Spirit Visage. He already has his jungle item upgraded there. Probably something like a Randuin's Omen would have been coming out next. Just a lot of, I guess, sustained damage that comes out of the W on Gragas. And Chimin's been a monster this game.
He's back in again as well. Scenery, though, is going to lock him down with a bit of help from XY and City. The damage might be there. The GP kegs are going to move in, but XY will take him out. HYG, though, they'll break the bottom of the base as well.
The team left him to the Wolves space 3 times. He went over. He was like, I'm in, boys. Let's go. They're like, dude, I want the turret. I want to back off.
That's the HYG initiation program. Just leave the new guy out to die.
Yeah, it certainly did look like the case.
As HYG squad's going to move out now. They got a lot of work done with that Baron buff on the back of Chimin and his great initiation. 8k up now in this one with the mid inhibitor down and the bottom inhibitor exposed. M3 got a pretty big hole to climb out of now.
Yeah, they certainly do. They have the tools to be able to do it. They're just not executing on it. You have to say that M3, we said, this game is going to be off 5v5 team fights because of that right there. It's really, really disgusting to watch how quickly he is able to shred. Like, that's a super creep. He's able to do it to champions as well. And you have to question why they're not willing to pull the trigger on this.
And I think you summed it up quite nicely as well. Chimin's been playing the team fights fantastically to the point where they have no way to allow PentaQ to just sit still and damage the closest person next to him. He has to constantly be moving.
The idea behind it, right, is as soon as you body slam in, you just pill it off by the rest of your team. As long as Kog'Maw isn't the person that's bopped back in, you're able to put down the damage. Just that Trundle's been on the opposite side of the map. S17, by the way, apparently agrees with me. He turned that Caulfield Hammer into a Ghost Blade and goes with the IE Power Spike instead. Really, really like this build at the moment. As I said, I just feel it spikes a little bit earlier. 40% cooldown reduction. You can get it from your runes. You can get it from other cool places. Don't really need to go with that Essence Reaver.
And spiking earlier is something that HY need to do against this team comp. Coming in from Masters 3. Right now, they are about 8,000 gold behind M3. Sorry, they're ahead by 8,000 gold ahead of M3. 8-5 in terms of kills, 7-3 on turrets, and they have 3 dragons to their name as well.
And the scary thing is you never feel like you're out of this game if you're Masters 3. You're like, we still have the tools, we're just not executing correctly. If they get it right one time, they can fight themselves back in the game. Problem is that man on your screen, Chimin's been absolutely everywhere. He's been diving turrets, he's been making himself a big nuisance. And now there's less areas of the map they can fight over. Sure, they can fight over an inhibitor, but after that, you're on Nexus turrets, you're around Baron. Not as great.
You mentioned how March was looking good for HYG. Chimin's been looking fantastic for this team. Right from the start, all the way to 32 minutes into this match, he's been dominating in the jungle for HYG as now M3 are going to try and look to defend this inhibitor.
Like, they can't let it fall down. That's the second inhibitor.
The inhibitor is really low. Just a couple more auto attacks from Gosu would be enough. Desperately trying to put up a fight in the middle of their base.
It's going down.
Yeah, that's going to be it by the looks of things. M3 will not commit to a fight here. And it is going to fall down. That's 2 inhibitors broken now. Chimin's going to body slam his way out to safety. And HYG with Baron up in a minute 35. They can be patient here. Clear out the top wave. Let the supers push in. And then go take your objectives. They've got 3 dragons as well. So plenty of insurance if they need it. But by the looks of things, not going to be too necessary. They're going to try and catch Shu. Pillars down, but Black Shield's going to negate any of that catch. Chimin a little too far forward as well, but he'll bop his way out to safety as the rest of the team does collapse. The pillar will land. Ulti out. That's going to force the flash out from Gragas.
Yeah, so they get the flash, but not much health. If they didn't pick up the kill, they're not really going to get anything. They need to go back, look after that bottom wave. And I'm going to throw, like, PentaQ has so many tools to keep him healthy. He's got a pillar, he's got Cocoon, he's got a Braum shield. He has all the control that we said that Victor's going to bring to this team fight. To go something like Asterix, I feel is just completely unnecessary in this game. It's like, put his damage output behind so far. You know, it's off bonus AD. It's not really going to be able to do that much. It is a very defensive build. Would have loved to see him. If he wants to go for something like that, like, actually, I'm just going to say it's unnecessary. Just don't pick up the defensive item. Like, go something like a Blade of the Ruined King. Make sure that you can output this damage.
I actually like the Bloodthirst to pick up on Kog'Maw. I feel like that keeps you alive and deals significant amount of damage. We saw that last night as well in the LPL. And like you said, PentaQ is sacrificing a significant amount of his damage output, and with a team that is so control-based, they're just not going to be able to burst through this Hyper Youth Gaming front line.
And the way I always used to explain it is, like, if you're ahead, you can pick up a defensive item for free because you're going to be doing the same amount of damage and you're tankier. If you're behind, you have to go aggressive items because they're going, especially if the other AD carry is going outright offensive, which XQ is. Now he just does significantly more damage than you. Not only are you behind, but you're behind in damage because of your build.
Yeah, and you're Kog'Maw. You should really want to scale and get things done, but M3 have fallen pretty far behind. As HYG are going to start the Baron up again. It is warded. but HYG's damage is pretty
17
strong.
just took so much damage.
Yeah, Chimin actually looking for a catch. City, maybe not a bad one, but the Brawl multi's out. Does find onto 3. Scenery's going to dive in there. Little too deep, though. The rappel's been popped, and he can only find S17, but he's going to turn it around and just slap him in the face. XY going to try and zone him as Raphael's got a good position here. Got S17. He's going to flash forward. He'll take out Scenery as City's going to die in the front line as well. GP in with the double as the kegs are going to get lined up. Good autoing there from PentaQ to keep himself alive, but M3 just on the retreat right now.
Yeah, they have to run away. Chimin's going in.
They're going to jump in onto this trundle, using the gate to get back into the base safely, but it will be XQ jumping in, picks up another kill for Youth Gaming, and they looking at the Nexus as they want to end the game.
Yeah, they certainly do. Hyper Youth Gaming able to execute on the team fight. You know, S17, he got low in the Baron pit. Didn't matter. They're able to turn it around. Perfect game plank ultimate this time. Chimin's been an absolute monster in this game. They're on the Nexus turret. They're looking to finish it off.
Yeah, Raphael and PentaQ, the two carries, may be able to shrug this one off. I don't know if he's got quite enough damage. He's dishing out a decent amount as HYG going to burn the heal and try and end the game. Perhaps a bit too bold, HYG. I don't know if they can finish. Little too low. They're going to have to back away by the looks of things.
Yeah, you don't want to throw the game at this stage. They do get both of the Nexus turrets. They will back away. Baron is now a very real priority. They can just go clean it up, walk into the base, and kick in the front door.
Well, now they're 10,000 gold ahead of M3. It looked like they were going to finish the game there and then. So we take another look at this team fight.
Yeah, so this was really nice. Look at that game plank ultimate. Zones the whole team. PentaQ's sitting on the back line, but the only person he can hit is Chimin. And we've already said how tanky that guy is. S17 just does a ridiculous amount of damage, willing to offensively flash forward. Picks up Scenery. City goes down next to him. You know, this game plank, we said it, he's a ticking time bomb all game. And honestly, PentaQ saved 2 of his team members by hitting those barrels. If he doesn't hit those barrels, another 2 people die.
Yep. And it goes from bad to worse. So I guess from bad to game over for M3, which I suppose is technically worse. You can see PentaQ still cleaning things out. He's got a more of Malmortius now, so continuing almost the Bruiser-style build here as Gosu with the blue is going to clean things up, but HYG do not have much to go before this game's over.
Speaking of PentaQ really quickly, for a Protect the Cogmore team comp, they have not been protecting him very well because he's had no impact on this game. He's 0-2-0. Not a single assist coming in from this Cogmore so far. They haven't been utilizing the key component of their team comp at all in this match.
Yeah, and I'm going to say the Victor build is a little bit confusing as well. Like, don't really understand where he's going there. No Death Cap, no Void Star. Baron is started off. They have to go for it.
Yeah, HYG are committing to this here, but they are just going to go for it. I think they should be able to get it. Corki will steal it.
Goodbye, Scenery.
And there's Scenery going down as Chimin is able to take him down. The rest of the fight is going to keep going as the ulti's out on the PentaQ. He gets exhausted, completely caught out in the front lines as City. He's going to get taken down next. Now Chimin moving forward. He's going to get blown up perhaps by Raphael, who's trying to fight off what he can, but M3 have to run out of their base and towards the enemy. Is HYG going to charge towards the Nexus?
Yeah, that's going to be game pastry time. As we said, the Cogmore doesn't have enough tools to keep himself safe, doesn't get off enough damage. That'll be HYG picking up their second win of the LPL and looking towards their first series.
And a good-looking game there from them. Chimin, we talked about it, the new jungler on Gragas, which is sort of the new pick as far as 6.3 goes. Runic Echoes and a couple buffs really did work for him, and all of a sudden, new jungler in 2 different ways, and all of a sudden the team look way better.
And it just looks like when HYG get these solo lanes, the lane matchups that they're looking for, they look so much more comfortable, and they use that lead they got from the laning phase and the comfort that they had in the laning phase to snowball ahead and pick up the win.
Yeah, you have to say that like S17 in the top lane gets off to an absolute flyer. It comes back a little bit, and he's able to, I guess, the Trundle was able to neutralize, but it was never just going in his favor. There was that ticking time bomb, and every single team fight, they're just able to do more.
Yeah, it really just felt like Chimin was doing all the work for initiation, and then the carries were just flying through. Baron after Baron looked comfortable. You can see PentaQ there, especially in the back, couldn't get in even with his W.
That was weird positioning from PentaQ.
Yeah.
Like, the ability to walk behind the pick. This is why we're saying that Gragas will become a very, very strong pick in the LPL. The ability to do that, just stop the sieges before they start. You saw Victor. He's the best wave clear champion in the game. He normally sits at the turret and just keeps himself so safe. Gragas just walks behind him and he's like, I can no longer be here, because if I am, I'm going to be in the enemy team.
And that's something I really liked about this pickup of Chimin coming in for HYG as well. He seemed like he made HYG a more decisive team, and that entire game from M3 just looked like they were reacting to everything that HYG threw at them, and they never capitalized on anything, never used anything to get ahead or take an advantage and try to take the game.
And the thing is, you only have to hit one of those Gragas ults. Because for the rest of the game, as soon as you walk at people, they have to respect it and walk away from you. The thing about Swift's Gragas yesterday, he didn't hit one of them. So the other team just didn't respect it. They were like, okay, he's going to miss the ultimate. That time, Chimin, every single time he went for it, the Elise one, the Victor one, in the early game, as I throw a pen at myself, every single time he went for the turret dive, he nailed it, like time and time again.
Yeah, and on the other side, Scenery just looking good, but we are going to go to a break, guys. A strong first game there for HLG. We'll see if M3 can answer back. Don't go too far away. Game 2 is coming up right after this. And we're back here. We're going to get ourselves into game number 2, but in HYG and M3. HYG did take game number 1 with Shu, the Morgana support, picking up the MVP.
I'm
What's
not
how
sure.
I feel about that?
I'm not sure if I quite agree with that.
No, I'm happy with it, actually. Now that I'm looking at it, he was really, like, he nullified a lane, like, kept the Kog'Maw behind. That 2v2 was really good, and when you look at it, PentaQ didn't really do anything amazing in the late game. So I like the fact that they give it to someone that was like more of a facilitator. That was definitely a team game. Shimin had a great game, but S17 also did. You have to say Gosu maybe had the sloppiest game out of everyone on his team, but you have to say that Shu did play well.
So he did play well, and I think the stat that they brought up was very relevant as well. He had 93% kill participation, which is great, especially coming in from a support. But I really thought that Chimin was a huge factor in that game for Hybrid Game. I thought that he was the decisive factor for his team, not only in team fights, but also controlling the laning phase, controlling the flow of the game as well. And I thought that he should have deserved the MVP there.
Yeah, it was strange, right? So you say he controlled the early game. He farms up a heck of a lot. He didn't. He like only goes for counter ganks. In fact, his first gank was absolutely like it was poor. He goes over the wall, burns a summoner to get back over the other side of the wall. So Shu played good.
Well, we'll see. M3 are going to make a change here. YOLO is coming in for XY. It's usually the XY game 2 special, but we flipped it this time around as HYG are up a game, of course. YOLO going to come in. He's usually their starter, but I feel like effectively the same, like the net result, right? YOLO is in one game, XY is in the other game. It feels like they are swapping them around a lot.
Now I actually want to see if YOLO is going to come in and just suddenly play Maokai, because that seems to be the pattern for M3. They bring in a new top laner and just like, yep, he's playing Maokai.
Oh, we're not done yet. Savoki also coming in for City. So the new player that started for M3 will not be playing in this particular game.
That's weird.
It is weird.
City didn't have a bad performance, you know, and I think substitutes do have to be pre-planned, so that maybe they're looking to see if they can play top lane support together and try and get that synergy built up. You know, we talk about teams like Snake where the synergy really isn't support and jungle. It is top lane and support because they set up a lot of dives and things bottom lane. That's why Maokai was such a big pickup. But yeah, that's confusing to me. I don't know if I like the second substitute at least.
I completely agree. I felt like City had a really good game, especially as for one of his first games for Master 3. But I also, at the same time, really like the synergy between PentaQ and Savoki.
Well, no, I like Savoki, right? But they've subbed him. So, like, that's sailed. Like, you've already got him off the team. Like, give City more than one game because he played really nicely in that first game. In fact, I'm going to say that PentaQ, like, was one of the worst performers on the team and that City was trying to, like, boost that guy out of this world.
They might need that synergy to come back because they have that synergy on history.
So don't change
come
it.
back.
Don't change it in the first place, man. That's all I'm saying.
Well, MT certainly tried a number of things, but none of them really worked out there, unfortunately for them in game number 1. Moving into game 2, though, YOLO is going to be coming in. We are going to make changes in the support role. M3, they do have to win this one if they want to force it to a third. What are we looking for M3 to change here? Because it feels like a lot went wrong.
Ban Gragas. I think
that's probably a good first step.
Pick winning lanes.
Yep.
Pick a lane that can actually get ahead. You know that HYG are going to play for the laning phase. They love things like Lucian. They love things like Thresh. They went with Morgana in this one. Even Gangplank wasn't even in a bad lane. They got Corki. They just had so many strong laners. Like, just pick for lane. Like, put them behind early. Make sure that they're pressured around the map. I think that you can beat HYG in a very basic way, which is just, like, go toe-to-toe with them. That's what every other team's done. Either lane swap or go toe-to-toe, and you're generally the better team.
And I think for HYG, for me, kind of looking at how they play, they've had lots of good early games and decent team play, but they feel like they struggle when they don't know what to do in the mid game. Do you think Chimin changed a lot of that with the Gragas? Because it felt like the go buttons were a little bit more evident for HYG this game.
So that's what I really want to see coming into this second match as well. I really want to see if it was Chimin or was it Gragas.
Yep.
I want to see if that's going to be the decisive factor in this match. And I think M3 have to ban away that Gragas to take away one of the two factors.
And we always say it about Lee Sin, right? Lee Sin should be able to do what Gragas does. You W behind a turret, you kick someone out. The reason that Gragas is better is because you don't have to put yourself in danger to do that. You can just sit in one of the side brush. You can sit in Raptor Pit. You can sit near the Wolf Camp and just throw your barrel at people. And you saw time and time again, he was committing. So I think it's Chimin because a normal Gragas player would have just ulted. He is willing to flash body slam, really set it up for his team, and then stay in there. So I'm hoping that if they do take Gragas away, he's willing to pick up something like the Lee Sin, like the Rek'Sai, and do a similar job on a different champion.
And that's going to be another problem coming in for M3 as well, because if it is Chimin, they're going to have another avenue of attack that they have to deal with. Not only do they have to deal with these strong lanes, but they also have to deal with this jungler who's just stepped onto the rift and is putting out massive amounts of pressure onto the map, and that's going to be insane if he can still do that without Gragas.
And a lot of it is inherent pressure, right? He didn't even gank at the start of the game, but you saw that every single time Scenery had to set himself up for these counter ganks, because if Gragas is there, the lane is going to snowball in the other favor. So that definitely was a factor.
Well, we'll see what happens here in our next draft as we are into Champ Select for game number 2. M3 will once again ban away the Twisted Fate from Gosu. Lulu will be banned by HYG, so different side but same team will ban the champion. Gangplank going to see some respect though. S17 will be denied that this time as we're flying through the bans. Nidalee going to get banned away from Scenery again.
Yeah, nothing surprised me so far. Like,
Nope.
Lily's just generally strong. Scenery is a monster on Nidalee. Get rid of that. So I like the ban so far, and I want to see a Gragas ban thrown here, or the ability for M3 to first pick it.
I'd really like to see a Gragas ban coming out from M3 here, and if they don't ban it, I'd actually like to see Hyper Youth Gaming ban that one out there. I'm going to take away Cogmore, so they don't want XQ to play that champion.
And don't want to first pick it apparently, because they are on blue side. Did take it on red last game, but didn't work out for them, so they'll take it away this time instead. As HYG will go with Corki, respecting the power of the champion. It was their first pick in our last game. So going to make sure that doesn't go over to M3, but this does leave over Alistar, which is pretty much insta-locked in by M3.
This Kalista has been left open as well. Could be a pickup coming from XQ, but I really want to see Gragas locked in here from Jimin. And hopefully he'll be able to put on the same pressure. And if Master 3 are obviously going to allow this to go over to Hyper Youth Gaming, they have to have a plan for their second rotational picks and a plan for this Jimin as well.
I think in general, I like taking Kalista here. HYG is still debating the picks, of course, but in general, you want to separate Alistar and Kalista?
Well, I was going to say, that's why you actually have to take it, because all of a sudden you can't do it. The other thing is that Alistar kind of counters the game style that Gragas brings, because what happens is he throws someone into your team and Alistar just follows them. All of a sudden, like, you've actually got a team fight started in your favor if you're M3. So I like the pickup there. Savoki also a very good, aggressive support player. He wants to be the person to start things up for his team. So we'll see whether PentaQ does go to something like Lucian after this. See if they can once again dominate the 2v2 lane and also have some good team fight avenues.
I really like the Gangplank ban that came out from M3 as well. Hyper Youth Gaming were able to show that they can hide that Gangplank in their picks very nicely and flex it very well. So the ban, respect ban, so to speak, coming out is really nice for them too.
Well, HYG do lock in the picks that we expected from them. Kalista is going to separate Kalista alley bottom lane, and Jimin might as well pick up Gragas once again. His second game for the team here in the LPL. Had a great opening game here. See if he can continue that trend here in game number 2 as M3 looking at something a little different, honestly, here for their next few picks. But 30 seconds left for them to decide. Could go almost anywhere with picks 2 and 3.
Yeah, and they lock it in, so that's
Never
probably going to
mind.
be PentaQ on Ezreal. A little bit more control. This makes me think that Masters 3 are going with the, we're just going to lane swap this game. We don't really want to run 2v2 lanes. You know, we talk about Ezreal is actually not that bad, early game especially, but you have to pair it with something like a Braum. Alistar not really going to do much in that 2v2 matchup. It's more of a pokey lane. You don't want to hard commit on a Kalista because of how potent Rend is. So, especially if this Thresh gets locked in, that has to be a lane swap.
If Thresh gets locked in, it has to be a lane swap, and is one of the most picked champions coming in from Hyper Youth Gaming as well. Nautilus was left up in this match, so that could be thrown on over to 17 if HYG want to pick that up. Siu should be getting this Thresh and Kalista bot lane, which is one of the strongest bottom lanes in the game as well right now.
Feels like another continuation of, again, the Kalista thing is where if you take Vici Alistar, you have to separate Kalista, but you also kind of want to take Nautilus because Kalista gets absolutely bodied by all the CC that Naut can provide. So I like the train of thought here for HYG. Seems like they're deliberating between their supports. They're rapidly flicking through them, but they will settle on Nautilus and Braum. That was quite fun.
So, Naut is a good pick here. Braum, on the other hand, I'm kind of in two minds about. I would have really liked the Thresh just because of all the pressure if you do get the 2v2, but Braum definitely a better team fighter. You see it as a response to the Alistar because as soon as he dives in, you just jump on your AD carry, put the shield up, make sure that no one else can hit him. So, I mean, it's not a bad pickup. You know, we've seen a lot of good Braums around the LPL lately, but I just think Thresh is so potent when you couple it with a Kalista. There's so many cool things you can do around the map.
Well, M3 trying to decide what their last picks are going to be. Seems like drafting was a little bit tricky for them, perhaps, in the first game here. But they might just be going back to comfort picks. 15 seconds now for M3 to decide. This would be quite a way to finish off their draft. But again, they've kind of had the same thing on the mind. Give Raphael a comfort pick where he can carry from the later stages and give Yola something to initiate on where he can lock down this very pesky Kalista. It is going to be Victor Malphite, the final picks for Master 3.
Victor Malfoy coming from Master 3 here. I like the Victor going on over the Raphael, especially since he's going blind against Gosu, who has that last pick comfort from Hyper Youth Gaming. The Malphite pick up into the top lane means that M3 really want to be decisive in these fights. They want to engage.
They have to get ahead. I'm telling you right now, that Victor pickup I actually hate. We've already seen what happens when Victor stands underneath turrets against Gragas. He just he can't wave clear. He has to walk off the turret. All of a sudden, what they've gone with is, okay, well, we can do that better. If you threaten our Victor, we're just going to throw a Malphite, an Alistar, a Graves ultimate, and, Ezreal ultimate. We're just going to wombo you to death. What happens now is if you go an equally good team fighting mid laner, like Lux at the moment, that just nullifies the whole composition. You throw one spell shield out, goes across everyone. There is so much disengage as well. I don't like the LeBlanc. I would have liked the Lux to prove my point. Because right now, they just can't go 5v5 against them. There's too much persistent damage.
And that is going to be the Lux locked in for Hyper Youth Gaming. And once again, just shows how strong they are during the draft. Both in Game 1 and Game 2 get favorable drafts in your opinion, especially in the last few picks for the team comp.
Yeah, and, I'm looking at it if they do get ahead right now, Masters 3 I'm talking about, they explode people. Their ability to start up a fight, the amount of damage that they'll throw over the top that is burst, it'll be really nice. But now it hinges on getting behind Gosu in the mid lane, because he's able to dictate so much of the pace through his shield, through the ability to control the fights. And, one missed Malphite ultimate, one bad combo out of Servoki, and this game will turn really, really quick.
And I do like the Lux last pick as well, but I feel like Lux is a champion in the LPL and around the world. Just starting to see a little bit more play. Do we want to talk about Lux? Because it's a mid laner that we haven't seen for a very long time, and then all of a sudden she's everywhere.
Yeah, cooldown reduction is really important for Lux. As soon as they made the changes to Athene's Unholy Grail, she was always going to see a little bit more play. I like her because she's very long range and has great catch potential, but also has wave clear to go with it, right? So she's very, very easy to execute on, but you have to be able to nail the... in my opinion, she has a good kit, and then the shield makes it great. If you're great at using the shield, throwing it across priority people, especially on the return, you can nullify a lot of damage. And I think that we saw that great with Athena and his team fighting prowess. We'll see if Gosu can rise to that occasion.
Simply, I just feel like she's low risk, high reward. She makes up for her mobility with a massive range. Just fantastic mid lane.
We'll have to agree. We'll see what Lux can get done in this game. That was it's time for Game 2 between M3 and HYG. And we're out onto the rift for our second game between Master 3 and HYG. HYG on the verge of their first set win here, perhaps, in the LPL. 1-0 up already on M3. And it feels like Chimin, the new jungler, back on Gragas for a second game in a row, was a lot of the catalyst that really got the team rolling into the mid-game. We'll see if they can keep up that momentum or if M3 can blunt the assault and force us to a third game.
5-man fan outcome here again from these two teams. Just trying to get as much vision as possible on Summoner's Rift. Make sure there's no cheeky invades coming in from either side. As this guy.
Awkward.
He loves that brush.
Misses the barrel to get vision. Walks up to him and just gets clocked.
That's what you don't want to do up against that Gragas for sure. As Scenery does win the early jungle trade. We'll see what Graves can get done here versus more of the gank-style jungler there for Chimin and his Gragas. But you mentioned it already spawning the lane swap. Seems like that's what M3 are attempting, but looks like both teams have their duo lanes on the same side of the map right now.
So M3, if they wanted the lane swap, need to get deep vision. The reason being that blind lane swaps are just so easy at the moment. If you pick a team comp that they're going to lane swap, it becomes this 50-50 game, right? You can see straight away that they've found the 2v2.
How can I find that 2v2? HYG was spotted out by the ward placed in the river. This might actually signal them to try and take blue buff. No, they're just going to take 1 minion away.
So the reason they take it allows you to hit level 2 on your 6 creep. Don't have to wait for the 7th one to come through. And the other thing is that Braum, you can walk at anyone as Braum level 1. His level 1 is honestly unrivaled. Alistair's defensive level 1, fantastic because of his polarized AoE knockup. Braum's offensive level 1, unrivaled because you can just throw out the Winter's Fights, the auto attacks, proc the passive.
Well, Shu's got the Ignite there as well, so we'll see if the extra experience edge will make a difference here in our 2v2 lane now in the top side. You can see right now XQ and Shu playing nice and aggressive. And Pentakill and Zerverkit, they already know. They couldn't get the Gromp. It's actually a very nice little maneuver from
And once
HYG.
again, they have 3 winning lanes on HYG. Like, there is no way Victor is bullying out Lux. Lux scales arguably better, has the same amount of wave clear, and has great catch potential. Nautilus definitely beats Malphite. That is a wash of a lane. Malphite all of a sudden can't just build tanky health stats. He generally has to go a little bit of MR just because of how ridiculously high. Wow, that's a gank very early.
Scenery's going to try and jump in and onto Ghost. He gets a lot of damage down. Pops the heal, flashes forward. The red buff might be enough. Ghost is so low, but Scenery will be the first one to go down. Dangerous game, heals him up.
Yeah, and in the end, the red buff left him on 3 health. They were hovering over him. He had absolutely nothing. Let's take another look at this. Aggressive. You know, you could see that Ghostic didn't want to use the summoner spells. Flashes late, actually. And the potion's ticking. Look how low he goes down. But once again, Chimin there for the counter gank. We already mentioned how potent this guy is on Gragas. Able to pick up a return kill.
And they're going to steal the blue buff as well by the looks of things, getting into M3's jungle. And that is going to be Scenery, who expected to get aggressive early. Looks like a 3 buff for the poor M3 jungler. This is the guy that's really making waves early in M3's games. But right now, it is the new jungler for HYG running all over this game. Whether it's a buff steal or a counter gank or great mid-game initiation, he's looking great so far.
And Gragas is like, when you are an S-tier jungler, you generally have one thing that you can do that other people can't, which is Gragas' ability to non-committal engage. And then you do everything really well, like farm the jungle, you're highly mobile, you have good ganks, you're able to get around the map. That's what Gragas has become again. Like, we knocked his clear speed, but the changes to his W as well as Runic Echo has got that back up to like ridiculously high pace. And now the ability to start a team fight. I just feel like this is completely disrespectful out of M3 to not ban it after they saw what he can do game 1.
We saw in game 1 how Chimin was everywhere that Scenery was on Elise. Everywhere that he was, and he was up in CS as well. And it seems like he's going to do the same thing to him on Graves this game. Everywhere that Graves is, and up on CS as well.
And Graves farms really quickly, right? That's what makes him a brilliant jungler. Not many junglers turn farm into high damage and still stay like really, really good late game. Graves does that, which makes him very unique. That's kind of why he was S tier. But we knock some of his face values. He's not as tanky as he was for free now off his E. You know, he doesn't do as much damage on the return shot of exactly that end of the line. So I don't mind the pickup here out of Scenery, but you have to be very careful that Gragas doesn't gank and do what you do better, as well as beat you in farm, which is what's happening right now.
Well, it feels like right now HYG certainly looking good early on. Mid lane going fine for Gosu as HYG have got about 800 gold up.
Oh, they're going to fight over Scuttle Crab. You see pings in the bottom lane. Nautilus has caught out Scenery.
Oh, great hook there landing in as well. Scenery actually now going to have to run out of the way, but he's going to take a little too much damage. That should be a kill, and Chimin, sorry, is going to make it 2 for 2.
And that is like really, really sloppy. Your top laner, who is your bottom laner in this sense, recalls. You know, he's not in lane. He can't help you defend that. You solo walk into a river where you know that Nautilus brings more CC, you know that Gragas is going to be there. This was one of the oldest lanes, Grag Nautilus, because there's just so much CC that you can't escape them. They take a very long time to kill you, but you can never outrun the Fat Man and whatever the heck Nautilus is. It's just impossible.
And you mentioned that Hyper Youth Gaming. They have 3 winning lanes here on Summoner's Rift. They got the lane swap correct. They got the 2-on-2 lane up the top lane, which they would have wanted to anyway. And now Chim is just dominating Summoner's Rift. He's picked up 2 kills for himself. He's putting on all that pressure. It just seems like he can go wherever he wants.
Yeah, he 3-buffed a Graves. He's got 2 kills off really, really nice positioning around the map, just understanding where Graves is going to be at that time. And he's, like, because in the major camps, he's taking Gromps and buffs as opposed to taking things like Graves, which Graves farms really well. He's probably a couple of camps up as well. So, you know, just complete domination of this jungle. Now he's got Swifty boots. He's going to be really, really hard to keep down, Graves.
Yep, certainly been an overall win for HYG in the early game. Quite possibly the best start they could ask for here. About 1,500 gold up with Chimin having the 2 kills that his team has so far collected. Moving back into a little bit more farming. You have to think M3 might slow things down just a tad. XQ and Shoot still farming their way up. Callista looking just fine.
Every lane is naturally winning.
Yeah.
Like, mid lane, it had a gank, but that was a 1-for-1 gank, you know? And they didn't kill any of the mid laners, so mid lane is just kind of hung around and farm. Lux is up in CS. It's only a little bit. Nautilus is definitely up in this lane. He's probably a whole creep wave up. You see top lane as well, which is the duo lane this time around. It's definitely in XQ's favor. So right now, Hyper Youth Gaming have a really good scaling team comp and are winning every single lane.
And I'm scared for M3 as well, because it just doesn't seem like they have any avenue to pull back in this game, especially for Graves jungle. Not going to be able to provide the pressure that Gragas will be. As he's just going to come into the mid lane, smite a creep.
Oh!
Knocks Raphael back, actually. Here comes the slow from Lux. The binding will connect.
Oh, good cleanse.
Good cleanse coming up from Victor.
That was really, really smart. Walks in, smites a creep, and then gets Lux to kill one. He was 2 creeps off level 6. Gets the ulti, knocks him back out with an immediate skill up. Now complete control over that mid lane because he didn't burn flash. Lux didn't burn flash. They can repeat gank that.
Yeah, we're looking for a 17 though on the bottom side. YOLO going to get knocked up by the Nautilus ultimate. As Ender Line's going to do good damage. Flash Dredge Line not going to make it to the wall. Scenery going to blow him up with the collateral damage.
And that was a really nice gank out of Cena, actually. Probably the last area he could go because there is so much CC that will come out of the Mel fight. And you could see that he just puts out the persistent damage. So nice recognizing of probably the last area on the map. Like, that was a Helm's Deep of M3 game right now, and he was getting
Oh,
He's not done yet. He's not done yet as he smites away the blue buff. He's going to deny that away from Gosu.
That was rude.
That was smart is what it was. Recognize, you know, that they have the numbers advantage now on the bottom side of the map because they picked up that kill. Able to walk in there. There's not really much threat because you know that Chimin's already used his ultimate. So, you know, Scenery all of a sudden, he's back up in levels, back up in experience, so should be able to start getting some things done around the map.
We'll see how the rest of it develops as Pentakill and Savoki are actually keeping HYG's duo lane back towards the turret now. Turret pretty healthy, so probably no problems there as Shu leaps forward, does land the Q, and now going to commit with the ultimate. Savoki could be the first target, but he does have Unbreakable Wool ready to go. Might have to use it. He's going to get rendered, now going to pop it over, but he is going to die. There are too many spears, and as soon as that ulti wears off, Fate's Call going to pop him in. Actually, the heal might turn things around. Pentakill going to look to try and take out the support, but Savoki does live.
He didn't rend. XQ didn't have the mana for the rend. He used the Q to get himself in range the second time. Realized he didn't have mana to rend. All of a sudden, that rend nerf, where we upped it by 25 mana, I think, come back, bites him pretty hard in the backside and not able to get the kill.
XQ just not playing that one the way he should have there. Savoki on the hand with Pentakill up in the top lane, playing the one well, making sure they save the heal and the flash for the proper time as we do see Gosu tries to steal away the blue buff from Raphael. He still picks that one up for himself. So he has that slight advantage in the mid lane.
Little late on the one, unfortunately, to try and get it.
Savoki pulling it off the turret, and he's like, I am so close to dying.
Yeah.
If anyone comes up here, I am dead.
Well, Gosu doesn't have ulti, so maybe not too risky, as Lux is continuing to try and pressure Raphael in towards this lane.
Gragas ulti's back up, he has flash. I really would have liked to see a repeat visit by now into Raphael's lane. You know, question the use of the laser on one of the objectives, because Chimin should be looking to pressure the cleanseless Victor.
That's what cost him last gank. If he had the ulti, which he didn't have, probably would have been able to convert a kill. But instead, HYG are going to see what they can do here. Still up in gold by about 1,000, but the lead's been cut a bit. Scenery and Chimin, though, going to have a bit of a visit.
All right, so lane face checking Graves, really not a good idea.
Yep.
He does a lot of damage. So you see, even though how powerful Gragas is on the current patch, he wanted nothing to do with that. As soon as he saw him, he was like, yeah, I'm sorry, man. Like, take my wallet. I'm out.
I went on a rant last week about the brush next to red on the blue
bush?
side, the fighting bush. It just seems like Chimin likes the one on the top side. That's his fighting bush right now. First game 1 and game 2.
Whoa.
He's just been there all the time.
And that's an ulti up from Raphael just for wave clear. As we actually have swapped the lanes back up. XQ going to eat the True Shot Barrage.
And ate the first part of the True Shot Barrage. You see how much damage that does. As now a dive going to come in top lane.
Dive coming up in the top lane. They're training 17's life for Dragon. Savoki comes in with the ultimate. He's going to be able to tank that one up as he punts him out of the turret. 17. He's just going to get taken out slowly but surely by Scenery.
Here we go.
Yep.
Took a while. Well, we did expect it to happen. So a nice kill there, but does trade the Dragon, like you mentioned. Fish, Chimin looking to still apply pressure here to Pentakill, but Pentakill throwing out Qs. I think XQ's trying to take the turret. Does get tagged by Winter's Bite, but the turret will fall instead. HYG get the objectives they want. Fate's Call popped in there, but little eager there on that play.
Little slow on that play as well. That was telegraphed, but, you know, it happened, and now we're going for a dive in the mid lane.
Gosu. He's going to push onto the turret
He needs to
shortly.
go down. He's off.
Teleport's actually coming in to try and save this Lux life. It might have actually worked. 17 comes in at the right time.
Doesn't throw out the dredge line there. Probably could have got someone with that hook. Also had ultimate available because he didn't use it in the top lane. I was going to compliment him on that. As now Savoki in a little bit of trouble.
Same story again, going to get filled up with spears. They are going to try and turn things around. Good pull there onto Shu. The Ren's not enough to kill him. And Savoki will die to the Ignite on the other end as Lux comes down to try and make it happen. Ulti out from YOLO as he ports his way in, but S17's also here in the area. YOLO going to get locked up for quite a while as Raphael flashes in to take out the Kalista. Looks like he's going to pay for it though. Gosu going to chase him down and take him out. YOLO is somehow going to get away, but that's a big trade. 3-2 in favor of HYG.
Yeah, and they're able to just get members there earlier every single time. As we take another look at it, it's a 2-on-1 that turns into a 2v2, and then Lux gets there first, so it becomes a 3v2. So every single time, it's just an extra member from HYG that little bit earlier. And this is kind of the problem with Malphite. You have great initiation and CC, but after that, you kind of don't really have anything. And you see that he just has to run away, leaves his Victor out to dry after a great Nautilus ultimate.
Another big thing for that team fight. Savoki didn't have his ultimate available after diving the top lane with it. Couldn't stay alive that little bit longer that his team needed him to get the rest of the members down on that bottom lane.
He still stayed alive for like pretty long time. Like
just not long enough.
Yeah, it was like an inch, right? He needed like that extra 2 seconds where he would have been able to turn everything around. And you see now the HYG, they've turned their attention to the top lane. They want to execute on another dive here or maybe even pressure up the turret, but good response out of Savoki and Scenery.
Yeah, M3 definitely reacting a lot better this time. HYG continuing to play proactive once the towers are falling. I like the pace at which they've been playing these games.
I like that point, you know, the difference of playing proactive and reactive League of Legends. And you have to say that HYG have probably been put on the back foot a little bit too often. But this series, at least, it looks like they're trying to take the initiative, take control of the game.
Which is exactly how they picked up their first game against M3 as well. They were the ones that were proactive, making sure that M3 couldn't do anything on the map, and they forced them to react to every play that Hyperyouth Gaming made.
Yeah, and you know, you look at the draft this time around and they've gone once again with very proactive champions. They've got a Nautilus, they've got the Gragas to get in there. Even the Braum, because it's paired with the Kalista, is a very offensive flavor to it. You've seen time and time again, they're picking him up and tossing him into these fights. So maybe HYG, the trick is, you know, don't get over cute, just execute on what you're good on. I'm once again going to criticize M3 for allowing them to do that. You know, you should never give a new team like this that has such good laners, standard lanes, 2 games in a row. You shouldn't give them this strong of a draft, but they did twice, and twice it looks like HYG much more comfortable.
Yeah, getting punished a little bit in the early game. Still are Master 3 as HYG find themselves still up in gold to the tune of about 2,500. Chimin going to move into M3's blue area once more and try and steal it away. Gosu here for the pickup as well. He's going to take the up. Not quite.
Chimin.
He smited it. He
Well,
was like, that's mine.
Well, I think you saw in the first game how they left Chimin out to die inside of the base of M3. That's his revenge. That is definitely Chimin revenge.
HYG's blue is up, so I'm sure it's okay.
Gosu calls for the open mid.
Instead, execute and shoot. I'm going to push in. YOLO's the only one to defend. In fact, he might even have to worry about a tower dive here. There's the Braum ulti. That's going to force Malphite to ulti his way out. Good 2v1 there. He's going to force them off and likely get them a tower. Savoki is going to look for something bottom side.
As Chimin's trying to solo Harold. Harold slaps. Dude, you need to be careful.
And before Gosu could ulti the buff and just lets him die instead. Oh, no, never mind.
I don't
She's
know
going to
if it's-
move in and
I don't know
defend.
if it's Gosu or Chimin that started the open mid right now. Chimin could have very well have done that. Been pissed off with something that Gosu said.
But, like, soloing Harold is such a brave call. Like, if anyone walks into that side of the map, you're going to go down. But, you know, unfortunately, another Harold is slayed.
Poor Harold. His M3.
He had a good time, though, right? When we first introduced him, no one wanted to mess with him. He did so much damage. He gave very little reward. Like, Harolds were doing well, man. They were living the life. Like, you compare him to Dragon and how many dragons have been killed. Like, Harold was relatively untouched. Ever since the change, though, like, a Harold every 5 minutes is going down.
Yeah, he just used to sit there until Big Daddy Baron showed up.
Yeah.
And Big Daddy Baron would defend the pit against everyone that wanted to throw around there.
Hopefully the rent's gone down since then, because he's hanging out for a long time and just getting killed. So not the best time for Harold at the moment, but does go over.
Yeah, it's really
Chimin.
frustrating when you're renting and, you know, you go on holiday and they still charge you. Like Harold, he's like, I'm not even in the pit half the time anymore. What the heck?
Yeah, you know. Baron's probably a pretty good landlord, though.
Put my board down, Baron. Hashtag Harold problems.
Well, we'll pop back in the mid lane now, as we did have a tower trade by the looks of things. 2-1 up in turret still for HYG, but bottom outer fell sorry for HYG, as M3's top outer was the one to fall down. HYG to up and outer turret after their initial swap. But M3 stopping the bleeding just a little bit.
Yeah, like they're stopping the bleeding, but last time when they did this, we were complimenting them because they had the cog more. This time they don't even really have that scaling AD carry pick to be able to get into the late game.
Yeah, this time they have an Ezreal. This is a champion that wants to be playing in the early and mid game. It's closer you get to 6 items on Ezreal, the more irrelevant it becomes.
Yeah, you kind of start sweating unless you're like someone like Deft or Uzi that's a very good Ezreal player. Pekko's up there as well at the moment, but completely agree with you. Kalista going to start doing a lot more. Although Kalista's item build's also really weird.
Yeah, Hexdrinker actually second for sure after Blade of the Ruin King.
Teleport coming in, here we go.
A2G are trying this Baron, but the TP is already there. Fate Skull's going to get popped. YOLO actually may be caught as Gosu is now the one to get caught away from the Malphite ulti, but a good defense there in for Braum. Gosu manages to flash out of the way as Savoki's going to eat the brunt of the ulti. YOLO is going to go down to S17, but now Raphael's going to swoop in. He got hooked though. Scenery flashed out of the way, and he's going to have to burn the heal and move his way back, but now split from his team. Scenery going to move it in. Pentacu's now caught out as well. He'll also die. That's a triple kill for Kalista. Could be a quadra here as Raphael is going to die to Gosu. That's an ace.
Really going to question Scenery's flash there. He throws Raphael out to the wolves. That was a little bit sloppy out of M3 in a 4-for-1 trade. HYG looking great.
Really sloppy from M3. HYG only lose Siu in that fight. And we take a look at this replay again.
Yeah, so Gosu actually splits from the team. And this is where the big go button, they're like, we've caught out Lux. But I told you time and time again, Lux with the return on her shield is able to nullify so much damage. She gets it there, gets a big laser across 2 people, takes YOLO out first. That's a front line. Savoki's going to fall next. And then when you're looking at this, it actually, Scenery wasn't in front of him, so I take it back, Scenery. Your flash was good. But Raphael, that hook, the chunk, just means he can't play up nice and aggressive. You can see he has to start weaving in and out of the fight. PentaQ goes down, and it's just not enough out of M3.
Big thing for me in that fight as well was Chumin. He threw his ultimate at the perfect time. It knocked Scenery away from Lux, who was just knocked down for so much time. Scenery couldn't deal any damage to the mid lane and allowed her to get out and get the laser off.
And this is a problem with Wombo Combo team comps. They're fantastic if you're ahead. Like, you fly in, everyone dies, it looks amazing, like, people applaud you because of the coordination. If that team fight had have happened where they're ahead, he dies as Chimin looking for another fight.
This could be bad news here for Zavoki. Going to get himself bounced back in towards the Scuttle Crab. Hook's going to lock him down though. Nice little play from Zavoki to try and get himself out, but Gosu claims himself another kill.
Yeah, and this is a problem. If you aren't that far ahead, people don't die. They have more sustained damage than you. They just chase you down forever. Like, that's what Nautilus, that's what Gragas, Kalista. These champions have all got very, very high sustained damage. They want to use multiple spell rotations. They're not a Malphite. They're not a Graves who just is a one and done. And because of that gold disadvantage, they're just not able to clean up these fights.
Not only do they have the sustained damage right now, but Hyperyouth Gaming have sustained aggression on Summoner's Rift right now, making sure they pick up picks all over the map and stay ahead. They're 6,000 gold ahead of M3, 11-5 on kills, and they're currently 3 turrets to 1, with the only 2 dragons going to their team as well.
Yeah. And the way you generally break up team comps like this is like Hyperyouth Gaming Tom needs everyone to make it work. So you go something like a LeBlanc, something like a Zed that takes away a key component. You know, they either kill the Lux, they get onto Kalista, make her life hell. That means that the team fight goes your favor because you're able to get everyone else locked up in the CC, you know, chunk them out, delete one priority member, but they just don't have that. Victor's not going to be able to do that amount of damage, especially with the build that Raphael's gone in the mid lane.
And right now, HYG just going to start the Baron. Seems like they are going to pull off here, so not going to overcommit, but do have good vision. Chimin does spot 2 key wards that will now sweep away. Savoki going to try and stop him. Ulti out from Chimin.
Just
really
mad.
Get out of my brush. That is his brush. Get out of it.
So the build I would have liked to see was the, oh, good flash, is the old Rookie one-shot build. When Rookie was playing Victor around Worlds time, he would weave like a 3rd item Lichbane into his build and just like walk around and like Q auto people and like just do massive amounts of damage.
Hello, they're going to jump on the Ghost, who gets knocked back to the fight. That's how you lock down someone, the Wombo, as we do see Savoki deliver the package in mid lane.
So that's what we were talking about, right? You need to be 5 members. Like, as soon as they weren't 5 members, as soon as they saw Nautilus in a sidewave, they were like, sure, we can dive. We can make anything happen. I actually want to talk about the Malphite build after this turret goes down and exactly why that is happening.
Well, you can see M3 with that pick are going to take the mid outer turret here as well. Could look for more, actually. As HYG are going to try and defend. Chimin and Gosu not up just yet. This could be 2 towers. Nice little bit of value there for HYG, but M3 are out of ultimate. Scenery is going to jump in with the hook. Riptide is there. They're going to keep following back in. Massive damage up for Kalista. Fateskull's going to throw him back in. And XQ is going to get himself a bunch of resets. There's a double. Maybe going to make it 3 as the triple goes down. Savoki going to fall down as well. And a quadra kill from that Kalista.
What a play out of XQ. This is someone Frostger's been talking up for a very long time. We didn't believe it, but that is a baller AD carry play.
It sure is. That was 3 on 5 there for Hyper Youth Gaming. And they're going to try and take the Baron off of this. And while they're taking this Baron, Spawn, tell me about this Banner of Command you wanted to talk about before he went off.
Yeah, so there's a Banner of Command, and there's going to be a Zarok portal picked up for YOLO. Let's take another look at this. So they go in. Problem was I was waiting for the creeps to die. You know, Shu blocks so much damage, and then this is a huge Nord ulti. Gets 3 people knocked up, and PentaQ's just going off. You know, he gets a Ren kill here. Sorry, XQ's going off. PentaQ's about to die. He goes down next, and then he's just able to stay aggressive, weave around the flight. Dangerous game, putting in work there. That was an insurance policy if I've ever seen one. But they recognize right now, M3, that they need the 5v4s. They need to get someone to split off. An easy way to do that against Nautilus, because he has great wave clear, but bad against the Rock Portal and bad against a Banner of Command minion. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to get that going in one of the side lanes and then get the 5v4 team fights. They got it, but then they stuck around too long to try and execute it on it the second time around.
That's right, and it wasn't even 5 on 4, it was 5 on 3, and they couldn't even deal with that coming in from Hyper Youth Gaming. That just shows how far ahead they are. 7,000 gold, 16-7, and they now have the Baron buff as well.
Yeah, and you know, talking about things that struggle with creeps, Malphite also struggles with Baron up creep. Doesn't like them very much. You can see trying to clear them out as quickly as possible. That's double cannons, and they're putting in work.
Yeah, Chimin just standing there, making sure the minions get the buff. Scenery's going to rotate in as well. Chimin going to send him a love tap.
Chimin's just sending a message
YOLO
right
not going to have to battle the cannons as the rest of HYG.
And look where he's walking, straight away behind the turret. He recognizes where Raphael is, wants to go in for it.
He's going to jump in onto Scenery, knocks him back into a wall, but Scenery, he is taking enough to sustain that damage. Almost gets clipped by the Lux Binding.
And so that was a little bit mis-execution, but you know, mission accomplished, still gets a chunk out, going to be able to take this mid lane turret. Love how Chimin is playing Gragas right now. Every single time he just walks in between them.
Scenery didn't even believe that that was blind coming from Lux. Actually walks back around, tries to
sweeps
sweep
it.
the area. It's like, how did they see me?
Well, Chimin now maybe going to get caught. Savoki going to start things up, but Shu blocks everything in the front side as he pops up the Unbreakable. That should be a disengaged. PentaQ going in to try and get a kill here, but this tower is going to fall. HYG now 5 turrets to 2.
And this is something we talked about in Game 1, how when you pick up Braum, you deny picks like Ezreal, picks that have a lot of skill shots, picks that are very, very obvious when they throw out their skill shots. And it shows right there, 2 fights in a row, she was able to throw up the Unbreakable and block so much damage coming out from M3.
Yeah, he certainly was. And you know, this Malphite build just hasn't come online yet, so nothing's really going M3's favor. Chimin's just able to walk in between them, get the fight started whenever he wanted. He's really tanky at this stage of the game, even more so because of the Lux lasers. And he's still not done. He's
Probably should be done here, but he's going to try get a little keen. Oh, that was cool.
Whoa, got it!
Got it with the barrel on the end. Nice steal. Okay, that was baller.
Was that the Runic Echo proc?
I
want to say it was the Runic Echo proc.
I don't think it was the Runic Echo proc from the Q, not even the R.
Yeah.
That was great.
Well,
I like this new jungler for
Look at this guy.
He's great.
very stylish here as he picks up the Raptor camp for himself. Kalista going to go ahead and get the red buff. HYG. Hey, let's watch this again.
Yeah, let's take another look. So he throws out his ulti. Yeah, there's no Q there, so then the Runic Echo proc hits.
God.
So that was an ulti with a Runic Echo proc.
That was a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Well, ooh, trouble enough for YOLO. Oh,
Yes,
List
tank
going to
fight.
get aggressive. Yeah, I'm not sure how long this one's going to last. There's 17.
Look how slow he attacks now. As soon as that ground slam goes down, he's like, oh, this anchor got really heavy.
Instead, the rest of HOG are going to come in, try and siege some more things down. They've got luck for a bit of that poke and siege potential. I guess the best news for M3 is that with the Baron buff, the base does remain up for now. So no inhibitors threatened just yet. HYG with only 5 turrets have not been able to get into the inhibitor turrets yet.
This is such a different HYG from being the lowest team in the LPL right now in terms of score to performing so well against M3. Look at this guy. Chimin's just all over the place, forcing flashes left and right.
Yeah, once again, in between those turrets, he walks behind. All of a sudden, they can't walk up to wave clear. This is why I said I really didn't like the Victor pick. Because we've just seen, like now it's in base, it's going to be a little bit easier, but he can just go over the wall whenever he wants.
Yeah, you can see Ezreal throws out the ultimate, but that's just to clear waves. Braum going to block the damage on it. As HYG is going to push from every possible angle. Don't have bottom lane going just yet. In fact, I think that's reversing towards them. But M3 are pretty much stuck here with no major buffs up just yet. HYG are more than happy to take a siege. And if someone's out of position, you know Chimin's ready with the flash body slam.
Wrong way, buddy.
He's spading people now. As Savoki caught ulti there from Lux, but actually going to barrel them out.
Oh, not a good ult.
M3 want to keep moving back in, but they are going to move in for it. Chimin is actually going to fall to YOLO. Is M3 able to get a pick, but Raphael hooked up. He's going to have to flush himself out to safety. The ultimate will follow there from Nautilus as M3 are going to keep chasing down. Shu actually a little bit out of position. Savoki no ulti left, but he tries to make a play. Doesn't quite get it, but YOLO's going to get in there instead. Shu, though, going to go ballistic there as he's going to tear through everyone. They're going to turn things around. YOLO does get the shutdown. But I don't know if they've got quite enough here. Pentakill going to get the snipe on the back end, though. A very messy team fight. But S17 going to try and secure what he can. Pentakill really wants to take him out, but that's actually an ace for M3.
And that's a little bit of over-aggression from Chimin. You know, they're in the base. Baron's up in like a minute 30, just reset. Instead goes in, costs himself his life. Really nice cleanse splash here from Raphael. This is just Blue Ezreal at its finest. The ability to chase, reapply spell rotation. So very, very nicely done from Pentakill especially. Savoki tries to make the play here, doesn't make it, and then YOLO's like, don't worry about it, dude. I got you back.
I actually liked XQ in this fight. Look at how far forward he goes after he knows all of the combos are down from M3. He was almost able to clean that one up, and then Pentakill just puts the team on the back. Nice clip from the ultimate. Like you said, Blue Ezreal applying constant spell rotations, making sure he controls the fight. That was just poor 17 who's out of mana.
Yeah, if he had mana, that would have gone for like even longer.
Yeah.
Would have got another W rotation, would have got a couple more E's in there.
You also mentioned, Spawn, that you felt like Chimin was a little bit too aggressive underneath that turret there. For me, it was Ghosted. When he landed the binding onto Savoki, I think it was a poor decision for him to throw out the ultimate there.
But Savoki's ultimate is like, I think it's like 110 seconds at this point in the game. Depends how much CDR he has, right? Because he's only level 10. Ghost's ultimate is like 45 seconds. So you ulti, Alistair has to ulti in response. You have like a 40-second window where he doesn't have an ulti, you can make a play. So I agree with, like, it was one way or the other, right? Either Gosu doesn't throw out the ultimate and Chimin, right, so Gosu doesn't ulti, Chimin tries to get the fight started, or Gosu doesn't ulti, does ulti, and Chimin can't fight afterwards because he knows he doesn't have a Lux ultimate to go with it. Yeah. So I like the ulti out of Gosu just because it denies an ultimate out of an Alistair, and he's level 15 versus level 10, as I said. But yeah, in the end, it didn't work out.
Yeah,
definitely.
Not on the same page there for HYG. Most certainly, they are going to see what else they can get done here. Baron is back, so HYG can look to that as their next major objective. They're still very far ahead in this game. 8,000 gold up right now with plenty of power items. And again, they've got 3 dragons very cleanly. Dragon 4 for them will be up in a minute 5. HYG, they tried the siege, didn't quite work out, but major buffs are back. They'll reset the map and make sure they take the next big objective here.
Yeah, a couple of really nice wards here, just outside the pit and around the corner, denying, I guess, a clean Baron take here. We also have Zarot Portal as well as Baron Air of Command up for YOLO now in the top lane.
It seems like Hyper Gaming have slowed down slightly. They're still 8,000 gold ahead of M3. It looks like they've just fallen back, taking a little bit more time with their plays. Not going to try and rush anything like we saw in the top lane turret there. Might even be setting up a Baron, which they're going to try and take now. Teleports are actually coming in. Both teleports are coming in. YOLO's trying to get in there as well. He cancels his teleport, so he's nowhere close to the nice hook. Lands on the scenery. Pops the Riptide as well. Ultimate comes down. There goes the Lux ultimate as well. M3 still have their combo available. They're going to knock up the backline, but nobody's dealing damage to XQ and Gosu back here as the front line of Stu and Chimin are able to zone everyone away as they take down Savoki.
Yeah, and you know, that was rocking a hard place there for YOLO. If he completes the teleport, he's 1 versus 5 in the middle of a team. If he doesn't go with it, the whole team just gets zoned and blown up. You know, he was a null factor in that, and now it looks like HYG making the aggressive play. They want to get into the top lane and try and take down a turret.
Decisive map rotation coming out from HYG. Recognized that M3 was sticking around thinking they were going to go for Baron. Immediately swapped to the top lane to try and take down this inhibitor. And looks like they'll be able to pick this one up successfully. XQ's trying to kite around, get the last bit of damage. They catch Pentakill with a nice binding, take him down to half his health. He's in the back lines trying to survive for as long as possible as YOLO gets chunked out. But the spears coming out from Kalista as well.
YOLO holds the ultimate again, doesn't want to look to make a play. Savoki gets chunked, so does Pentakill.
No ultimate this time.
Raphael trying to chase as well. It just feels like M3 playing from behind a little too much here in this series. And game 2 looking nice and strong for HYD to close out a 2-0 perhaps.
They need to be careful here. The whole of M3 is collapsing. Jimin's by himself.
He's going to body slam out. Scenery not going to chase. HYG, sorry, now regrouped back around the Baron, but haven't spent yet.
But look at bottom wave.
Looking a little low.
We spoke about the Malphite build. There is a Banner of Command minion in it. There is a Zarot portal feeding the wave. It's not even making it there anymore, but because of how well it's stacked up, now an Ezreal ult will trim the wave as well. They need to go deal with that because that'll take an inhibitor by itself.
It almost feels like M3 are not looking for a fight or the Baron. They're just looking to try and stop HYG from getting to that bottom lane.
I mean, that's all they need to do. So I like the plan here. As that massive stack of minions is threatening Ghosty with the ulti.
He's going to ulti it.
He's going to try and clear things out. So level 15, but should be able to do a decent amount of work.
He's actually not. He's going to go all the way over there and clear it out.
Well, Luden's going to help out. Does finish the wave off, but there's a lot of wasted time there for HYG. A nice play there from M3 to keep themselves in this game. Again, look for that reset. Both major objectives are up as HYG actually rushing towards the dragon. They're going to try and get cheeky and take it with Kalista.
Yeah, that's dragon number 4. You feel that M3 can't even look to contest it. That would be huge if they could get their first one, but it's not worth losing a game over. So they will get the reset. They will at least get another shop in before they have to go towards this Baron area. They know they've got about 30 seconds now as a Kalista recall, so M3, they probably have one last shot at this game. You know, it's only 8,000 gold at 33 minutes in. We've seen stranger things. It's definitely a sizable lead. A couple of major items.
I really like this change coming out from Hyper Gaming. They tried to be really aggressive and push in aggressively tower dive. It didn't work out for them. M3 were able to pick up a team fight from it. Now they're sitting back, relaxing a bit, make sure they manage all their creep waves, dance around Baron a little bit, take the Dragon's pressure in any way they can without being hyper aggressive. And it seems like it's working out for them right now, so they're going to try and jumble the Scenery.
Yeah, Scenery though could be in trouble. He's going to get popped up by Nautilus and Braum. Chimin straight into the backline, going to lock at Raphael. Scenery going to get clipped there by the Lux ultimate as Chimin is still locking down Raphael, but Pentakill is going to move in for it. Savoki taking up a lot of damage as Scenery's still not dead. Chimin will solo Raphael on the backside though, and then move into zone away Pentakill. As XQ still rampaging through the team. He gets himself a triple kill as Pentakill is going to try and be a hero here in this fight, but he's going to be the Lex kill to go down. The ace will be completed by Braum and HYG charge towards the base.
And they're going to pick up their first victory. Not only that, they're going to do it in 2-0 fashion against M3. HYG with their new jungler Chimin looking very good.
Chimin looks absolutely fantastic. The Fat Man was in the backlines, destroying the backline of M3. And with that, Hyper Gaming are going to move on to the Nexus. They're going to pick up a 2-0 decisive win against Masters 3.
It feels good for HYG as you can see the team takes a 2-0 victory. M3 not looking too pleased after that performance. Sub players in, YOLO and XY still playing back and forth, had a new support. Definitely felt all over the shop for Master 3, but what a win there from HYG. And it does again feel like it's on the back of Chimin. The rest of the lanes played well. It was a team effort, but Chimin just again kind of kept the juice going once they had good early games.
Yeah, he certainly didn't. Want to come back to something we mentioned before. Seeing lower placed teams from each group play each other tells you the relative strength of the group. Group A, which is M3's group, M3 is second last, has QG, Snake, WE, EPA above them. So like a good team in QG, then some very, very shaky talent. Group B, where HYG is 0 and 7, has RNG, IG, EDG, OMG, and Vici above them. Like that is such a stacked group. And you see that HYG, a team that we thought maybe were a little bit undercooked, didn't look great coming into the LSPL, had big, I guess, things to prove coming into the cross-group matches, takes out M3. That's a huge statement for Group B.
So the biggest thing for me for Group B coming for HYG is that it feels like the teams that play up against HYG know how to dominate them outside of the laning phase. They know how to shut down HYG even when they get a lead in the laning phase, and know what to do to make sure the laning phase doesn't extend. Whereas it feels like these teams like Masters 3 don't know how to deal with that.
Yeah, that was like taking standard lanes. I'm going to come back to it. That was outright arrogant. Like taking standard lanes, giving up Gragas twice is just something that Masters 3, you know, they threw the gauntlet down, especially game 2. They're like, we are going to give it to you again and run a different comp and beat you, and it comes back and bites them. Really didn't like that pick ban phase in game number 2.
Yeah, for me, I have to look at Raphael and just realize, I think playing Victor twice in a row, I get it. It's a comfort pick. It's a decent pick in the meta, but Chimin on Gragas twice, you just saw every time Raphael had the Victor, he just got punished time and time again.
And Doinby is the other Victor player. And he would make Swift play Gragas for this exact reason. He would be like, if I'm taking Victor, you are taking the Gragas. And Swift had so many Gragas games last year because of that exact reason. The ability to dive Victor. And Chimin just did it whenever they were sieging a turret, he would threaten through the forest every time.
And it was one of the big talking points as well we had about Chimin. Was it him playing Gragas, or was it just Chimin being a great player? And M3 didn't respect either of it. They didn't respect him being a great player.
They didn't even ask the question, yeah.
Yeah, they didn't even ask the question. They didn't respect, was it his Gragas? Was it Chimin? And he just got destroyed again in the next game by this absolutely massive Gragas.
Yeah, we don't even have the answer to that question, right? He gets the exact same champion twice and executes in the exact same way. So, got to give HYG a lot of credit for picking up their first win. I'm excited to see what this new roster can do. But, M3, double substitutions all over the shop. They're now moving. I think they're 2-6 now. So, they're only one game away from LGD, who have looked terrible.
Yeah.
That is not good for Masters 3.
Certainly not. And I guess my other question for HYG is how much more can they get done? New jungler, 2 Gragas games. We don't learn too much about them, but now they're starting to play a few more cross-group games. We talk about their group being very stacked. Perhaps they can start picking up more wins because HYG, the potential's definitely there.
Yeah, it is. And the thing that impressed me this time is that HYG, we knew they could lane. We knew that they were good mechanically. They can lane, and then they kind of looked lost. Getting a proactive team comp, this team comp, both times were very, very proactive. Looks like they've at least learned how to go forward. I still think if they pick something that was hard to execute, like a kite comp or something like that, maybe a siege or poke comp, they would still look a bit shaky. But this time around, with just heavy initiation, they were able to get it done 2 games in a row.
It wasn't just the proactive team comp for me. It was the fact that they executed it fantastically. They knew when to pull the trigger, they knew when to back off, and they were able to adapt. We saw in the last game as well, they tower dive, lost a team fight for it, and they adapted to it, slowed down their play, made sure they picked up more objectives and fought on their own terms instead. So it's great from HYG to just look stronger and stronger with every game.
Yeah, I have to say, it almost feels like they're powering up minute to minute. They're a good landing team. Okay, so you're good in 10 minutes. Then the 15's gotten a bit better. And honestly, with Chim in there, the mid-games looked a lot more solid. And now I'm going to give them a good 20, 25 minutes. It's not every aspect of the game, but they're definitely improving in every little facet.
Yeah, and their 80 carry saved them.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just going to throw that out there. XQ was an absolute monster that game. He got a quadra kill. I think he got 2 triple kills as well at some point in that game. The guy was going off on Kalista, and this is a reason we've always said that his Lucian Kalista, the ability to bully a lane has always been there. To translate that into team fights, really impressive.
And a lot of the team fights that HYG won, it was on the back of Chimin. We saw how Chimin played really well. Ghost got a lot of damage down. But to me, it was the fights where XQ went off, the fights that HYG were actually losing that impressed me the most, because he knew exactly when to move forward. He knew that he had to be in a risky position in order to pull up the fights for a team, and he played it really well.
Well, he does get the MVP for his troubles as well. A fantastic performance on Kalista. 12-2-7 there on the KDA, looking great. They drafted around him in game 2. He needed to deliver on the Kalista, and 2 games in a row, especially that last one, looked incredibly impressive. Have to agree.
Yeah, they first picked the Kalista for him. That was good. But the thing that I'm really looking at is you have to argue that M3's first comp was a comp drafted around PentaQ, right?
Yep.
XQ definitely not getting the same amount of, help from his team, but he was able to execute and go aggressive by himself, and that's very impressive where, you're not necessarily building a protect the Kalista comp. There's just a heck of a lot of initiation, and he's navigating the team fight by himself. That was really, really nicely played.
I think in general, HYG's drafting for both games was absolutely fantastic. They were able to pick up great flex picks, threaten with a lot of the strong picks, like picking up Braum early in game 1 and picking him up late in game 2. I think they were drafting fantastically and were always 2 steps ahead of M3 in the drafting phase.
Yeah, I look at M3's drafts and I just think, again, I see Raphael play Victor twice. I see kind of a Cogmore comp stitched together but doesn't really have a consistent vibe. M3 for me, their plays always look good. They've got some oddball picks, I'm going to say, with their solo laners, especially with XY and YOLO swapping back so much. But for me, especially in that 2-0, I look back at the drafts and I feel like M3 could have made the game so much easier on themselves, and they just didn't.
100%. And you have to, once again, question the Alistair first pick. He's such a strong support at the moment. I really do like it, but you're against a laning team. Pick a laning support, for crying out loud. That they're going to look for standard lanes. Alistair has always had a bad matchup against Braum. Ezreal has a worse matchup against Braum. Their game 2 draft was all over the shop.
This is something I actually saw a lot from newer teams in a lot of competitive regions, whereby they'd play a game, they'd have this player on the other team that played fantastically on Champion X. In this case, it was Chimin on Gragas. And they go into the next game thinking, okay, we can deal with him this time. We'll just give it to him again. Doesn't matter. We know how to deal around it. We'll just play better this time. Just ban it. Don't take that risk. Get rid of this threat. Make him play something else and make him prove himself one more time.
Yeah, I have to almost call out scenery here because we know he's a strong, aggressive jungler. We've seen him get active on the likes of Graves, on the likes of Elise. I feel like his first game definitely couldn't get behind the Gragas and tried a bit more on Graves, but was just left a little underwhelming. I expect Scenery to snowball his lanes a little harder, and he just didn't find anything
Yeah,
in this
100%.
series.
Once again, you got to go back. Scenery was one of the players that they introduced into the roster as their new jungler. You know, they threw YOLO into the top lane, who was previously jungling for them. He had some really good weeks. Like, shout out to the guy. He's very, very new. But yeah, today definitely was exploded. Like, Chimin got better than him more than one time.
And I like the bans that came out from HYG as well towards Scenery, making sure he couldn't get that Nidalee. And we even saw M3 ban Nidalee against Chimin, who is new to the LPL as well.
I think that's just going to be a standard red side ban. Like right now, Runic Echoes is like dominating. Like you can build it on anyone. It makes you farm incredibly quickly. Like Nidalee was already an aggressive jungler, was great at farming, could gank and farm at the same time. Like there's just so many good things about her kit. You throw a pretty overpowered item into the mix, and she's just you're never gonna see her.
And for Scenery as well, it could have come back to the fact that you brought up quite a few times as well, how HYG just had a winning lane all the time. They always had winning lanes. So there's just no way that Scenery could have helped these lanes
that's why
out.
he was looking for counter ganks, right? So like he's looking for counter ganks, but he's looking for them at the wrong time. Like that game, he wanders into the river to try and pick up a Scuttle Crab because he's trying to get some map pressure so he can get these counter ganks going, but he does it when Malphite's recalled. All of a sudden, you're 2v1, you're not able to get away from the Gragas and the Nautilus combo. Like Scenery had the right idea, but his execution was poor.
And I like where we're going with this because HYG picked up a win now, a strong 2-0 against M3 to finally get themselves a win on the board. We expect that with a new jungler, they might be starting to look to make a bit more of a charge towards playoffs as we get not quite halfway through the season, but towards the business end eventually. Still a big hill to climb for HYG. So my question is, against these better teams which have already played and shown that they can struggle against, what do HYG need to look to improve? Because we know they're strong laners, but that's not going to cut it against the top teams.
Yeah, honestly, they need to show some diversity. They need to prove that they can win on like not only good team fighting comps, but they have a split pusher that they can go to. They're not just winning with tank top laners. They have something else. Because honestly, like S17, he was this carry player that we were hyped up. His carries have been like really underwhelming. Like his Lissandras look good. Everything else has looked relatively poor. The other thing is HYG. Realistically, they're not a playoff team. They're not looking to go towards playoffs. They're 1-7 now. Everyone else, like, playoffs is like 3 wins or above right now, so they're still 2 games behind. Like they should focus on what they need to do to beat the next LSPL teams, beat the other LPL teams, and make sure that they're here for next split.
I think one of the things that they could also do is just bank on this strong laning phase that they have. And they did it against M3 today. They made sure they had winning lanes. They made sure they always had decent matchups. And they also forced the 2-on-2 every single time. We saw the 2-on-2 bottom lane the first game. We saw the swap come up from M3. Hyper Gaming through their bottom lane into the top lane as well. If they can force these strong lanes and force their opponents to fight on their terms, they might be able to come out ahead from that.
I'll argue that because like Snake is a team that they have one thing, right? They're a lane swapping team. Like that is what Snake does. And they always play towards it. But what happens is you run into a team that is a better 2v2 lane and a better lane swapping lane than you. And because you can play one really well and you can't play the other one at all, they just beat you in both. So like what you don't want to do, like LGD were the king of this last year. They were the best lane swapping team and the best 2v2 laning team. And QG in the end were like, well, we have to 2v2 lane them because they will farm 3 lanes. We can only farm 2 lanes because of how good Acorn was playing last season. So you have to eventually learn how to lane swap. If you are HYG, sure, play majority of your game standard, but you have to also be able to lane swap because otherwise teams will crush you.
Yeah, and how much of that really plays into, I guess, these teams? Maybe the players look to move to other organizations. Maybe they're looking ahead at the future and say, okay, we maybe not going to make playoffs at this point, but we obviously want to improve and get better. How much work do they have to do? So how important is it, I guess, to be diverse?
So, yeah, the thing that impresses me, their individual skill is there. Like, all 5 of these players looked really, really good mechanically today. It is only a teamwork thing, and one thing fixes that. It's time.
Well, certainly does here. We are going to go take a break there. Don't go too far away. We've got more matches, but we're going to take a quick one, and when we return, our second set will be here with you. And welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We just saw HYG with a commanding 2-0 victory versus M3. It's going to move ourselves into our next second best of 3 for the evening. My name is Julian Pastry Time Car. Still joining me here on the desk are Matthew Fitzstewart and Jake Spawn-Zabiri. Gentlemen, a great last game there, but let's move straight into this one. World Elite versus Vici. We're starting to move closer to the top of the table as we go through today, it feels like.
Yeah, we certainly are. And WE versus Vici should be very fun to watch because it's 4-3 versus 3-4. Like, that's their win-loss ratio at the moment. So Vici, they've struggled with Easyhoon on the roster. We need to see if they can incorporate him more successfully. I feel like it wasn't a Rise 1 trick. He's not really, but that was that was like Vici with Easyhoon were kind of a Rise 1 trick.
Yep.
So I want to see now if they can get the rest of his champion pool going and really start to ramp up.
So I feel like the identity of these two teams has really swapped. It felt like to me, World Elite came into the LPL with this huge lineup and this roster. They really it was Vici that came into the LPL with this big lineup, massive import from Korea being Easyhoon, and they just wanted to jump onto the riff and dominate people, whereas World Elite were the ones that had to improve and slowly get better into the league. But it feels like just completely swapped. World Elite, they've done really well, whereas Vici, they just slowly need to start improving.
And we, every single time we do this, we're like, they have a superstar Korean mid lane, and this is going to be so easy. He has to learn how to play with a team, for crying out loud. Like, he's been there for a couple of months at most. Like, and through that Chinese New Year celebration as well. So, like, I love the roster that Vici have put together. I think eventually they will be good, but please give the man some time.
I like what Frostgren has to say about that, which is they wanted a faker, but they got an Easyhoon. So I like that a lot.
Well, we'll look through our first lineup here. It's World Elite, actually, that will start on here. 957 in the top side, Condi in the jungle, Xie in mid, Mystic in AD carry, and Zero their support with Coach Hoon watching by. We'll start in the top, though, of course. 957, Lord of Rammus, loves the champion.
Armadillo.
And yeah, let's talk about Rammus a little bit. Such a power pick, able to lock down one priority target, means you can't really run an assassin. He's great against the triple AD carry threats. I just love him as a champion. And, 957, he has been someone that's immediately integrated himself into a team. He looks great.
Condi's been the carry jungler for the side of World Elite as well, but his last 2 games wasn't performing very well for the team.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the team's tempo does come from Condi, but we'll have a look at Xie briefly. Lots of Corki games, lots of Quinn playing a bit more aggressive, lots more carries, whereas Mystic sticking to what he knows here.
Xie is a beast. He's an absolute beast in that mid lane. He's been playing very well.
Yeah, he certainly has, able to go 1v1 with Athena a couple of times. Mystic and Zero have been playing pretty well, you have to say. I think that the Ezreal pick is something they need to look at. It provides a lot of control for Mystic, but he is playing it an awful lot. And I think that teams are starting to get a little bit of a hold of that, especially EDG Game 1. Looked like they were very comfortable against it, so he moved over to the Kalista.
Yeah, can't be too predictable, certainly for Mystic, but we'll see what Vici are bringing to the table today. Can't imagine we'll have any surprises with the lineups, but definitely curious to see how Vici play together. It is sort of a synergy thing. It feels like the squad are starting to try and gel a little bit more, and week on week, Vici, this team that we know have plenty of star power and potential, starting to grow strength to strength. But, like you guys mentioned already, World Elite also looking good. As we'll run through that team profile nice and quickly. I like Vasily still there in the top left, repping the brand, as it were. But Lung, Dandy, Easyhoon, Endless, and Caveman are their starting 5.
Yeah, I don't think Vasily has a computer to play on, so unfortunately, it's going to be running Endless again. We haven't seen Vasily in a while, and it is Lung, their top laner. Previously from Unlimited Potential, very, very good top laner. A heck of a lot of Poppy, though, and once again, don't really want to call people predictable, but Lung has become a very predictable top laner.
You have to ban Poppy out against him. And when you're playing against Lung, you have to ban Poppy.
I don't know if you do. I think Rammus is fine against Poppy. Like, I actually really, really like the matchup. I say you just bait him into it and go toe-to-toe. Rammus is a better pure tank as well.
Well, we saw Dandy there, of course. Easyhoon there in the mid lane. The 2-star Koreans on the Vici side. I like that Easyhoon's been mixing in the Twisted Fate recently. It's nice to see him play more of his
That is the
strong
pick for me. We used to seeing Easyhoon stall out games. The Twisted Fate and Rise, he kind of plays similarly. Gets into Lung lane, try and help him out as much as possible. Has looked much better on it.
For me, I want to see him play Lissandra more. I think that's his champion. And he is my favorite bottom lane of the LPL. Caveman and Endless. I love their combination in the bottom lane because it just plays so differently from every other team.
Yeah, they played scared. Like, that's honestly how they play. Like, if Vici is a team that has a strong top of the map and a very poor bottom half of the map, and we'll see whether that plays into exactly what World Elite are bringing, because I feel like Mystic and Zero are much better bottom lane.
But that's exactly why I like Endless and Caveman in bottom lane, because they play, like you said, they play scared. They like to just push out the lane and make sure the lane was always pushed into the opposition's turret, and so that they have no way at all to do anything in this bottom lane, just forced to farm underneath the turret for the entire game.
All right, so let's actually talk about this a bit, because this is a thing that in this metagame is actually relatively popular. Keep your strong half, pivot around your jungle and your 2 solo laners, and give more utility to your bottom lane, and then play like very much like 3 carries, 2 utility champions. Just move your utility from jungle to bottom lane and give them your AD carry more of that potential. Now that Cogs being more of a thing, the meta will shift eventually. I feel like if you don't have an AD carry that can actually put the carry in the role, you're going to run into problems eventually.
Yeah, you want to carry like Deft, right? Deft is like the perfect, I am utility, but I also play carries really well. You do not want an Endless. Endless is like, he is a Kalista, Tristana on a good day sometimes. Like, I don't know what's going on there. So I look at this bottom lane and I really struggle to see the bright spot in it.
I still really like them because in a league where there's tower diving all over the place, there's kills left, right, and center, it's just these 2 peaceful people in the bottom. They're like, yep, we want to push, we want to farm. Don't bother us. We're just gonna be here. Don't mess with us.
I love that a region that has brought Wei Xiao, Uzi, Devil or / Name, whatever you want to call him, like some of the best aggressive AD carries ever, and you're like, yeah, Endless, he's my man. I'm going to it.
Yeah, even Deft has picked up the bloodthirst ever since he joined EDG. So I have to agree. I like the aggression a bit more. And Mystic and Zero have actually brought that before. That's the thing that's impressed me most about those two, especially when they used to play a lot of Jinx Thresh. They love level 2 all-inning people. If they need to be aggressive, they can be.
I feel like Zero makes everyone he plays with aggressively.
Yep.
Like he has always done it as well. I think that Zero is like a very good aggressive support player. Loves the Braum, loves the Thresh. Is okay at going backwards, but much better at going forward.
Certainly is, as we are going to see what the draft brings us for our first game. It should be a whole lot of fun here between World Elite and Vici WE over on the blue side for game 1. Vici inhabiting the red and Twisted Fate insta-ban. Lissandra will follow. Goodbye Easy Hoon's champions, but Vici have banned.
Doing what Masters 3 should have done in game number 2.
And once again, I'm not going to call him a one-trick.
Yep.
But Easy Hoon has a very limited champion pool. And talking about people that have good champion pools, 957's Fiora is like kick-ass, and it's been taken away. Really like that.
Yep, good ban there for Vici at 957. I believe he was the first player in the LPL to play the top Rammer, so he's clearly got the finger on the pulse as far as the meta picks goes. We'll see what he can pick up here, but World Elite final ban is Poppy. So going to take that away from Lung. Pretty straightforward.
And this is what I want them to see going against Lung. Spawn did bring up the point where they could just pick Rammus and fight it, but this is what I like to see from teams. They respect that a player has a strong pick. They respect that it's a strong pick in the current meta as well. Take it away. Don't risk it.
Almost feel the opposite as well, where, again, you mentioned the Gragas ban that didn't happen in our last series. Just get them off it and see what else they can play. There's definitely something to be said about moving players a bit outside their comfort, see if you can find a bit more info, as Vici are going to make a pretty standard 6-3 ban here and take Kog'Maw as their final one.
You know, Lulu is still available, Corki is still available. Easy Hoon has 2 champions up. That's why I really don't like the Poppy. I think if you're going to attack a player, just attack the player. Like, there's no point diversifying your bans at that point. You know, take away Lulu, pick Corki. Like, take away Corki, pick Lulu. Like, whatever your game plan is, there was a chance right here that they forced Easy Hoon off. Like, we see a new champion out of him. And right now, he just goes back to the Corki and it doesn't really change the way the game's going to be played at all.
Well, World Elite, considering this first pick, it would make a lot of sense to take Lulu. It's a very powerful pick and usually a common first pick on blue side. But World Elite are taking their time with this one. Want to make sure that they have everything lined up the way they want it to. It doesn't quite fit GA's recent picks in mid lane with a lot more AD assassins, but 957, of course, could take it. And World Elite actually going to use almost all their time, but they do settle on the logical choice. It is Lulu.
They played it game 1 versus RNG, where they picked up a win. They played it with a Tristana actually out of Mystic, which I liked a lot. I think that Mystic's Jinx is also something we have to talk about. Jinx with Runan's Hurricane on this patch is very good. So a Razor Puppy comp potentially coming out of WE's lineup.
This does mean that Alistar is left available and Kalista at that too. So that would be a bottom lane that Vici would love to pick up, and I wouldn't be surprised if they give that over to Endless. Corki's available as well, which can be a good flex pick, but if they're going to pick that one up with Kalista, maybe not too much.
It's almost the danger of target banning here, as Vici are going to get gifted a number of strong picks over on the red side. There is Kalista locked in though, and there's Nidalee actually for Dandy, so a strong jungler. Dandy going to pick it up here.
I think that's one of the avenues that Vici have to attack here with. A strong jungler like Dandy, they have to try and attack Condi, who performed really well in the first few weeks of the LPL, but his last 2 games have not been impressive. Attack the weak point of World Elite, which is Condi right now.
He's Lee Sin game 2 against EDG had one really good kick. I always say if you have a Lee Sin game and it has one good kick, like, you're done. He kicked, who was it? He kicked someone through 3 people and straight into a Lissandra ult. So, you know, he's not had a horrible performance, but game 3 especially, wow, did Clear Love school the kid? Like, let's just get realistic. So, yeah, I agree. You can look to attack him. But this is what I was worried about. WE are now trying to deny champion pool that much, so they've actually got 2 champions that synergize rather poor with each other. That is Lulu Corki that they're currently hovering. Really don't like that combo. It means that your Lulu will be a top lane, which telegraphs your draft a lot as well. So we'll see how this works out for them, but they're definitely trying to deny the Hoon.
They could still throw that one over to Mystic. Not an optimal choice, but it's possible.
Oh, it's so ugly. Like, you have the best, like, you have a champion that synergizes so well with hyper-scaling AD carries, and you give him a Spell Weaver. Like, it just makes, like, why pick Lulu in that case? Like, it just annoys me so much.
Well, the first 3 picks are in for WE. Lulu, Alistar, Corki are their selections. We'll see just how creative World Elite can get with their draft. But Vici are going to see what they can lock down. They actually do take Victor quite early. Easyhoon going to pick his own champion, clearly comfortable with that. It feels like Vici likely going to take Braum here, so we're going to throw it back over to World Elite shortly.
So they do pick Victor up in the mid lane, which should give Easyhoon his comfortable control mage style of play here. And if Sia is going to take Corki into the mid lane, it's a good matchup for Easyhoon as well. Sia does get a really aggressive champion. We've seen how aggressive Rookie can be on the likes of Corki, but Easyhoon picking up Victor should be able to deny some of that aggression.
Yeah, he certainly should, and, you know, has a good matchup against Lulu as well, you have to say. So, you know, whatever they throw at Easyhoon here, he is going to have a good matchup. So I like that. And you can see that straight away Mystic, he wants nothing to do with the Corki. He wants a hyperscaling AD carry. He needs to put in work this game.
Doesn't surprise me. Could even be the Triss Lulu that you mentioned already. I think World Elite are going to give Mystic a nice long-range carry.
I also want to see the Lee Sin out of Condi, just because, like, we've already said it. If there's no pressure of a dive onto the mid lane, Easyhoon's just going to sit there all day and clear out waves. So I would like to see the Lee Sin. Rek'Sai does a similar vein. You know, you can definitely dive, get early ganks going. So we'll see whether Condi is able to make that one work.
Well, we've got the Tristana locked in already, so Lulu Trist has been assembled for World Elite. Definitely putting some strong late game options into the hands of Mystic. It really just is a matter of which jungler Condi wants to go with. Looks like Rek'Sai could be Lee Sin, but I don't think we'll see too much change from the man.
It's touching on something you brought up as well, Pastry. It seems like with all these target bans coming up from World Elite, and a couple coming from Vici as well, it does really feel like it's just teams trying to contest for all of these big, strong power picks. So we don't have the last pick mid laner coming from Vici Gaming. We don't see the flex picks being used for the final 2 rotation from World Elite. So it was a very predictable draft, but it does look like a lot of powerful champions have gone over to both sides.
And I think for me, the worry there is that you don't just want to draft the strong champions, they need to fit together as well. So I think World Elite has done a decent job with the way they've drafted of giving Mystic a strong carry and assembling something nice with the Lulu first pick that they've gotten. I guess the question is, how do Vici finish their draft? They clearly gave Easyhoon the mid lane early, although I guess assuming Corki didn't need the counter pick. They're going to actually leave that in the hands of Long. He knows his opponent. It's Lulu at this point, unless World Elite are going to get crazy creative. They're highlighting Nautilus for now, but 10 seconds for them to lock this in.
Yeah, I feel like Vici have thoroughly outdrafted Team WE here. Even though they have, like, hyperscaling Lulu, which generally is a recipe for success in the LPL. Just feel that they're better in a lane swap situation. They're really, really good late game. Dandy's on an aggressive jungler. You know, Endless is going to spike a little bit earlier as well than what Tristana will. So I like what they've done here. I think that they have a lot of good recipes to be able to team fight successfully as well as split push. WE, the longer the game goes, the happier they will be, as you always are with Tristana Lulu. But they need to make sure they don't fall behind early. This is really, really tough for them.
And I really like the last pick of Nautilus coming for Vici Gaming because it just adds that little bit of extra engage they were missing. They already had the Braum and the Kalista ultimate as well, but giving you Nautilus just means you have so many more avenues to attack Team World Elite.
Well, let's have a look at it, right? If he goes Banner of Command, like, they struggle to clear out the minion. If he goes Rot Portal, there is no one that can really side lane pressure. So I agree with you. Nautilus in this draft, very, very strong. We'll see what build he wants to go with, whether he goes for the teamfight build or that weird, awkward split-pushing one.
957 and Condi really need to attack Long early in the game if they want to try and shut that down and stop him from getting to that. We saw that last night. Nautilus left on 9
this is
CS.
It's gonna be lane swap, man. Like, this is 100% a lane swap game.
We saw a lane swap last night, and Nautilus was left on 9 CS at 9 minutes. So it's possible to try and lock him down, but it was still Nautilus that came back to bite them in the later stages of the game. So I like the pick from Vici. 957 Condi got their work cut out for them, though.
I believe in Long. I think it'll be just fine there in the lane. So as you can see, the team comps on your screen. Curious, certainly, between the two. It feels like the teams are evolving. I have to say, I love seeing Dandy on the more aggressive junglers. We always look to the jungle matchup, especially between these two teams. I think Dandy might have a field day today.
Yeah, it certainly looks like he's got what he wanted, so we'll see if he can make it work.
Certainly will. So we are going to get ourselves onto the roof. It's Waterloo vs Vici for game number 1. And we're out onto Summoner's Rift for the 3rd time this evening. Maths is hard.
Fight!
As Zero and Caveman are
Get in there.
moving around the fighting bush, having a classic support slap off. There's 957 going to poke Lung back there as well. And you mentioned lane swap already. Could be setting up for it right now. As you can see, teams fanning out for vision, but lots of vision in the river. She is dancing under the turret, so you know the mid laners aren't going anywhere. It looks like maybe the duo lanes. Oh, I spoke too soon. Vici already moving up towards the top side.
Vici really do want this lane swap here. No Stealthy Surge coming in from 957, so he's not going to put World Elite in front with those early few slaps that he gets onto Nautilus.
But it's going to be mirrored, so lane swap coming from both duo lane. Definitely feel like this is in WE's favor. Of course, Braum, Kalista is a very strong 2v2, but you just feel that they didn't want to allow the fast push to come out.
It almost feels like World Elite did not want the lane swap to take... sorry, it almost feels like World Elite did not want the lane swap because they spotted out Vici moving up into the top lane and just mirrored it with sending Alistar.
100%. What they want to do is they want to get the Rek'Sai into the lanes early, see if they can get any ganks going, and see if they can pressure the 2v2. As I said, it's a very, very rough lane at this stage of the game. Like, all over the map, there's going to be difficulty, but in the long run, it should benefit them because of their jungle pickup.
Well, no Grass of the Undying being picked up here onto Long in Nautilus.
Everyone loves Strength of the Ages, apparently. Yeah. That's the new hotness.
I mean, 300 health is amazing, but Grass and Undying is great on a champion that can farm up and get really tanky.
Could be a matchup thing. As we do see, of course, 2v2 lanes now in place. Endless and Caveman actually stole 2 of the little Sentinels, so they've got a massive XP lead.
I like the Mastery not going Grass of the Undying, because if you realistically look at the team comp, like, he's not going to be hitting anyone. Like, you have a Lulu, a Corki, and a Tristana, all that are, like, really outrange you. So instead, he's just going to be posturing aggressively around the map. Definitely going to be made a lot more effective against a lot of the poke that will come out of WE early. So Strength of the Ages, to me, makes a lot of sense.
For me, it makes sense just because he's either going up against 957 in a solo game, or he's going up into a 2-on-1. Both of those cases, Grass and Undying is not going to be effective. I feel like it's a little bit less effective in teamfights, but still good pickup here.
Well, we'll see what happens. Free health is free health. I'm sure they won't be too unhappy about it, as Jungle is just flying through right now. Dandy going to take out the Krogs very swiftly. As Rek'Sai over on the Wolf camp right now.
So Nidalee has 3 auto attack resets in her kit, maybe even a 4th if you can play her well. You know, the double transforms, the Q is an auto attack reset. So I really like how quickly Dandy is able to jungle, use the kit to, I guess, very, very high ability. You can see that he's done a whole clear, and Condi is still on his 2nd buff.
Oh, and that would have been a steal if Dandy could go for it. Vici do roam down to try and contest it, but Condi thankfully able to secure his buff and not get it stolen by the Nidalee.
You also have to give a lot of respect to Condi because he's quite a smart jungler. Smites a wolf camp before he starts up that buff means that he knows if an invader is coming and he can spot which direction from as well. So really like the use of the wolf smite there. Means that he'll keep himself very safe against what is an aggressive counter jungler.
It does seem like Vici do have the timers on point as well, and they had a very nice plan for the early game. Almost got there in time to try and contest that blue buff, but like you said, Condi playing it very well. Meanwhile, we have a look at the mid lane here. Easy Hoon against Sia. Sia normally a very aggressive jungler here. Sorry, very aggressive mid laner who's going to get ganked by Dandy. Dandy doesn't even get a single auto attack down into this Corki.
Still enough pressure to force that Valkyrie out. Nice bit of pressure there from Dandy's Easy Hoon. Also won the earlier trade just before Dandy entered the lane. Hook goes wide there for Lung. Nice little dodge to the side there for 957. And Nautilus keeping up in the 1v1. We expect Lulu to be kind of a lane bully in most matchups as Dandy continues to ravage 2 jungle.
Yeah, he used his teleport early. Like, Lung is just an outright cheater. He does this all the time. He and Zatai are the two. I am going to get a second potion, a second Doran's ring, and teleport into my lane and be the bully for you. It will come back and bite them if there is a cross-map play to be made, but majority of the time there isn't. So, you know, he looks like he's winning the lane, but that's very artificial. Like, 957 should mirror this, go back, get himself a second ring as well, and equalize what is a very heavy bully lane right now.
Well, there's no 1 ring to rule them all, as there's 4 on Summoner's Rift right now, 2 onto Long. We might be able to see 957 go back and pick one more up for himself here. He's even started with that as well. He's been doing really good in this mid lane, making sure that C has been pushed underneath tower, making that really aggressive mid laner that we normally see from WE play on the back foot a little bit and farm up and just tank all this damage from the Victor.
It's a Cassidy theory, right? Corki trades in windows. You are able to Q a minion or the opponent, get yourself that shield, and then return harass in a very effective way. But Victor does it with wave clear, which is why he's a better pick than Cassidy in the current meta. So I like exactly what Easy Hoon's able to do here. Bully around the lane. Hasn't given himself a massive CS advantage, but he also has that teleport, so should be able to answer any plays around the map, and hopefully the mobility that Corki will have as soon as that package is picked up for Xie.
Well, you can see Xie right now just trying to farm up at range. Does have level 6 now, so rockets will start coming into play. Going to make playing back into your lane a bit easier. He's back in that top side. Zero and Mystic sort of doing what we expect in the 2v2. Winning by just a bit here, but shoving in as much as they can. Tristana pretty much going to do it automatically. Zero going to help heal it up.
So the reason that I like the 2v2 matchup, not at level 1, because obviously that's where Braum's king, but as the time goes on, is because Endless is relying on consistent auto attacks and Ren to win the trade. That's exactly what Tristana wants, but hers is stronger in the window that you're able to trade in laning phase. Late game, definitely not, because it's a multiple person Ren that comes out, but in the laning phase when you're just auto attacking one person, Tristana should be able to trade very equally with a Callisto.
It's been working well for Tristana as well, slightly ahead in terms of CS, which can get nullified by Endless if he wants to, but they've been doing exactly what Vici don't want them to be doing. Endless and Caveman, they're very used to pushing up, moving the wave into the opponent's turret, and always backing off, playing it safe, so to speak. This is a spot where they're very weak at, when they're pushed underneath their own turret and have to deal with pressure, such as, look at this, Condi up in the top lane, playing Rek'Sai, threatening a dive up in that top lane as well, and they're constantly taking harass from Tristana as well, not in their comfort zone right now.
And if you push, you're going to reach level 6 quicker, which means that, you know, you always have the potential to dive with Alistar, because he's going to get a whole wave of experience before any dive, because that's how quickly they're pushing it up, and we'll see hit this in the top lane.
Yeah, they're actually going to try for something now. Endless getting low here. Mystic's going to go in for the jump. He needs an auto. He is going to get it, and that's first blood.
So jumps on him. You know, the Rek'Sai in the end probably wasn't even needed. Dandy uses that time to pick himself up a couple of camps and a major buff, but in the end, first blood, definitely worthwhile for WE.
And this really feels like WE attacking a weak point of Vici, identifying that Endless and Caveman play with this very scared playstyle and making sure they put a lot of pressure toward that side of the map.
And this was actually Vici starting this up, not respecting, I guess, the tankiness. Endless gets alley-oop to Mystic. He's so can't really do anything. And as I said, Condi comes in here. He lands a Prey Seeker, I think, but that's all. Like, nothing else even came out of the Rek'Sai, so that was very nicely done.
Reset on Tristana's W as well, helping out so much in that fight too. Got 2 rocket jumps off.
Yeah, of course, if you explode the satchel, you get another rocket jump. It's quite a cool mechanic, especially when you see good Tristana players hopping around the rift. So on kills, on the explosive satchel detonation, going to give a lot of mobility over to Mystic.
And that's given them a nice lead up in the top lane. A single kill going over to Tristana, 10 CS advantage for the Tristana as well. Lulu's been able to continue that push up in the top lane and pick up the first turret for World Elite. And with that, they're about 1,000 gold ahead of Vici.
Yeah, and you see Xie, all of a sudden he has a package. He has the ability to roam around the map. You have to say that even though there's a 20 CS advantage for Dandy, which on a jungler is huge, the ability to impact the map and get the first blood for his team really does allow Condi to accelerate the pace of the game. He's still a level down, but if he's able to, I guess, control tempo, shouldn't mean too much.
No, World Elite's lane's looking pretty good so far, so Condi just going to have to try and keep Dandy back as much as possible, as we have swapped the lanes back around. 957 already got the turret. Looks like Mystic and Zero going to work down the bottom side with that BF sword and the quick Berserker Greaves. Mystic going to be sieging nice and quick here on the Trist.
And this is my problem with Vici's bottom lane. You can see everywhere else is even or ahead. for Vici. Endless and Caveman are losing that badly. Teleport coming in.
Teleport is coming in. They pop the the ultimate coming for Kalista to try and knock someone up. Mystic will be the first one to go down as we see both Easy Hoon and Lung want to join this fight in the bottom lane. Zero is incredibly tanky on this Alistar, but not tanky enough for a two-man teleport.
Yeah, so that's why Condi was actually shadowing the lane, because they were pushing so much. We'll see whether anything does eventuate from this, whether WE can get some pressure on mid lane turret or even a kill onto Dandy. But yeah, you have to say that that was some over-aggression. But before that, the lane was going horribly for Vici. That is 2 massive globals expended to equalize a lane. And you have to say that realistically, they're probably still behind. And Mystic and Zero are going to go down there, repeat exactly what they're doing, and they have another 5 minutes to get away with it.
Yeah, and again, double dagger now for Mystic. Looks like he'll go BF into probably Zeal of some sort. I think we've seen both Rapid Fire Cannon and Static Shiv. So I'll see what Mystic wants to do with his build in just a second. But the tower couldn't even be picked up there by Endless either. So Waterloo still hold on to some of that gold. It's actually even back up after those kills. But like you mentioned, a lot of resources burnt. Dandy pressures Shia in the mid earlier as well, but it's going back to farming as they'll reset these lanes once again.
And Dandy really is like the star right now. He's 2 levels above pretty much. He's 30 CS. He's doubled the CS of Condi. He really needs to get something happening in this game. Oh, that's so cute.
That was cute.
Good job, Dandy.
Nice quick runic echoes there. Going to give Dandy the alley-oop.
That's 5 people on the bottom side of the map. They want to start up Dragon or potentially dive bottom lane. What it is going to mean is that they get another turret, most likely for free as well.
Mortal know they can do this as well because they saw the teleport come out for long. He's stuck up in that top lane. There's no way he can contest that. But if Condi eats a couple more spears like this, he might be forced off this dragon as well. It's getting low to about 1,500 health. Good job from Zero to tank out that last spear.
Yeah, Zero caught that one. Good hand, Zero. They will get the dragon. Means that they need to send 957 back. Would have liked to see a play on the turret. Instead, they go for the safe play. Cost them a little bit of tempo and a gold lead. But hopefully, Mystic and Zero can continue this pressure in the bottom side of the map.
Well, Lung starting to proxy this wave up just a bit. 957 has to run his way back on the Lulu as Dandy can realize that camp is gone, collapse some tunnels and continue his control over this jungle. Gromp not there either, so plenty of info there as 957 is going to ward up the Gromp now. Dandy though spots a pink orb, able to clear that out as well. And Lung actually might even go for a dive. He knows Dandy's in the area. 957 needs a huge trade there.
Yeah, that's always the strength of Nautilus. He actually trades really, really well with his base stats. You can see he goes straight into MR. And this is big trouble right now because they've proxied the whole wave and there's no way 957 can get back to his turret.
957 is just stuck in between these 2 turrets. He's actually calling on up for Rek'Sai to come help him out. Get him closer to that turret so he can actually farm up some of the CS. So good play between Lung and Dandy to recognize that. And you mentioned how Dandy was slightly ahead. He's still 30 CS ahead of Condi in this jungle. Condi, he's playing the control jungler, but not able to control anything at the moment.
And that's a problem with doing Dragon, as opposed to diving that bottom lane turret. You can see they didn't get any gold off it. All of a sudden, that's a 30 CS lead in the top lane for the Nautilus. And we said that he needs to be kept down, otherwise he's just going to be able to tank up all this Tristana damage. So really respect Lung's ability to get ahead, but Dandy definitely facilitated that. And it's because WE went for the Dragon. The play wasn't there. They should have gone for the dive or just pulled out. And it means that even more pressure in this top lane now.
Yeah, and Dandy's just camping this top side of the map now. 957 going to get forced back again. Lung and Dandy will be able to get the turret here, and that will leap Vici actually a bit further ahead in gold. Going to equalize as Mystic does claim the bottom side, but will pop back into Vici's favor as they take out the top outer. So 2-1 now in turrets, but the gold's still there for Vici, despite the turret lead for Waterloo. Zero looks mid, but Easy Hoon just playing so slick in that mid lane, able to be forward when he has to and then back when he's required as well.
And this is a time where they really start struggling because now they can't look to make plays anywhere. Like, they can't siege up mid lane because there is a Victor there. They can't really dive him. Top lane is outright winning now for Lung's Nautilus. Bottom lane has kind of equalized. I mean, Mystic is still ahead. And they're going to look to make a play.
And they are going to try and make that play with a teleport as 957 comes down to the bottom lane. Endless pulls back his support, but he'll be the first to go down as Mystic's going to rocket jump over. Caveman gets headbutted back by Zero. He's got a long way to run if he wants to escape from the Western World Elite. Doesn't look like that's going to be possible. He's slowed down by the Lulu. Condi actually uses his flash to jump onto Caveman. He's still desperately trying to get away, but World Elite will eventually take him down.
Yeah, so in the end, it's another good teleport play coming out of WE. You see it right there. Pulls any support, but Endless gets chunked out. Zero's over the back. This was actually a really funny flash headbutt pole because, you know, Mystic has already jumped the other way and they actually have to use a lot in the end. to get a secured kill, but definitely worthwhile right now because they're able to get the gold lead, get back the pressure around the map that they kind of lost for a bit.
And it really feels like Waterloo identifying that Vici have this weak bottom lane and attacking that again, making sure that they use a lot of resources to attack this weak lane.
And that's why I don't like the fact that Vici let through a protected Tristana comp, because they're going to naturally win, and then you give them an even bigger win condition because your bottom lane is so weak at this stage of the game. And the game entirely, just because of, I guess, the players who were there. And Mystic and Zero now, they're 2-1-1, they're up in farm. They've also got this Lulu to buff them up, so it becomes like Lung versus Mystic at this stage of the game. And as tanky as Nautilus is, late game Tristana with a Lulu hits like a truck.
Yeah, Mystic has Infinity Edge done already, so starting to get nice and strong here, 15 minutes in, 2-1-1. Looking good there for the Waterloo AD carry. As expected, though, Vici's top half of the map is doing nicely. Easy Hoon actually a bit even in CS now, but has been exerting great pressure and control over his lane. As Anderson Caveman going to do a bit of janitor duty, clean out that Scuttle Crab, and then go back. They do not want to fight Mystic at this point.
And Dandy's playing Nidalee kind of like Graves. Like, he's just power farmed the whole time. Like, the pressure he has put out is not ganks, it's just forcing people off objectives. Graves does that really successfully as well. So I like this. He's up a huge CS number, like still 30 CS, going towards a scaling item build as well. In this situation, I do like the roller because he needs to be able to go late game because we know that's where the game's headed anyway. So he's performed really well so far this game.
A lot better from both Dandy and Easy Hoon, in my opinion. They don't feel like they're running around like headless chickens in this match. They feel like they have an objective that they're trying to get towards, and they're getting towards it slowly but surely, which should be the signature of Vici's team comp.
Well, Shio back in that mid lane has again equalized a bit after Easy Hoon was really sticking it to him in the early stages. Trinity Force has been completed for Corki, so Shio's first item is ready to go as 957 and Lung having more action on the top side. Spirit Visage Nautilus, though, poor Lulu can't really do too much, especially with the Rod of Ages still on the way.
Yeah, you can't do anything at all.
He's not having any of that little pixie.
Like, and if he goes towards something like a Banner of Command, like, there's even left 957 can do.
Oh, goodness. Long is actually, he wants a piece of this top laner. 957 taking a
the
truck of damage.
He wanted to get the ulti out without using his ulti because they're both such good teamfight ultimates. Dragon's coming up as well in 30 seconds, so wanted to force him out, get the ulti, but didn't happen.
So that's also why I like Grass in the Undying. I feel like that might have been just enough for him to force the ultimate. He's actually going to jump back onto 957 here. He flashes forward, gets the kill. Long in a 3-on-1. Turning into a 4-on-1 now as CM picks up his first kill of the game.
So that was actually a mistake out of 957. He baited it well, then just needed to flash away. Otherwise, Lung was going to be able to pick it up. Let's have a look at it. So as soon as this happens, you just ulti yourself and flash. There's no point sticking around. Instead, he gets greedy with the summoner spells usage, and Lung will be able to pick him up. So you have to respect the trade 1-for-1, but Lung used everything there and gave a kill over. Did alleviate some map pressure because they were able to pick up the bottom lane turret. So Vici come out net ahead, also grabbed himself a dragon for it. So quite a bit ahead, but that's just because 957 got a bit greedy.
Well, see if it greed costs him anymore here as Vici are grouping in towards the mid lane. Mystic here to defend, but looking a little lonely. As just the Tristana now has that Kirchhoff Shard finished as well. So whichever item he would like for attack speed will be his choice soon. As Dandy continuing to chunk out farm and fly through the jungle. Rod of Ages has to be close, if not done already. 957's already got his. So if Dandy's goes back and finishes his quite soon, given that he had to go full Runic Echoes and the Hunter's Potion beforehand, just shows you how efficient Dandy is on this Nidalee.
Yeah, it certainly does. And once again, Hunter's Potion pickup, you saw that the priority was on farming, keeping yourself 100% health, so you're able to impact the map if you have to, but just being able to put the jungle on farm. And he has not missed a beat. Still 2 levels up, counter-jungling everything.
And something you touched on really briefly, Pastry Time, is that how Vici put a lot of resources towards the top side of their map, especially with Dandy, with Lung and Easy Hoon playing very well in this match, and none going towards the bottom side. We talked a lot about how Waterloo attacked this bottom lane.
Whoa. Double teleport into the bottom lane is no resources given into the bottom. I don't want to hear this.
Yeah, so we talked a lot about how Waterloo attacked this bottom lane, but Vici have done a really good job of making sure they distribute that resource back as well. They have a lot of pressure in the top lane. Lung got a nice counter 957. Dandy's just solo farming like a god. Easy Hoon's going toe-to-toe in mid lane and controlling that nicely. Double teleports into the bottom lane. I'd like to see more from Vici as well to make sure that Endless and Caveman stay in this game.
I'm telling you, man, there's no way you prop them up. They're just... I want to give you like something here, but Mystic and Zero are just by far away a better bottom lane at this stage of the game. I actually think, you know, even running the teleport on Easyhoon is a little bit too much, because if he gets caught out late game and he doesn't have an exhaust, doesn't have that barrier or a heal, it's going to really punish him for having to keep his bottom lane safe. There's a reason that they run double teleports and Twisted Fate so much, and it is because their bottom lane gets picked on relentlessly in 2v2s.
Well, looks like Xie could be in a spot of bother. Fate's Call used. Flash forward. There's a flash 4-star for Xie. A lot of cooldowns burnt, but trading Summoners here and the blue buff's up, so nice timing for Vici to get aggressive.
Yeah, and Zero's actually hanging out here.
Zero's going to hang out, knocks Dandy back into Mystic. Dandy will flash forward, pounce forward, pick up the blue buff. Mystic has to flash away from a spear, as Zero's going to pop out his ultimate as Lung's teleporting into the fight. Gets locked down slightly, Zero's really low. He should be the first gunner as Dandy pounces onto him. Condi's going to jump over the wall, gets knocked up by the ultimate for Nautilus. Dandy jumps back over, he's jumping all the way into these fights as Easyhoon is now going aggressively forward. CS still in this fight, Valkyrie's out of it, and Vici pick up a kill.
Yeah, that was a little bit unnecessarily out of WE. They didn't need to fight there. Their team comp hasn't come online. You know, we talk about the 2-item spike of an AD carry with a Lulu. That hasn't been reached, and they still want more.
Yeah, Easyhoon going to flash in. He wants Xie, who's out of mana. Damage is there from the Thunderlords as the death ray goes down. Easyhoon going to keep chasing Xie, going to pop the heal for a bit of move speed, and Condi here to save it as the Valkyrie is there for Xie.
And once again, that's just a little bit of over-aggression. They need to pick up this mid lane turret. They probably didn't need to go for the play, but they do go for it. Let's take another look at this. So Dandy jumps in. I like the start of this. See if you can catch Dandy out. You obviously can't because he gets a reset on his pounce, so just don't go any further. Instead, you know, Mystic jumped into the fight, kind of left Zero out to dry. Zero falls down nice and early. Lung's just taking up everything like a boss because he's a Nautilus. So, you know, a little bit of an overcommit here from WE for where the game is at. But you see that is Vici at their strongest point of the game, still only picking up 1 kill. This game gets harder as the game goes on.
One thing I really want to touch on is the teleport from Lung as well. And although World Elite should not have fought that, they should have just backed off and given the blue buff over. Lung's teleport kept them in that pit for a period of time that allowed them to pick up that single kill.
No, 100%. You know, Lung's playing very, very well this game, but Easyhoon's teleport afterwards kind of undoes the hard work. They're going to have a very hard time sieging already. Easyhoon commits for a kill instead of just taking the mid lane turret. And once again, going to throw a question mark there because mid lane turret's still standing. That was a perfect chance to break this game open and really accelerate the pace, allow Nidalee to do what she does best. Instead, makes a poor play, and they're punished for it.
And we'll see what happens now as the map is going to reset just a touch here. Vici still up 1,000 gold, Dragon up in 130. So we'll see which team can claim a second. Mystic, though, already with 2 items completed. Rapid Fire Cannon was his Zeal item of choice. He's hanging out in the top lane still, trying to collect delicious Tristana empty land farm.
And this is actually really brave out of Mystic. You know, you will not often see a team gamble, especially against double teleports, although they're on cooldown right now, putting their AD carry solo in a side lane when there's a Nidalee and a Nautilus on the map. Like, you need to be able to see everyone before you send Tristana up there. Just shows WE's confidence in being able to prioritize farm onto their Trist.
Well, they do know that's their win condition, and if they can prioritize that farm onto Tristana, like you've mentioned, it's just going to get harder and harder for Vici Gaming to get back. Well, not so much get back into this, but to pick up the game in general. Right now, they're 1,000 gold ahead of World Elite. 23 minutes into the game, it's not too much. 4 kills to 4, 2 turrets to 2, and a single dragon each. They're going to try and pick up Zero again. He has to pop his ultimate early. Still getting absolutely locked down. Everything is being used onto this Alistar. His ultimate's going to wear out. Dandy picks up that kill.
Yeah, but meanwhile in the top lane, Mystic is still pushing. We'll see how quickly he can push versus if they can dive this bottom lane. Because they might trade 2 for 1 here. Corky's also stayed at home.
Yeah, I like this from Xie. In fact, World Elite's 2 AD carries are going to stick around and take some turrets. Easyhoon goes to answer in mid lane and is barely going to miss out on holding onto that turret. For Vici will get the tier 2 in bottom side, but on his own, Mystic plows through the turret.
So once again, that's actually a win for WE. It's a kill for 2 turrets. Sure, Vici just get the turret there, but now they have to walk out. They're on the wrong side of the map. And this Tristana, like, it's going to get really, really scary. It's pretty much, how long does it take to kill Alistar with his ulti on versus how long does it take Tristana and Lulu to completely shred Long?
And it shows in the gold score as well. It shows that they were clearly 1,000 gold ahead. They're slowly taking that one back. And if Tristana can keep slowly getting these small advantages that World Elite have been creeping up on.
And it's where the gold is, right? Right now, so much pressure is on Dandy because he's taken a lot of the gold. Whereas the gold is on Mystic. He's like a 700 range AD carry that's going to have a Lulu. It is so much easier to execute if you're WE than it is if you're Vici. That doesn't mean Vici's team comp's bad. It just means they have to play it flawlessly. Whereas all they have to do is speed up this Tristana, you know, give her picks, and then it should be very, very easy. Like, if Dandy ever gets onto Mystic, he's going to destroy him, like completely assassinate him. But Mystic should be able to keep himself safe.
And if Mystic can keep safe in these team fights, especially with the help from 957, they still have Sia to worry about. They still have this Corki that's going to deal massive amounts of damage that they have to worry about as well in fights.
Yeah, so it's kind of like when we were talking about M3 in Game 1, they had the Protect the Kog'Maw comp without the Lulu. Now we're talking the same thing about WE. Funny that, you know, teams that have flipped upside down banners would maybe play a similar style of League of Legends. But that's exactly what they are right now. They're a Protect the Mystic comp, with Xie also going to be able to put out some damage.
Yeah, and that Corki has finished the Infinity Edge as well, so Xie doing a nice amount of damage at this point. Going to start trying to hurt Long. It's pretty difficult right now. Nautilus with that Frozen Heart completed. It's going to make Xie's life a little bit unexciting, but Mystic here able to clear out minions nice and swiftly as World Elite continue to protect their mid lane turret. And you've mentioned it so many times already, but Mystic's only getting stronger. Easy Hoon with the Rylai's completed.
And I really like Mystic going for the Hex Drinker. You know, we criticize the Sterix on Kog'Maw because it does nothing. Hex Drinker is a really cheap, gold-efficient way to survive versus magic damage. And you look at the map right now, and the 3 strong members are all magic damage. It's going to, because it's MR and not raw health, it's going to scale very, very well with Lulu. And late game, it gives you another source of armor penetration. So as far as defensive, pseudo-defensive items go, I really like Hex Drinker at the moment on AD carries, as opposed to something like the Sterix Gauge, if you have a Lulu. Sterix is a great standalone defensive item if you don't have something that's going to buff you up and give you more shields.
So Hex Drinker being picked up, but I'm actually quite surprised that no Aegis the Legion's been picked up by either team. Yes, Dandy's playing a carry jungle. Caveman's not prioritizing item, neither is Zero, neither is Condi. And these are 2 very magic damage heavy teams.
So the reason that Zero isn't prioritizing it is because their game plan isn't to live through the damage. Their game plan is to kill the other team. And he's going to get himself the item that connects you to the other person and gives you lots of crit. Thank you, Zeeks. And see if he can buff off his AD carry to kill them quicker. It's never. This is like an arms race. Like, whoever gets to like moon landing first is going to win this.
Well, the race is on, I suppose, as Easy Hoon's down that bottom side with the teleport, trying to pressure onto 957, who's going to wave clear with the Glitter Lance. Endless sticking in mid though, collecting farm where he can. A little bit safer in the mid and does have Runen, so pretty efficient at clearing the waves out, but just going to be bouncing back and forth here. Vici do have the teleport advantage all game long because Easy Hoon did take it, but you can see Mystic still finding space and time to get himself into the side lanes and collect the farm.
Yeah, Endless is in a natural 50 CS hole. That is so huge. Like, when you compare the amount of jungle pressure given to Lung versus what was given to Mystic, like Lung had Dandy in the top lane for a very good amount of time. And, you know, that's the same difference right now. Really hats off to WE's bottom lane. They're playing really well.
So I want to touch on something you brought up, Patient Time, which is also something Spawn's been talking about. The teleports. Easy Hoon's stuck on this teleport, which you mentioned, Spawn, might just not be used, and if he gets caught in a team fight, it's not going to be effective at all.
So they used it well early game, you have to say that. But yeah, I completely agree. Right now, because he's not a great split pusher, like, what is he actually, like, unless he's out of position, which he shouldn't be, Easy Hoon's a very good player, what does a teleport actually do late game? Maybe it saves him a Baron or something like that, but completely right. Right now, after 25 minutes, it's just a wasted summoner spell.
Well, Easy Hoon is actually doing a bit more split pushing.
Yeah, I have no idea why.
Trying to find some farm where he can.
Just trying to farm and use the teleport for once.
Yeah.
Level 15 for now.
But the danger is, like, if you get caught overextended, like, if you're Lung, you just kind of meander your way back down lane, like, very hard to catch out. That's why he's a good split pusher. If you're someone like Fiora, you kill the other person. If Easy Hoon gets caught in a side lane farming, he's most likely dead.
Well, you can see Xie still here with Zero, trying to protect the mid lane. But
oh, he's going the one-shot build. All right, I give a lot more credit. Easy Hoon's build's a bomb. I love it. He's got the Abyssal Scepter. He's got the Sheen. He's going towards the Lich Bane. Like, he realizes that if he catches Mystic, he has to be able to kill him. This was a build that Rookie used a lot with Cacao when people would play protect the AD carry comps against him, looking at Snake in particular. Rookie would very often go the Victor and go this build and just completely destroy the AD carry.
Yeah, people get blown up pretty swiftly once the Lich Bane does come online. And with that Sheen, that is the item he will be going after that. Rylai's also for Dandy. So a bit tankier, but some strong AP there as well. We mentioned it already, Dandy is looking to be much more of a secondary carry this time around from the jungle. And looks like Endless also getting some work done. Starting to power up a little bit more. Hex Drinker's done, but Mystic up an upgrade effectively there with the Morph Mortis already completed.
And he's got the Zeeks. That's the biggest thing, right? All of a sudden, he's got Zeeks. It's not completed on the other side of the map, so you have to wonder if a team fight breaks out right now, how big is that item impact going to be? Because he's sitting on 100% crit with that item. Really, this is where Vici just need to stall out the game. Like, they had their point of power, now they just needed to get it to late game, hope that Endless can catch up.
For me, the best thing about Zeke's is its impact in the start of the team fight is tremendous. It wears off after a while, but Mystic being able to impact the start of the team fights means that if he gets a couple of auto attacks down and they try to focus him down, his job was almost done. Ideally, he wants to stay alive and deal lots of damage, but that Zeke's will be able to help him output that damage very early.
Shea got himself a blue buff as Dragon seems to be the next objective teams are after. And Shea threatening with the package as well. Not a bad time as Connie's going to go in for Caveman actually. Mystic pops over the top. That's going to force the flash and the Fates call out. Zero now sort of caught in the front lines who split the fight across the Dragon Pit. Caveman going to come back in and use the Brawl ulti to help disengage. Lung out in the front lines, but he should be able to make sure his team gets out safely. World Elite cop a lot there, but the Dragon is actually still their objective.
Yeah, and that was really, really weird. They're going back in for it.
No Alistar ultimates available here. Lulus is still up though. World Elite could definitely fight this one, but Vici are the one that's trying to posture to try and contest for this Dragon. Zero is actually now stuck inside of this Dragon Pit. He has his flash available to get out. He's tanking a lot of this Dragon damage. Slowly, he's going to take him down. Mystic's the one that does get locked down by Long.
Oh!
As well. Great knockup coming in from Alistar's. Easy Hoot is able to return the kill onto the cow. Vici is still trying to go for fight. Mystic gets locked down. He's able to take down the Nautilus, but Endless is now just hopping on forward towards the back of this World Elite team comp. And Sia, although buffed up by Lulu, can't stop this.
Yeah, and we'll see whether he wants to go one more time. Danny in trouble.
Shea gonna try for it, but the Dragon already down. Shea can't claim any more kills. A 2-for-1 win for Vici and the Dragon. And Mystic was so close to going off there.
That was a huge team fight for Vici. They're able to get it done. 957 burns the ultimate teleport into the mid lane. What I want to talk about, first time around, we're not going to see it. All right, cool. So let's talk about this first. So Mystic gets hooked up. He's on the back end. 957 is so low that all he is doing is shooting Glitter off Mystic and buffing up that Tristana, who unfortunately gets stunned on the edge of Victor. He's trying to weave auto attacks. That costs them the team fight, so a little bit of an error there. But the first time around, Mystic goes over the wall. 957 can't follow. You've all of a sudden broken your Tristana Lulu composition apart, and that's why the first part of that team fight didn't go in their favor, because Lulu was stuck buffing up the Corki, who we've already said is suboptimal, whilst Mystic is on the other side of the fight trying to get work done.
That team fight reminded me of something you brought up early in the game. How long can Zero tank up damage for the rest of his team while they do something else? And Vici, although got caught out, backed off nicely, made sure they reset the fight, and when they went back in, Zero could no longer tank. Got a great knock-up to give him that, but he just couldn't tank the damage that was coming out from the rest of the team.
That was the best he could have hoped for, but I completely agree. As soon as they didn't have the Alistar ultimate, probably wasn't their fight to take anymore, so we'll see whether that is something they make the mistake of again. Once again, this game within 1,000 gold, like on a knife's edge. Vici looking like in the team fights they can execute very crisply.
Yeah, an easy hoon, perfect Hex Call Lichbane done. So that one-shot build is now here. It's also level 17. World Elite, though, are getting vision around the Baron area, trying to see if they can force Vici together into a team fight that they can win. Mystic is pretty big right now. Level 15, moving towards rank 3 ulting, getting a bit more range every single level from the passive.
I wonder if he goes Bork here to try and shred through Long, who is like very, very tanky. Whether he just goes for the Bloodthirst or slash QSS for a little bit more survivability. I'm going to say that quite soon he needs to be able to pick up the last Whisper for the percentage health that it will shred off Long, but also to get through that Frozen Heart, because we've seen that right now Lung's giving them a lot of trouble.
I'd like to see him pick up something that allows him to deal with Long, because that's who he was hitting for 90% of that team fight.
Oh, he's going to be hitting 100% of the time.
Yeah.
Like,
So he needs a way to deal with this tank. Vici, on the other hand, they need a way to deal with Mystic, so they don't need that penetration as much.
Well, they got Victor. I think that's the way they deal with it.
Yeah, they're going to throw a death cap on Victor, and he's going to flash in and just try and kill him.
Easy.
Assassin Victor is a thing. That's effectively what we'll see.
It's an easy thing.
As World Elite are going to charge up mid, Long down the bottom side with his TP, trying to create a bit of pressure into that lane.
The silly thing about it, right, this is the easiest way for Victor to do damage to one person, because his persistent chase with the Lichbane is also really strong. So if he ever lives towards the end of the team fight, expect him to go massive as well. It's a very, very cute Victor build. Like the movement speed off he hasn't actually gone Ludens. Generally, they go Ludens over Rylai. So the movement speed off your Lich Bane as well as your Ludens like allows you to just speed around Summoner's Rift with that transfer power.
Well, she still hanging out in mid. Does have rapid fire cannon, so the other carry starting to get stronger here as well. As Mystic takes a red buff for himself. Level 16 now for the Trist. You can see just how many resources have been funneled into this Tristana, but
He ain't done yet. He's going top lane as well. There's red dots there.
Mystic has never done it, feels like. But Vici are grouping around, trying to get their own vision around the Baron area. Dandy going to munch through wards with all those auto resets, and this could be a little too far for Mystic, but again, managing to find the safe spots every single time.
Yeah, and look at the defensive line of wards that they've got up to make sure that it is the safe parts of the map. Like, really, once again, WE, you got to take the hats off them. The growth we've seen in this team this year so far has been really, really impressive to watch.
So, Easyhoon in this mid lane. He still has his teleport available. That has not been used in the past 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's not going to be used for the rest of the game, man. He's going to have to group up.
Well, I want to see him just move to a lane and teleport back to mid, actually use that summoner spell. He's probably saving it for some desperate Baron steal attempt, but who knows, that could come out handy later on. What Elite now grouping up. They're about 3,000 gold behind Vici. They've always been slightly behind in this game, but their team composition allows them to be slightly behind.
Wow, Lung's got an Abyssal Scepter. He's sick of like not being a threat. He's like, I'm going to help you kill people.
Well, he's been doing a pretty good job so far as she actually goes back to grab the package. World Elite going to line up for a play here. BF sold up for Xie as well, so the damage is there for World Elite. Even Lulu actually going more of a carry build with a Lich Bane of her own on the way after Deathcap, Roa, and Abyssal have all been completed. I feel like these two teams, if they ever start running at each other head first, we're going to see a whole lot of explosions, but right now, teams playing safely, getting the lane pressure back and forth, waiting for the summoners to come back up.
So Dandy's gone the team fight Nidalee build. Like, we talk about this a lot, but the health that comes off Rylai's as well as Roa makes you very, very tanky. Give yourself a Zhonya's Hourglass, you get multiple spell rotations off. So we'll see whether he's able to make that one work. He realizes that he's probably not going to be able to delete Mystic in these team fights because of the Lulu, so needs to be able to get multiple spell rotations in there. This game like is going to go to 6 item carries, and that just becomes, as I said, either team can win, but the execution of WE's team comp should be easier at this stage of the game.
You're going to have to see how they are able to execute that one now. They still have Mystic chasing the red dots around the map. 957 still trying to split as much as possible, make sure that his teleport
and he's going towards both of the items. He's got the Blade of the Royal King and he's got a Last Whisper. So like this is a 0 defensive items. He's not going for a QSS. Wants to be fully online offensive Tristana.
This is the get rid of Lung as soon as possible build.
But needs a couple more 1,000 gold, you know, and I wouldn't be surprised if WE wait for him. 3 dragons is up. He's got 12 minutes up his sleeve before he really has to fight for it.
Well, we'll see if Vici can get this dragon, because having 3 already is actually pretty nice. Good poke there from Dandy onto Xie. As Vici are looking to claim this dragon. World Elite, I think they want to fight. I'm not sure they can just yet. Endless, so Ren's in there. Zero going to try and dive in for it. Dragon does go over to World Elite. Condi able to steal that one away. But Zero pops the ulti. He's going to try and run, but he's getting CC'd up forever as the Fate Skull's going to find 2. Caveman even pops the Braum ulti in there. Condi trying to dive into the backside. Does a decent job as Mystic. He's the one in trouble, but he's gotten low already. Xie does take out Caveman on the backside here, but Mystic's getting jumped on. Lung will finally take him down, and World Elite with their primary carry dead. They're going to have to run themselves out of this one. Lung still chasing. He's going to try and find a flash hook. Does go in, does find Condi. Easy going to look to blow him up. The stun's not there though. Buffers the tunnel to get his way out. Vici, they only get a few, but then Dragon got stolen.
Yeah, it certainly did. So that puts a little bit of a stall in the game. It depends what Vici can take here. Condi being caught.
He's going to get locked down here by Lung. Gets him knocked back up in return. Condi's trying to run away. Endless picks up the kill. Condi recalls in a very awkward spot.
That's going to be Baron as well. The double teleport actually might come up huge here because Lung and Easyhoon can go back to base and get a successful teleport. Actually looks like they're not going to start it up. That could have been huge. Condi getting caught.
There they go.
There we go.
They're trying to wait out the scrying orbs, but they're just going to have to commit to it. Lung does TP back in. And Zero going to try and see what hero plays he can make. 957 in the area as well.
They're going for it.
They have to give it up. No, they're not going for it. They 100% give this up. That is a... Condi's positioning there on the recall is honestly really, really poor. Might actually have cost his team the game, but at the moment, it's only going to be the Baron buff.
And Condi played fantastic. We talked about this before the game. Played fantastic first few weeks of the LPL. Got a few MVPs to his name as well. And Just the past few games, not as impressive as he was when he first stepped on the Rift.
Yeah, and just walk to the turret. Heck, walk back to base. You have your ultimate available if you need to get out really quickly. Gets caught napping, I guess.
They lost a lot. Now they're 5,000 gold behind Vici. Vici played those last few team fights fantastically. Picked up a nice lead for himself. This might give them a buffer before that Tristana gets to the 6 items.
Well, we saw what happened last time in that fight. Mystic struggling to get through all of the damage and health that Long has.
Yeah, but you feel like with the next 2 items, they really are the tank buster items. So that's when the corner turns for the Tristana. Completely agree with what Fish is saying here. If they had have just lost the turret and nothing else, you know, they lost Mystic in the fight, they disengaged really successfully. If all they had a loss was a mid lane tier 2 turret, that is a win 100% for WE because they want the game to go late. Instead, Vici make the play. Credit to Long, nails the hook, able to follow up, and they do get the jungle kill, which gives them the Baron, and now they have that window where they can pressure all 3 lanes because of the teleports and try and get something done.
Well, Long doesn't appear to have the... Oh, no, he does have it. It's just not appearing. And it's
He's
his
big.
minions. That too. He's too big. As Dandy going to give the blue buff over to Easyhoon. He needs a heart sometimes. He's going to go back nice and quickly. Got a massive amount of gold to spend. 3k in the back pocket. You can see Vici with about just under half of the Baron buff left. They're going to see what pressure they can apply. They need to get some work done here, but as always with these 2 teams, especially Vici, it usually is slow and steady that wins the race.
Use the teleport. Easyhoon, come on. It's just sitting there for him. Wasn't able to use it
You
like
have to say
did.
that they bridged the early game with it like really successfully. So like we say that maybe not very useful right now, in fact pretty useless, but Easyhoon's played around it, has been very, very safe in team fights, hasn't needed another summoner spell. So
I mean, if they can get Endless and Caveman out of the laning phase against Mystic and Zero after they struggled so hard, it's definitely a win for them. Mystic and Zero could have easily just dumpstered the lane and made sure that Endless and Caveman are not effective in team fights, and that Mystic and Zero get stronger towards the mid game when they should actually just be strong during late game.
See Mystic starting to do some work now though. Turret will fall. Vici able to take that one, but Mystic standing just behind Zero. Lulu powering him up. He does have the blade now. He doesn't have Lord Dominic's regards just yet, so he's dishing out good damage, but he does need to get through that massive Nautilus. There's a Thornmail, a Randuin's, and a Frozen Heart. As far as defensive items goes, that is a lot of health and armor to get through.
all right, so let's talk about the synergy even further. Why I like Hex Drinker. Thornmail returns magic damage. Hex Drinker nullifies a little bit of that. The lifesteal nullifies the rest. So Thornmail, great for the armor right now. Great against the Corki especially because he hasn't got any lifesteal, but relatively ineffective against Mystic, you have to say.
I'd actually like to see a QSS come out for Tristana because a couple of spells locking her down might be enough to...
Can't do it, man.
Kill
There's
her.
not room in the build. You don't have that 7th item slot. Like, right now, his build is 100% correct. You just throw the cards on the table and hope you come out the other end a winner.
And that's what he seemed to be doing in that previous team fight. We'll have to see if he's able to do that again. The rest of the team was trying to buy so much time inside of that Dragon Pit. Just not
Def
enough.
used to do this all the time. Def would be like, you know what, I'm just going to build for it and out-execute you. Like, that's how I'm going to do it. Like, Uzi was more of the I get QSS every single time because I'm going to outplay you. Like, Deft is like, I'm going to out-execute you. Like, my positioning is going to be on point. And that's what Mystic needs to... He needs to channel his inner Deft.
Well, good luck, Mystic. But it's definitely been playing well in the LPL so far. As you can see, Dragon back in 35 seconds.
Ooh. He actually goes with...
Oh,
Giant
Mortal
Slayer.
Reminder. Yeah. The Executioner's calling one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hello.
Mortal Reminder. I'm not sure.
Mate, I like it when you get a bit of damage down onto Endless. If he gets one auto attack onto Endless, lifesteal's nullified.
Well, Endless will die anyway, so...
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, if he's hitting Endless, like, teamfight won already. But realistically, you're going to be hitting Long.
I don't know. I don't like this pickup. I feel it has some use against this, especially with a Nidalee heal coming in, but I don't think it's very useful.
But Nidalee's not going to be healing herself, and the way we changed it, like, yeah, I'm going to call it. He misclicked. Something.
Maybe.
Come on.
Well,
Lag.
at this rate, he'll have plenty of time to
Oh, they're gonna
rethink
race
his
him, are
choice. They are going to try for something here, though. Vici have started the Dragon. They have Kalista ready to go. Zero in on top of Lung. That's the target. The damage is there now, you can see, but Zero already a little low, and Shia gets tagged by Bromulti. Easyhoon flashes in and takes out the Corki, and Mystic on the backline getting exhausted, trying to carry what he can, but he gets everyone flashed on top of him. The Wild Growth's not enough because Dandy is in to receive the pass just on the end line.
And what did we say about Easyhoon? He can flash forward and delete one member. Lulu trying to keep up Mystic means that Shia in the mid lane just gets completely obliterated, and that'll be Vici running away with this game.
Vici played that team fight fantastically too. As soon as the knock-up landed from Nautilus, everyone just flashed onto the Tristana and made sure Mystic had nowhere to go. Even he had a QSS in that fight. There was no way he was getting out of that crowd control.
Death time is along, and this should end the game here as Vici in one fell swoop take Dragon 4, win the team fight, and able to take game number 1 from World Elite. You could see the plan was there, get the Trist big, but in the end they could not execute in the way they wanted, and Vici claimed the first one.
Yeah, Lung was way too big, even with double bans and double picks thrown at Easyhoon. Comes onto one of his older champions, the Victor, able to go massive in that last team fight. That was really well executed. You have to say that that kind of turned into Mystic against the world, and maybe just a little bit too much pressure put on the AD carry of Team WE.
Yeah. I feel like it comes back down to the drafting phase between these two teams as well, where we saw how there were a lot of targeted bans going out towards Easyhoon, and because of that, it just allowed Vici to pick up so many powerful picks in that game and made their team comp amazing.
Well, you can see things started well here in the top side with Mystic getting things going with that first blood, able to get the reset off the Satchel. Condi in for some moral support in the backside, but Mystic did get first blood. And you can see these TPs, you can see what they were trying to do here.
Yeah, 100%. They're just trying to get Mystic further and further ahead. That was a little bit of a miss pulverization. It's actually Condi that ended up picking up the kill after you hear some Clown Fiesta music. But this was a really impressive game because, you know, it went exactly how we thought. Top half of the map versus bottom half of the map. Can Easyhoon and Long out-duel Mystic and Zero? And the answer was yes, in the end. They definitely could.
And World Elite did a fantastic job of making sure they target the bot lane of Vici. They made sure that they consistently put a lot of pressure onto the bottom lane of Endless and Caveman, and in doing so, shut them down for an extended amount of time. It forced Lung and Easyhoon to expand their resources onto this bottom lane and keep them alive and keep them in the game. And that almost was how World Elite picked up the game.
Yeah, it came really, really close. The other thing I want to point out is 957's use of teleport. He got the 2 kills just then, but it was maybe unnecessary. They already had Zero going around for the flank, and it cost him his turret. It cost him this big 30 CS hole. Beforehand, he was going very even with the Nautilus in lane. But after that, it gave them a very clear win condition, which was Long, and Long certainly played out to that.
Yeah, and to be honest, that game went as sort of as late as we expected. They got to the late game. They got Mystic almost every item he needed. In fact, he was 6-slotted by the end of that game. For me, I look back at a lot of those fights, and it feels like execution there as well. Like, they had the comp, but they did not execute in those late-game fights.
Yeah, the split of the Lulu and the Tristana, a little bit of misplay there from the team. So I agree. WE will go back to that game and be like, that is a game we should have won 100%. But you got to give credit over to Easyhoon, over to Dandy, over to Long. They certainly played their roles very well.
Certainly did. Looking awesome there as we are going to move ourselves into a break. Don't go too far away, though. World Elite vs. Vici is looking good. We'll be back for Game 2 straight after this. And welcome back, everyone. We're going to get ourselves straight into the MVP of last game. It was Easy Hoon on the Victor, 5-0-7, blowing people up with the Lich Bane.
Yeah, I love the build. That's all I'm going to say about it. He itemizes very, very smartly. Not the general Easy Hoon build. Isn't going for control in the mid game, outright looking to murder kids, and that's exactly what he did in that last team fight, so you got to give him credit.
Biggest thing for me, 92% kill participation. He was a monster in that game, all over the map, making sure his bottom lane stayed alive and making sure he did massive amounts of damage.
Yeah, and you know, if it's going to get to, I guess, the team fight phase, and both teams were set up for 6-item team fights at the end of the day. Like, the kill participation kind of takes care of itself. It was the execution that I really like, you know, recognizing in that last team fight that they left Shea completely wide open. Lulu was helping out Mystic too much, so he just flashes on top of him, deletes him off the map, wins the team fight, wins the game.
Yeah, really good looking stuff there across the board. So, World Elite, we saw they had a very clear game plan in game number 1. Did not work out for them, unfortunately, and Vici just feels like they're playing kind of more like themselves. Dandy looking great, Easy Hoon looking great. Bottom lane, okay, maybe not so great, but you can see where the pieces are supposed to be here.
Yeah, you certainly can, and I'm going to actually say that WE had 2 game plans. They executed on one really well and one horribly, because one actually counteracted the other. Their game plan was deny Easy Hoon picks horribly. Did not go well, because what they did is they actually forced themselves onto a Lulu Corki. And that means you're no longer flexing because you know there's not a protect the Corki composition. Like, that's a waste of time. So really disagree with how they drafted. In-game, WE played well. They played around the Tristana very well. But I'm going to say that that Corki pickup probably cost them the game.
And I think that the Corki pickup here might have cost them the game for other reasons, which is that they had to run it straight into the Victor in the mid lane. They had to run it straight into what's to be a counter matchup, and that's just not the way Sia wants to be playing. He's an aggressive mid laner. He wants to be controlling that mid lane and making sure it goes to his favor. And I think that's one of the biggest avenues of attack that World Elite missed out on.
And going down, their last ban was Poppy, and they gave over Nautilus. Whereas what they could have done is absolutely denied all of Easy Hoon's champion pool. Get rid of the Corki, pick Lulu first. All of a sudden, you can run Lulu mid lane. Would have been so much more smoother for me. Instead, they give over a super tank in the top lane. Lung looks completely fine and it does nothing.
Yeah, I have to think that the control mid may have fit the game plan of Protect the Triss just a bit more. We'll see what plan World Elite go with this time, though, as Gragas and Fiora have been banned by Vici, who will be on the blue side here for our second game. They're up a game, of course, so just need this one to bring it home for the week. World Elite, though, have banned the Twisted Fate once more over against Easy Hoon, I should say. And they are going to line up another ban. Do they throw yet another ban at the Hoon?
Well, they're going to continue banning towards Easy Hoon. It's going to have to see if the rated side pick up for World Elite. Getting 2 picks in their first rotation is going to help them out. They're still going to ban out Poppy, so they don't want Lung to play that champion.
Definitely singling it out there. Ban it second this time around, but going to be very similar looking bans, I have to think, for World Elite. As Vici, coach on there on your screen, just to the right of Easy Hoon, making sure they lock down this final ban properly. 3 seconds left. Coach Om decides that it is Ezreal, actually, that's going to get banned. So away from Mystic.
Yeah, so Mystic played well the first game. Ezreal is definitely his best champion, so can't blame throwing a ban to him, especially if you just want to leave a lot of those strong champions. They're going to get Lulu or Corki first rotation here. Alistar also still available.
Plenty of goodness, certainly. Is World Elite, 10 seconds now for this final ban. Again, we saw 2 Easy Hoon bans and a Poppy ban. We're going to go with Kalista this time around. So Endless going to lose arguably his best AD carry.
I like that. Take the utility out of the bottom lane. Now you have to fight it. It's like, if you don't get ahead, you're not going to do anything. And they're throwing the eggs into Endless's basket. We've seen Vici do this in the past. We'll see if they're able to make a protect the AD carry comp work on their side of the map.
Kog'Maw is left available as well, so this time it was not banned out by World Elite. Could potentially be picked up during their first rotation. But with the Lulu available, it might even force World Elite to do this because they might not want to give it over.
Not necessarily. Like, teams used to do this quite often against Snake once again, because Snake was really the people that, in China, like, of course you had the Ku Tigers, now Rox Tigers over in Korea doing very similar team comps, but like these raise the AD carry comps, like let's get Draven super buffed up on Crystal. Let's get, yeah, other way around. But teams like IG would deliberately bait them into, they'll run things like Bai, who's not as great right now, and Lissandra, and these kind of champions, and like, okay, you're going to have one person. If we can kill that one person, the plan is kill the Draven, right? That was what they used to do. Then we'll win the team fight. So we'll see whether Vici go with Kog'Maw here, and then Team WE just run like an ultimate anti-Kog'Maw comp. Just like get on top of him and kill him.
Well, they're going to slow it down at least for now. World Elite do not take the Cog away. Easy Hoon insta-locks the Kog'Maw. So I guess we know what Vici are looking for here. But World Elite do get Lissandra, Braum, plenty of good utility, and a bit of flexibility there as well.
And this is going to be the game where you are either like, WE, you geniuses, or like, WE, you idiots. Like, this only goes one or two ways because they've given over the ideal Protect the Kog'Maw comp. You got the heal from Nidalee that's going to speed up his attack speed, like, very underrated part of the kit. You got the Lulu and you got the Kog. Like, everything's set for Endless to go well, unless they just smash Endless.
For me, it was Lissandra being picked up here for World Elite. They didn't ban it out this time. They picked it up. So they obviously had a plan coming into this. But now Vici, once again, with all these target bans coming out from World Elite, they've got a fantastic draft lined up for now. 3 power picks already.
World Elite trying to see what else they can get for themselves here. 20 seconds now, and with Shia hovering the Corki again. Feels like WE might be getting just a touch too predictable.
I don't like the Corki. He was hovering Gangplank the first time around. Go with the Gangplank. It's a rough match into Lulu, for sure. But just get... Ooh, they're actually going to flex it. They're going to put Liss mid. I did not expect that. All right.
Yep.
Ball in your court, Shia.
Condi leads in, and there's Nautilus for 957. Shia is going to take that Lissandra. And I like this a bit more from World Elite. Kind of interesting they're last picking a carry, though. We'll see what Mystic's going to go for. I guess it's Vici now going to finalize this draft, and it's already looking real strong.
So, like, you just look at it, right? And it's like, Naut ult him, get the Lissandra on top of him, kick him into your team, like, do whatever the heck you can, kill the Kog'Maw. I like where they've gone with this, though, because Trundle does just as well with the Poppy speed up late game and the picks on him, going to be able to wreak havoc. And it's kind of the similar feeling to Fiora when people used to play Protect the AD carry comps on Fiora, because if your AD carry ever went down and they used everything on it, you just give everything over to the Fiora and she would go berserk with it. So we'll see whether that is something that they decide to run.
It also feels very familiar to the old Protect the Kog'Maw comps where you'd run Jax into it, you run this aggressive mid laner, a Kog'Maw, and a very aggressive jungler, just so that you have so many threats that it's difficult for you to lock down one. If they do run Trundle into it with Dandy on Nidalee in the jungle, it just feels like Vici have so many threats that World Elite have to deal with.
Yeah, it's like a Protect the Kog'Maw plus.
Yep.
You got an extra half a carry in there for free.
Some pretty good gravy there as Trundle, Alistar are the final selections for Vici. Lung going to be taking Trundle into that top side. And going to be very annoying, whether in fights, whether in split-pushing situations. He's got all the tools he needs. My favorite thing, by the way, is that Trundle even actually helps protect your Kog'Maw with Pillar.
Yeah, he certainly does. You know, has some great peel. Also allows Kog'Maw to shred people because it takes away MR and armor. I saw Jhin flash there for a second. I have a theory about Jhin. I'm not bringing it up until it is here.
Well, that's Twitch actually locked in, so Mystic reaches deep into the back pockets. We know he wanted a hyper carry. Going to kick it pretty old school on the hyper carries this time. Haven't seen Twitch in a while.
That's a weird pick.
It is a weird pick.
That's a really weird pick.
That's like poor man's Kog'Maw.
The reason that's a weird pick is there is a Trundle that is going to be sped up, and there is no way Twitch ever gets away from him. Like, that is a really strange pick for me.
This is so strange for World Elite. It feels like they have something in their pocket or up their sleeve
like
for this
Lucian
match.
would have been ideal. Like you're going for mid game, you're looking to close it before the Kog'Maw even gets to 6 items. Twitch is like, I will meet your 6 items and I will hit everyone on your team, right? So if he had the Lulu, I understand the pickup. Yeah, I'll save my Jhin theory for another day. You guys don't get to hear it.
Well, let's take a look at the lineups here as Vici are going to be taking more of the Protect the Carry style comp this time around. Trundle, Nidalee, Lulu, Kog'Maw, and Alistar looks terrifying on the Vici side as Nautilus, Lee Sin, Lissandra, Twitch, and Braum. There for World Elite.
Once again, just feels like Vici have come out on top during this draft. It just feels like all these target bans that World Elite have lined up have just come back and bite them.
Yeah, the only thing I worry about is Endless has to carry this game. And if you're a Vici fan, the 2 words you don't ever want to hear is Endless carry.
I like those words.
Yeah, well, yeah. All right.
Well, you know, we'll give it a little bit. I wonder which hyper carry will reign supreme. It's Twitch versus Kog as we go into game number 2. And here we are for a second game between Vici and World Elite. World Elite, they managed to push it to 6-item Triss, but they could not close the game win team fights. Now it's Vici that take the hyper carry into battle here with Endless. And Endless going to have to step up here. It's a popular pick. It's a great pick here on 6.3. But he said it already, they're giving his basket a whole lot of eggs. He's going to have to try not to drop them on the floor and break him.
Oh, he's already trying to drop them on the floor here as he tries to duel this Twitch. Takes a lot of damage for it as well.
Twitch level 1. Never a good idea.
You never underestimate it. Like, people, yeah, he does silly amounts of damage with Expunge. He's like the original Callista down in the bottom lane.
But, unlike Callista, haven't seen Twitch in quite a while in competitive play.
There's a reason for it.
Yeah,
so,
there's a couple.
Callista's passive makes her incredibly mobile. Twitch is the most like stationary champion in the game, pretty much. I was like, I wonder why they last picked their AD carry. I saw Twitch and I was like, I understand why they last picked their AD carry.
I don't understand why they picked Twitch at all.
I don't understand why they picked Twitch, but I understand why if they are going to pick Twitch, pick it last.
Better save some face. Get it right in the end of the draft and see what we can get done here. As Vici are going to meet the lane swap here, I believe.
Yep.
Caveman
2v2.
Caveman Endless, so we'll start the Gromp. No interruptions this time. We've seen a lot of invades onto buffs. Instead, Mystic and Zero are going to make sure they take their Krugs as Dandy starting his own. Going to clear through the jungle nice and swiftly once again. We'll see if Condi can make a different impact early now on his trademark Lee Sin.
Yeah, well, excited to see him on his Lee Sin again. Once again, one kick in the mid game against Endless's Kog'Maw can win them this game. So really excited to see whether he's able to make that work.
He's got Thunderlords as well in his Lee Sin, so
Of course, what the heck?
not opting for the Strength of Aegis. He wants to try and kill people early. So we are going to see Caveman in the top lane. They do hit level 2 really quickly. He gets a lot of damage down onto Mystic. He's now going to hit level 2. Endless has to actually back off. Zero's tanking up a lot of damage. Great slow coming up from Mystic. You're going to see the flash backwards from Braum. They lock down Caveman. Mystic's going to flash forward. Gets first blood with the Expunge as he blows the stacks. Nice flash forward with the knockout coming in for Caveman. Bloodthirsty support is able to take up the return kill.
But in the end, it is a 1-for-1 with Mystic getting the kill on Twitch. This is something that Cloud9 used to speak really a lot about. They used to say that Twitch's level 2 is really, really strong. Sneaky was a huge fan of it, and they used to take it time and time again. We see it right here. Ding's level 2 gets the slowdown, and people are flashing all over the shop. Looks like a little bit of miscommunication, actually. Flashes in, gets the Expunge, picks up first blood. And this was really nice from Caveman, flashing into the brush just as the explosion was going to go off, picking himself up a kill.
Yeah, and trying to make sure that the passive goes off, but unfortunately, no juicy double there for the Cog. It's just a couple of carries trading blows, but Mystic still exerting pressure here in the lane. It's so funny to see, again, 2 late-game carries go at it so early, but Mystic proving that he is the stronger aggressive player. And once again, like in standard lanes, we do expect World Elite's duo to come out ahead.
Yeah, we certainly do. You see Condi taking his time at the red buff and checking in at Easy Hoon as we play League of Legends PowerPoint style.
Change it up a little bit. We'll see if Easy Hoon can have as good a lane as he did earlier. He's playing up on the Lulu once again. I've noticed this about Easy Hoon actually, and I feel like maybe it's just like a shift thing. He's moved to China. He's been playing much more up and aggressive in his lanes. Not like, the older Korean-style Easy Hoon where he's maybe playing a bit further back.
Yeah, he certainly has been. He's trying to get aggressive, and you understand why, because he has such a strong top laner, and you really do have to be able to shove 2 parts of the map to allow Dandy to invade the way he does. So Dandy a lot more aggressive than, say, what Bengi was playing. Bengi much more about control, although there is a darker side to Bengi as well. I will start giving him a little bit more credit for that. But Easy Hoon certainly seems to be wanting to play to Dandy's playstyle.
Yeah, and Easy Hoon, when he first came into the LPL and he first started for Vici, he felt a lot like the Easy Hoon we were used to. Always played very safe in the lanes, always played very further back, and just adapting his playstyle a lot more as he comes into this league.
Yep, so we do have a quick technical difficulty, guys, so don't worry. I'm sure we'll get the game back up nice and soon. But while we're here, let's discuss a little bit of what we've seen. I like what you mentioned, actually, about the Easy Hoon at Bloodthirst, because I feel like this is a lot of what happens to Korean players when they move to China. Slowly but surely, the Chinese aggression infects them.
It's not
Look at Deft.
It's not
that guy's
helping.
Crazy.
It's not helping Endless, who's already been in this league at all.
He's a young Chinese player. He's still learning how to be nice and aggressive, okay? Give him some time to grow up into the aggressive Chinese AD carry we know he can be.
Yeah, Endless is a little bit different because he's just not as good as the other Chinese AD carries. So, that's probably what hurts him a little bit. Easy Hoon definitely can go toe-to-toe with the mid laners in the LPL. In fact, he's better than a good margin of them, you'd have to say. So excited to see exactly what he can bring. And once again, this is all about comfort. The thing about Easy Hoon and about Vici is, as we jump back onto Summoner's Rift, they've shown that they can play certain styles, but they really aren't consistent at it. let's see whether he can get that consistency back.
Well, we can see as we pop back in, just those first kills in the top lane. There's nothing much else has happened for now. Dandy and Condi actually both up in that top lane, looking for something, but Mystic going to hold this lane and see if he can keep getting further ahead. We knew the plan in game 1 was snowball Mystic and get him on a big carry. Seems to be the exact same plan here. As we check in briefly with the other lanes, top lane looking good actually for Vici. Long doing nicely there on the Trundle, and mid lane relatively even so far.
They can't make up their mind. Vici were walking bottom lane with Kog'Maw and Alistar. Now they're splitting up, sending Kog'Maw back into the top lane, Alistar towards the mid lane of the jungle. They can't really make up their mind where they want this hyper carry.
Well, I agree with this because they're actually going back to the top lane to catch the big wave, and Trundle's getting a free lane right now. So I agree with the fact that it's much better off to be in the top side of the map. Once again, Kog'Maw, he's going to have so many tools at his disposal that even if he falls a little bit behind, it's not going to be the end of the day, whereas Trundle needs to be ahead.
Yeah, I think for me is Endless going to fall a lot far behind. So I guess we'll find out as the game goes on. Right now, still farming up here in that top side. Looks like they did not make the swap.
Oh, they're going to submarine mid lane.
Ah, Mystic.
I hope so, because I know they got a really cheeky first blood up in the top lane with the Twitch, but I still really want to see why Waddle Elite picked this. And they're going to go for a couple of ganks mid lane with the Twitch. That could possibly be why.
I like the zeros there as well, on top of a pink cord. Like, they were committed. In fact, Mystic's going to go for it.
The Easy Hoon special.
I mean, if you're going to shut somebody down, Easy Hoon's not a bad target to pick, but I think Mystic...
They know. Like,
yeah.
Easy Hoon is playing so far back. They've already pinged it. Mystic, he's going to go back to his top lane, loses out on about 10 CS. For Endless, I'm sure that'll be pushing back in his favor. Actually, it's not. It was frozen, so that's really bad now.
Good play there out of Vici to make sure they play safe, get their farm early where they need it, and Easy Hoon seems to have definitely a sixth sense about when he's getting ganked. Yes, he likes to play up when he can, but whenever he feels like the pressure is coming to his lane, he's great at playing back into his lane as well. Just got such immaculate lane control.
And now they need this to hit the turret. Like, this actually has to hit the turret, otherwise they're in a whole lot of trouble as a Twitch lane. So we'll see whether they're able to make it work, as long as it just continues to club down creeps in the bottom lane.
So yeah, in the meantime, has been able to pick up blue buff, which has been donated over here to him from Condi. As we see in the bottom lane again, Lung is going to go aggressive onto 957. This time, we do see the Nautilus connect with that flash hook to get away.
So as soon as he saw the Nidalee, he had to flash out of that one. Pillar is just such a strong ability. We'll see whether Condi, now that he's reached level 6, can make a play on the top side of the map. He's actually pinging out blue buff potentially. He knows that one's up, but he also is going to run headfirst into Caveman.
Yeah, he's got a skirmishes as well, so definitely much more aggressive here from Condi. But he's on the blue. He's just going to have to check it though. He's going to take some of it. Actually going to commit to try and take a bit more of it, but the jig is up. Vici knows what's happening. And Condi might just have to get it and run. Can he pull off the robbery? It's going to be close. Looks like he is going to be able to get it, though. Gets away with it.
Yeah, so steals the blue buff, going to be able to deny that one away from Easy Hoon. So I like the play there. Hopefully, that will mean that Shia can start bullying the lane a little bit more. But, as you mentioned, you know, after a very impressive early game out of the Twitch, like, what does it actually eventuate to now? Doesn't look like too much, because everything is in Vici's control.
It does look like World Elite were trying and shut down Easy Hoon a little bit. You've got the aggressive Lee Sin jungler. We've got Lissandra on blue now. We saw Twitch try to gank mid lane as well, but it just looks like nothing's working. Easy Hoon is playing so safe.
And that's the Easy Hoon. As Condi is going to take his red buff. Endless, though, with a CS lead. Always nice in this particular lane. As Dandy still keeping track of everything. Making sure he's got vision around the jungle, can spot where Condi's going. It feels like Condi's early pressure just not been there like we know it can be on Lee Sin. I feel like a lot of that has to do with how good Dandy is at keeping track of other junglers, even when he's not playing Rek'Sai.
Yeah, I feel like he's like happy feeding right now so badly, Condi. He's like moved back and forward between mid lane and top lane multiple times. He's trying to make something happen, but he just doesn't understand the part of the map that he wants to impact. So we'll see whether that does come back and bite him. Easy Hoon has cleanse in the mid lane. That's very hard to lock him down.
We talked about how some of the players on World Elite are happy feeding Ryan. That definitely helps Vici because they don't mind sitting back, relaxing, and just farming up because that's going to help their team comp drastically later on in this game.
Yeah, certainly. You see Endless tries to drag that off the turret. Not able to get it done. We'll just farm this up nicely, though. Go back, pick up what should be a Rage Blade. And across the board, you have to say even is pretty good for Vici Gaming. In fact, they're up by a couple of 100 gold. So at this part of the map, at this point of the map, they're very, very happy.
For me, it's you see a Kog'Maw that's ahead in CS in the bottom lane. Yes, he's down a kill to the Twitch, but It's kind of scary whenever Kog'Maw has a double-digit lead in CS.
Well, he doesn't. He has a single-digit lead, so, you know, not that scared yet then.
Well, at least he does go back. No Rage Blade, though. Got himself a blasting one and actually Swiftness boots. So one of them move speed before he finished that Rage Blade up. Not quite sure on the math. Maybe he didn't have just enough money.
Just short.
Unlucky, really. But he's going to take the boots instead. And Easy continuing to farm away. Has
Maybe
the
not unlucky. You know you gold before you go back, you know? It's like, oh, I recalled. Unlocked.
Hey, man. Sometimes it just feels bad. Endless so going to keep up the good work. And we sort of set the tempo already, but Vici, do you like to play it slow and steady, especially in this sort of situation? The onus really is on World Elite, both as far as the series as a whole and in this game in particular, to play a bit more aggressive and up into Vici because they need to win this game to force it to a third and take the series. Vici, they've got the sit back and relax comp. Right now, they're just sitting back and relaxing.
Yeah, 100%. You can see that you mentioned it already. Skirmisher Saber on Lee Sin. He needs to make an impact on the map. He has done nothing so far. 0-0-0 is not where you want to be. You know, on the flip side of that, Nidalee picked up the first dragon. It's only 10 minutes into the game when she grabs it. That means that they're on track for a very, very early dragon number 5. And this is a comp that wants to go late. So dragon 5 is a 100% legitimate win condition for them.
And that's something I want to touch on really quickly. Picking up Dragon as Vici here. World Elite have the team comp that want to fight you now. They want to fight you right now while your Kog'Maw's not effective. A really good way to do that is to pressure Dragon and pressure Dragon number 5. Dandy picking up this Dragon for Vici means that it takes one less objective for World Elite to force fights over.
Yeah, it certainly does. And wow, Condi, even with the aggressive smite choice, does not want to fight Dandy right now. That really confuses me. Like, you're a Lee Sin, level 8, probably the strongest you're going to be all game. You have the challenging smite. You can definitely take a 1v1, but doesn't go for it.
He's going to go under Easy here instead.
Going to try it here. Xie flashes 4, gets a snare. Easy going to cleanse out and ulti out and flash out as he burns everything to make sure he stays alive. Good kick from Condi. Follows him with a Q and the damage is good. Condi collects the kill.
Okay, so if you're wondering why he kicks first, it's because you always travel in a straight line once you've been kicked. So Condi kicks him to make sure he can set up the Q. So let's take another look at this. Easy Hoon does the right thing, waits for the ultimate to come out before he's cleansed, but flash kick, you know he's going to fly in the straight line. Line up your next part of your ability, you know, the Q. Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike, and able to nail him there. So that was really well executed from Condi. Good news is as well that he can come back and do it in another couple of minutes.
That's exactly what World Elite wants to be doing. And meanwhile, they're going to try and jump onto this top lane once again. It's going to be the Kog'Maw that gets taken down first. Sia's up there. He's going to try and explode onto this Twitch who's invisible. Not quite able to take him down, but World Elite pick up 2 kills up top.
And this is the time that actually WE take both of the Summoner Spell teleports, and this time it's them impacting that lane. They're able to shut down any momentum that Endless was trying to get rolling. You know, Long probably the main benefactor of this because he's able to stay in the bottom lane. But as far as WE go, they get that early lead. We're saying it was so important they need to get it.
Yeah, really nice stuff there from WE. Continuing to hammer the right part of the map as well. Endless struggling early on this Kog'Maw. Still no Rage Blade completed just yet. He's just got those components hanging around. Long, in the meantime, though, is going to get bottom outer. So doing good work there after those TPs. Condi and Zero just going to trade places for a second as well.
Wow, Condi is happy feeding so much.
Ooh, Lung may be trapped here.
It's going to be a 3v3.
They're going to try and jump onto him. They kick him into the wall. Just use his flash. Long's getting shut down. He's trying to regenerate as much as possible. He's still in this fight. Mystic flashes forward. Gets the good damage down onto the Trundle. He gets taken down. Now Endless. He's stuck between a rock and a hard place as Sia is going to come down into the bottom lane, picks up that kill here. World Elite looking for these really aggressive fights as Twitch gets a double kill. The pink ward will spot out the retreating AD carry. Vici trying to turn this one around, but Easyhood, he gets locked down by Sia. Double kill coming onto Nidalee. It's now 1-on-1 between Nidalee and the Easyhood.
Now Dandy, the can he outplay? No, the flash kill will miss. She is going to get out safely. And Vici, a big fight there between those two.
That's a 3-for-4 in a 4v5 team fight. 957 wasn't there at all. Like, WE just completely outplay Vici. They're going to look to pressure the turret as well. As we take another look at it, Long completely caught out of position. Once again, Condi kicks to set it up. And Mystic actually flashes forward after he gets headbutted back to make sure that he dies. That's really key at this point. You know, then they're able to get onto the Kog'Maw. And it's just a trickle effect. They're trickling in so slowly. You can see that 957, he's in base. He's kind of doing the cheerleader thing where he's like, team, you can do it. I'm not there. You have no help. Help coming from me. Dandy comes up big here, does shut down Mystic, but you have to say that Xie's play on Lissandra, very impressive. Especially this Gets a stun here, walks around and gets a slow onto Dandy afterwards. Really nice play there from the Lissandra. We're not done.
They're not done yet. They're trying to jump onto Lung up at this top lane. Pillar's going to separate Mystic from the Lee Sin. Condi's just going to kick the Trundle forward.
Got him.
Where's the Q?
He's probably going to die again. Oh, no, doesn't have to run through. His team helped him out. So really nicely done there again by Condi. Mystic tanks up the turret for his jungler to help him out a little bit. But you have to love exactly what WE are doing. We said that they need to accelerate the pace of the game. Condi is everywhere right now.
And that's exactly where he needs to be, as Endless is actually going to steal the blue buff with help of Caveman. Condi being in the top side does leave an opening there on that side of the map. And World are able to capitalize. Vici a little bit behind in gold, but not massively so. It's just if World can keep the pressure up, where things might start to look tricky in the mid game.
But they're up a turret. When you're up a turret and down gold, very bad for you.
Definitely bad for you. Up 1 turret to none. They are still down 500 gold here to Water Elite. So Water Elite, they have been getting the fights they want. Question really for this game is going to be if that's enough for Water Elite to stay ahead and to pick up this game.
Yeah, and the reason it's bad is because when you're down gold, you lose fights. If they're standing gold, you lose a fight, they take even more gold off you. It's very important to recognize it. Right now, WE have tempo on the match.
Certainly do, and they're going to use that to go into the Rift Herald pit. I guess it's technically the Baron pit. Harold we talked about it already. Yeah. He does rent from Baron Nashor. And there it is. Mystic going to get the last hit, but Condi going to collect the buff for himself. See if he can apply that to the lanes and start getting some pressure down. There's 957 hanging out. He's just leaving the lane. Nice and far up in the lane. He's going to take what farm he can get here. In fact, he's going back. Time to buy a new item, it seems like.
Yeah, maybe even just rotate around the map once again. Actually has a teleport. So we'll see whether he's able to make a play around this pit.
Instead, though, it's just Dragon up for Vici. We talked about them having Dragon as a good win condition. Condi, though, going to swoop in and try and steal it away. He kicks Dandy out of the pit and does steal it away.
That was so cute from Condi. And they recognize the timing of it, so really well played there.
That was beautiful from Condi. Yeah, that was amazing. It stops the 5-dragon threat from Vici early on. And now it gives Water Elite that 1 dragon, so they can now put on the dragon threat the later this game goes.
It really does feel like Vici are a team that are very good at beating you slowly. We talked about this last season.
Yeah.
They're very good at compounding advantages.
Death by 1,000 cuts.
But it's really strange that this game, they were ahead, and it just felt like they couldn't quite hold on to what they'd started for themselves. And now it's World Elite that have a slim lead, but a lead nonetheless. And they are the team that needs to play from ahead here.
For me, it feels like this lead is just not enough for Water Elite yet. They've been creating plays all over the map, but they're only slightly ahead. And if they have to create that much to just get a small advantage, it's not going to be enough. It's easy here. He's going to get locked down by Sia. Pops to cleanse immediately to get out of the Lissandra ultimate.
Rome was not built in a day, my friend. They're ahead. That's step number 1. Like, step number 2 and 3, they're the question marks at the moment. 4 is profit, so we'll see if they're able to make it work.
Well, step 1 for Vici. Certainly get the Rage Blade onto Endless, and that's what they've got now, plus a Zeal. So Endless finally getting things rolling. Is he keeping the CS up at least? He's continuing to farm away. Does have a blasting one now, so possibly Abyssal for that second item. Maybe Deathcat. Could be just about anything. But does have the Rod of Ages ticking up. Dandy also going for the same build, important to note. So much more team fighting, much more carry presence. A little more expensive, but much more effective the later the game goes.
Yeah, it is. And you understand, once again, this is a late game team fighting comp for Vici to be able to pick up. So do like the fact that he's once again hard committing to that. If you're going early game, I still think that Abyssal is a legitimate buy, but right now, Dandy, he's just all about farming up. Can't really go toe-to-toe with the Lee Sin pressure that Condi's been putting out. So just trying to play his game.
Vici's team composition is just getting slowly stronger and stronger. We see the Titanic Hydra onto the Trundle. Like you mentioned, double Rod of Ages. Guinsoo's Rage Blade is online. Kog'Maw looking for that Runaan's Hurricane next. These items are just slowly making Vici's 5-on-5 stronger and stronger, and Water Elite might just slowly start to scale off.
And Mystic is definitely more of a imp Twitch, I'm going to say, than a Deft Twitch. Deft uses his Twitch to get around the map and really try and help his other lanes out. Imp, of course, is very known for his solo carry play. And Mystic seems to be more than happy to farm up. Really would like to see him try and impact the other lanes. He needs to get into mid lane, especially with no cleanse. So we'll see whether he's able to make it work.
And Lung is just causing more and more problems here. We talked about Water Elite finding a few openings, but feel like they can't continue to apply pressure in the way maybe that they would like. And Long is now starting to create openings for Vici. We talked about the comp ramping up slowly. We're 20 minutes into this game, but Long with that Hydra and some tanky items on the way next. He's almost got that turret down against 957 without any other help, as Caveman going to get tagged up in the jungle, but Dandy going to force them out.
Dandy forced him out of the jungle. Condi's still trying to put some pressure down to the bottom lane. For World Elite, they're still trying to find an avenue of attack to make sure they can stay ahead, and it looks like bottom lane has been their focus. Basically, wherever Endless is, World Elite wants to be to try and lock him down.
Makes sense, I will say. But Ruined Hurricane now completed for the Cogmore. Means that his items are pretty much good to go. The farm only increases from this point here for Cogmore, as he's very good at taking down minions, if nothing else. Lung, though, does get the top lane turret, so that's going to give it 2-0 to Vici now in turrets. But game is balanced on a very thin edge right now.
I want to see this Rock Portal picked up for 957. The reason being is he needs to be able to put one at his turret that Trundle can't pressure, and it needs to be able to push out the wave. Right now, he's just getting shoved in by Trundle. He can't even really make teleport plays because of how quickly Trundle is shoving in that wave. So getting a little bit punished, 957. And we'll see whether he's able to, I guess, reverse some of that pressure.
Nautilus really relies on his Sunfire Cape and his E to clear out these minion waves, and it costs him a lot of mana when he does that. We saw right there he was not able to hold the turret because he kept using it to clear out the waves, and then slowly Long just clears it out with his auto attacks, and that's just going to keep repeating itself. So it would be nice if he does pick up that Zero Portal here. It would help him out a lot in the top lane. It's important for World Elite to do so as well, because Vici, if they have a lane that they can dominate, they can just stack 4 members on the rest of the map and just make sure Endless just gets stronger and stronger.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case. The other thing that I want to point out is Mystic has gone a Hurricane as well. Hurricane, of course, has crit now, so it's really, really fun on Twitch.
Yeah.
Hurricane, Infinity Edge.
I only ever saw it once before we changed it many years ago. I saw a Twitch get a 1v5 pentakill in a Baron pit with a Ruined Hurricane as his 6th item. To be fair, that Twitch was very fed, but it was fun to watch. It's actually a very old LPL game. I'm sure you guys can dig it up if you want. But Mystic, yeah, been looking good. We talked about it already. He needs to be the big carry for his team. He also wants to be the hyper carry for his team, I'll say, or at least his team wants him to. But based on the way he plays, I'm going to give Mystic a little bit of personal ownership of that as well. And again, we're sort of battling hyper carries, Cogmo versus Twitch. Not really an age-old battle, but it could be a long one. We had the last game go to 46 minutes, and Vici eked it out. We're at 23 almost now, and it feels like we're not getting anywhere quickly, at least.
Yeah, get comfy, guys. This game's got another 20 minutes in it, so...
At least.
Yeah, we'll see whether they're able to get anything rolling. Mystic is at a sweet spot in the game right now. You have to say that he's fairly comfortable where he's at, but Cogmore definitely no slouch at this stage of the game either, so he's also very happy.
Mystic would definitely be comfortable where he's at now, but the question is that really where he wants to be? As we are going to see Sia, he gets jumped on by the Lulu. Long was actually moving into the mid lane to try and put some pressure there. It's Mystic and Zero going to continue to push Endless underneath his turret. Once again, it's not where Endless wants to be. He wants to be the one shoving the wave and relaxing underneath his turret with no pressure.
Anyone was wondering, by the way, I exclaimed not because of the gank that was coming in mid lane, but from Dandy's sick needly ward clearing mechanics. Yeah. He like ate that ward in Cougar form. It just evaporated.
Yeah, so auto attack human form, auto attack in Cougar form, because swapping is an auto attack reset. Q auto attack reset as well. So Nidalee, one of the few champions in a game that can take out a green ward very, very quickly.
Dragon back up as well. Vici already have one, but World Elite did stop the snowball by taking one away. So Dragon, somewhat diminished importance this stage of the game. Vici will not be able to snowball quickly to 5 dragons if that was one of their plans, but definitely going to have some sort of action for it, you have to expect, because it's still important. Again, we expect the game, based on the current tempo, to go quite late. You want to be able to at least threaten the dragon, if not claim it, depending on just how late it goes. I'm not sure Vici are quite prepared to fight just yet, but if they can use it as a pressure point, they might, as World Elite have already started it.
Yeah, so they want it for the turret burning, most likely, because they want to be able to take some structures right now. They're down in gold, but 2 turrets standing, and it's only 300. If they're able to clean up a team fight, and any turrets right now, WE can still create that snowball. It's just coming later and later into the game. 25 minutes is generally when you start giving it over to the hyper-scaling carries. They really take over about 35, but if they get to 25 at even footing, you can nearly promise that they're going to get the last 10 minutes they need.
Even footing it is, and Vici currently have a 500 gold lead ahead of World Elite. So hyper-scaling team comp is slightly ahead of this aggressive team comp that World Elite have put up, even though They're down 5 kills to Water Elite.
I do want to point out that WE's comp doesn't suck late game.
Yeah.
Their comp is like still really, really solid, right? And the thing about Lee Sin, like anyone that's ever heard me talk about Lee Sin, he's like great at the start of the game, then he's horrible. And then when death timers get long enough that he's in trouble.
Dandy going to chase him. Actually, he's going to try and complete this. Wild Growth going to try and help save him. Condi low. Really going to block things off, but Zero's there to save him. But again, it just feels like the story of this game is Easyhoon's going to run Shie down. Might even look to chase for a kill here. Going to keep moving in for it. Spear does land. That's time for execution. Going to dive in for it, and Dandy with a shutdown.
Yeah, actually gets a kill. You know, Shie not able to ult himself. Mystic got tagged up.
He's looking for Mystic here. He's going to get kicked back there. Dandy gets locked down by the Twitch. A good return kill as Condi locks him down with that CC.
Really important kill as well because Mystic is the carry on this team right now. So giving all that gold over to Mystic and some gold over to the team, definitely a good thing. But here's the Goo host.
Oh my god.
Hello, I'm Cogmore. I like your towers.
Well, I don't think he does because he kills them pretty quickly. Minions, certainly the minion waves he doesn't like because he evaporates those. He's going to claim the mid lane turret though. 3-0 now for Vici again. They've very slowly and methodically been getting themselves a gold lead. 2k up now in this game. But again, with the Cogmore, it just feels like ahead.
Yeah, and Mystic actually gets flashed on here by Caveman. Dandy also dives in there for the kill. If he had have got his ulti off, you feel that could have gone the other way. But Dandy goes a little bit aggressive here. Doesn't really expect the Braum. Who does, really? And he gets cleaned up.
That's pretty great to watch. Kicked through into the Krog pit into Braum passive with a mid-air chair. That's a stunt if I've ever seen one.
Yeah.
Bit of WrestleMania action.
Yeah, the Dudley Bros there. Yeah, what I was going to say is that like Condi always has the ability in these games that when death time has become really long, if he kicks Endless once into the team comp and they're able to pick up a kill, they can win the game off it. So Lee Sin definitely is a good late game champion, just not in the way that people normally recognize.
Taking a look at the items really quickly. Both those Rod of Ages for the side of Vici have been stacking up quite nicely on Dandy and on Easyhoon. This time round, it does look like he's going to pick up the Zhonya's as well, so not going for the Rylai's first. Instead wants to get that stasis so he can complete a second round of spell rotations. Lee Sin, on the other hand, he's picked up a Hex Drinker for himself. And the Zeke's actually complete on Zero now. So he'll be able to tie up with Mystic, give that extra crit damage.
That was ever an indication that World Elite love playing around their AD carry. I think Zero's love for Zeke's and the fact that Twitch is going IE third kind of sums it up for me nicely. Again, World Elite, they know what they have to do. They know the plan. But Lunga's starting to create more problems. He's got the Iceborne Gauntlet done. He's got Spirit Visage as well, actually. So he's got CDR, tankiness, wave clear, split pushing, dueling, everything he needs and more.
And once again, I love the item build out of Mystic, just because Endless is going to out-damage you if you take any backward step away from offensive items. Because he's a Cogmore, he's got his 2-item spikes, he's got a ridiculous amount of attack speed, and he's got a Lulu on his team. So what does Mystic do? Does he shy away from it? No, he just goes toe-to-toe with him. Oh, and he just got spotted.
Oh, he does see the trinket. Oh, maybe
Get
not.
it.
There we go. 15 gold. Does collect it, and most importantly, doesn't get himself caught. I think he was trying an ambush play in top side.
Oh,
Dandy. In that bottom side, getting locked down by Shie, who's actually done a nice job here working on the turret. World Elite, we talked about it. Got quite a lot of standing gold to try and catch.
They're down 3 turrets and
Yeah.
only down 1,000 gold. Like, that is huge. Sorry, they're down 2 turrets. So, all right, cool. That's about even now. If Shie can grab this one, but he's in trouble.
He's in trouble as Easyhoon's going to jump into this bottom
Here
lane.
comes
Gets a
Condi.
nice slowdown. Condi's going to come down. Teleport's coming down for the side of World Elite as well. Which does get cancelled off, so 957. Not looking for that party in the bottom lane.
Instead, just use the TP. Kind of like a bluff, but at least prevents the aggression. As I think every time I've seen Endless, he's busy with a creep wave. Easyhoon, though, going to clear this one out. And again, almost 30 minutes have elapsed in this game. Dragon will be up in a minute. But going to be nice and slow and steady here in this one. Endless just trying to find fun wherever he can, because every time he meets a minion wave, that happens.
Yeah, he's just eating him at the moment, so see whether they're able to get this Cogmore really online. He's got a Serrated Dirk, could be either or more. Maybe a Yomer's as well. That would be interesting. Don't really love armor penetration on Cog, but understand if he only had 1,000 gold or whatever it is when he went back. Might needed to have picked that up over a Hex Drinker.
And 40 seconds out of that Dragon. Feels like we are just waiting between major buffs. Baron, sorry, not getting looked at.
IE picked up.
For
Wow,
a while.
that's huge.
That might be the signal then for World Elite at least to press the go button. Blue buff going to get donated over as well. Easyhoon getting nice and strong. In fact, the levels, the gold, everything in this game has just been so inflated, it feels like, because of how slow and farm heavy these two teams have been playing.
So because 957 used the teleport first time around, Xie is the person that will respond to the split push. Dandy's actually up there, which makes me think that they're going to try and make a play across map away from the Dragon, not actually fight this 5v5 head on.
They're definitely looking for it. They have Dandy up in the top side. The rest of them are grouped to mid lane, though. Endless, Easy Hoon, and Caveman just grouping up mid lane, trying to hold that turret. It will be Dandy that rejoins
So
them.
Mystic is ridiculously strong right now. He has probably the 3 best items you can get on a Twitch. And the same can be said as well for Endless. So this should be fun.
Zeke's going to help him out as well with those 3 massive items. So Mystic is the hyper carry that kind of peaks right now. He will get stronger later, but right now he's a little bit stronger. Here comes the teleport coming in the back lines. It will be Waterloo that jumps on. Massive team fight breaks out. Sia jumps straight into the back lines, deals a massive amount of damage with his ultimate. Pulse is to stay alive. Mystic's in the back as well. He eliminates Easy Hoon. The rest of Vici, though, they're going down. Double kill for the Twitch. That should be the triple coming in as well. He's looking for it. It's going to be Kongman, only takes out 1 person. Lu is left. And there's only 4 kills going on over the Twitch here. What a massive play coming from Mystic.
Mystic was robbed. Xie stole his penta. That was huge out of the Twitch. What a play from Mystic. And we said, like, what is the point of this pick? Let's take a look at it. Perfectly demonstrated. He just stealths up to the whole team, bypasses the front line, and then just destroys Easy Hoon and Endless. Look how far away he's shooting Easy Hoon from. And then I love it. He doesn't go back to the front line, stealths up one more time, goes back onto Endless, and just wipes out the 2 carries. He solo won that team fight. That was beautiful.
Yep, the rest of Vici just sitting there in the front, sitting there on the front line and making sure everything stayed okay. Mystic also gets credit for the Baron kill, so continuing to add greatness to his team. And I actually like this. Shroom's Fist there in his inventory. He's going Sterix as his 4th item.
Yeah, so you understand it. He doesn't want to be blown up. You just saw he does enough damage. Like, what the heck? May as well go for the defensive flavor.
And right before that team fight broke out, I was trying to say that it really feels like Mystic is the hyper carry that peaks right now. Right now is when you don't want to be fighting World Elite, because that Twitch is going to obliterate your front and back line like he did in that fight.
And Vici had the right idea, right? Make the cross-map play. Dandy was topside. Instead, they decide to team fight, and it just explodes in their face. You honestly feel like they probably could have dove it was Xie top lane, and got away with it. Instead, they all group up, and it didn't go their way.
So now World Elite, they are 2,000 gold ahead of Vici Gaming with that Baron buff and 3 Dragons. They're just going to continue pushing for these turrets. All the gold is on Mystic right now, but Vici Teamcon doesn't do well with trying to lock down 1 person.
And it was so funny. Kog'Maw actually used to be the counter to Twitch. Because what used to happen is Twitch was this big hyper carry. Oh, might have a team fight. Talk about it another time. No, we're good. All right. So, please.
Let the man talk, World Elite.
Here we go.
And Mystic actually looking for another flank in. Unleash goes absolutely ballistic with the rat-a-tat-tat. But he's actually going to get locked down. That's bad news as Endless is able to take him out. This could be the fight here for Vici that they're looking for. Ulti out onto Dandy, but Xie can't finish off that kill. And Endless still firing away with the Wild Growth popped on him already. Zero going to get chased down by Dandy, who's more than happy to assassinate his support. Endless gets Nautilus on the backside as Dancy's looking for the 1v2 outplay. Gets kicked over the top, but goes his way over with the pounce. And Condi's lucky to be alive. Dandy wins that little skirmish.
Yeah, Condi actually still trying to run away. Lung's here as well, though, so he's in a lot of trouble.
They're going to keep chasing. Nidalee getting the speed up from a passive inside the bush. We're going to see Condi try and jump to a minion here.
Oh,
that was a nice filler coming in from Lung there. He just casually goes back to farming minions too.
But Xie actually kills Caveman on the back end of it. Endless is going to shred through this turret, but needs to be careful because there are still Baroned up minions. So World Elite, after a very good team fight, set up very, very poorly for the next one.
Mystic just got too keen.
We were talking about it too. Vici Teamcon does not do well with locking down 1 person unless that 1 person just walks into all 5 members of your team. That was horrible for Mystic.
It was a strange decision process. But what I was going to actually say is like Kog'Maw and Twitch used to have this awesome interaction where Twitch would stealth on top of you. And because of Kog'Maw's Q, like it shreds resistances, he used to Q you in the face and then just like go to town, like just stand and deliver. And he would actually do more damage. Right now it looks like Twitch is kind of doing the same thing to Kog'Maw. Just walk up to his face and just like stand and deliver. Kog'Maw now has ramp up time because of the Guinsoo's Rage Blade. Twitch has none.
And look at this. In credit of Mystic, watch how much damage he puts down in this fight.
Yeah, so he goes to the side, and you feel that, like, it was actually here, the headbutt pulverized that turned it back around. But otherwise, that would have been absolutely huge. And, you know, Endless, he gets so much health on the back side of this team fight. You know, he gets the big ultimate out of Easy Hoon, gets a double shield, and then he just goes to town. But still takes a very long time to kill that Nautilus. And you feel that if Nautilus was with Mystic there, that's a completely different team fight.
Well, maybe, as Easy Hoon's going to get his blue buff again. Got a Void Staff now, so very efficient build here for the Lulu. Easy Hoon sort of knows that he's the pivot on this team. Definitely more of a support style this time around. Lung, though, also pretty massive as a Sterox to go in with the rest of his items. And we saw how much work he and Caveman did on Mystic when he was a little too far forward in that last exchange. That being said, these AD carries are going to be doing plenty of damage. And Sterox last for Endless seems to be the build again. Seems to be the theory that Kog'Maw will do enough damage the longer the fights go, so just live for longer, get those shields, get that lifesteal, and then just eventually kill everybody.
See, with Endless, it's actually one too many for me. I would really have liked to seen something like Blade of the Ruined King, because he's kind of got the Maw as well as the QSS, as well as the Sterex coming out as well. So don't know if I really like all three, but 2 seems to be a good, healthy balance right now.
I like all 3 coming out from Endless here. If you can just sit there and for 15 seconds spray and pray at people.
But there's going to become a point in the game where 957 doesn't take damage from him.
Yep. That's going to be
because of his item build.
That's going to be an interesting part of the game to get towards.
Because he has like equal balance of armor and MR right now. If he goes towards something like a Thornmail, there is Endless stops doing damage.
So it gets to an interesting point where Kog'Maw kind of needs that armor or magic penetration because now his W doesn't do enough damage based on his maximum health. He doesn't have Blade of the Ruined King, so that's when I feel like it's not going to work out for him. But if they get a fight once this item is completed for Kog'Maw, I feel like it'd be a massive fight for them.
Like Trundle right now is a saving grace because Lung will hopefully strip a lot of that away. But I honestly think that like even Lee Sin, he's getting nice and tanky right now. You know, Braum always has that shield. Although Kog'Maw does relatively well against him because he fires 3 shots into it, not just 1. That's really, really fun to watch. Of course, with that Hurricane. So, like, I agree. Endless is really, really strong, but I think his build kind of caps him.
I'm actually really impressed by Mystic here on the other side of the AD carry table. I was really skeptical of his Twitch, and it felt like they were trying to do some really cheesy plays early on in the match, but it just feels like this hyper carry has turned up big for World Elite right now.
Hang on a second. Walking into 5 people isn't a cheesy carry at the later stage of the match? He's a rat, man. He loves cheese.
Still, that was even though he walked into 5 people, got massive amounts of damage down. And if he played that a bit more carefully, might have come out big for World Elite.
Well, we're getting late into this one. 38 minutes have elapsed. Drag it up in 35. Baron back in 45 seconds. And we'll see. It could very well be a one team fight sort of game here. So we'll see if Mystic can maybe line things up just a touch better.
What is Condi doing?
He's chilling. Trying to catch somebody here.
They've got double teleport right now, so you can kind of see that if anyone walks up to that lane, he and the 2 people with the teleports are going to like be there instantly, but I don't know if it's really the play that they're looking for.
Well, don't forget World Elite 2 have 3
He's
dragons.
still there.
Dragon's up in 3 seconds.
Okay, so now he's going for the flank.
The longest flank of all time. Here we go.
He's going for it here. Condi's going to flash in. Kicks Easy Hoon into the back lines. They're going to lock him down. See gets there. What a massive Q coming out for Condi as well. Now Endless is the one in the back lines. He's trying to spray and pray as much as possible. The Hex Trigger keeping him alive. But suddenly Vici, they're trying to turn this one around. 957 is going low. Endless is still alive in this fight. Triple kill going on over the Kog'Maw. And World Elite, they're getting absolutely obliterated in this fight.
I want to recheck that. I actually think that Caveman headbutted Mystic over the wall, or no, he must have flashed away from Lung, and then Lung just like soloed him, like completely destroyed him. Lung's a monster at this point. That's going to be Vici taking the game.
In Trundle, we trust there. Lung, we talked about him being a key component of the comp and the other threat, Endless. And we have some questions about the item build, but that was a great looking team fight for Vici. Twice in a row, they dare World Elite to go late to them. And they challenged them.
You called it, Pastry Time. It's looking like a one team fight kind of game. And it was. That final team fight was amazing from Vici.
And all of a sudden, Endless looks like a genius. I was like, he's got a Lulu. He's got too many defensive items. They kill Lulu, and then Endless is like, joke's on you, fellas. Like, I'm a tank. I'm just going to sit here and decimate everyone.
And a tough game for Water Elite to lose, but they do get 2-0'd by Vici. Looking like they really know how to execute on some of these late game comps. We definitely question Endless right now individually as a player. I feel like he's got plenty of room to grow. But on a team level, Vici show they can execute in these late game situations.
And 2 games in a row, we've seen a lower place Group B team versus a higher place Group A team by 1 position. And twice Group B has won. I might have been a fan of Group B from the start, but they're starting to come up pretty big Pastry Time.
And Water Elite, they came into the LPL starting out really strong. They were this very team-based team that knit well together, and they looked like the team that always coordinated fantastically. But that was just the Vici show. They coordinated both those games very well.
Yeah, they did. I'm going to say World Elite still had some moments, right? That kick in the last team fight, like the first Twitch team fight, they had some really nice moments where they were able to get things done. Vici played a lot more standard than WE.
Yep.
And in the end, I feel like standard won. I feel like they got a little bit too cute for themselves there.
It's definitely nice to see Long, I think, do a little bit more work there as well. We talked about how his Trundle was something that he was good at, and he is kind of a carry player. I felt like he'd been going up and down, but that was definitely a big up game for him, playing on a power pick like Trundle.
Well, he got 1 kill. But the 1 kill is what actually won them the game. Like, he killed Twitch at the end, and that 100% won them the game. So, yeah, credit to Long. He had a really rocky start, but in the end, turned into that monster.
His pillars were fantastic as well. We saw Lung have some fantastic pillars. The team fight where Mystic decided to run into 5 people, he was blocked off by a Trundle pillar, which followed up nicely with Caveman's Flash Pulverize. But Lung had some great pillars in that match.
Yeah, you're not going to sell me, mate. Like, I can have some great pillars as well. Like that team comp was executed very far around what Danny was doing in the early game and farming up a Storm. You felt that Condi got tempo, but that was honestly a time bomb. WE couldn't close out before the Protect the Cogmore and the Trundle came online. Like, when you're running Trundle, Cogmore, Lulu, the closer you get to 6 items, the easier it is for you to win the game. And that's all they did. They were just like, we are non-interactive. Like, we are not going to interact with you at all. We're going to play the map, and that is exactly where they won the game.
Oh, they absolutely had their window to really get things done, but they saw the first fight from Mystic, they won it, and I feel like Mystic just got too keen. He went honestly way too deep in that fight and just closed the window that they'd already opened.
Well, I feel like Mystic was the only person actually understood the win condition of what WE were going for. Because if the game went to 50 minutes, they were going to lose. So Mystic was like, I'm not going to let it go there. I'm either going to win or to lose my team the game right now. And like, sure, in the end, it probably came back and bit them in the ass, but at least he was willing to man up and try and do it. You feel like Condi wasn't necessarily on the same page as that. He was very happy for the game to go late.
It boiled down to early game for me for World Elite. They had a lot of great skirmishes where they were able to pick up a lot of good kills and great team fights as well. And they got dragons, they sieged up turrets really nicely, but still, every single time they got an objective, they were only 500 to 1,000 gold ahead of Vici, and it just is not enough against such a huge scaling team comp.
It was over-prioritization of dragons versus turrets. Turrets would have given them much more momentum in that game.
Well, you can see Vici, it is a team effort, but Dandy will pick up the MVP for this game, 6-2-8. 2 back-to-back Nidalee games looking absolutely awesome. And I have to say, the fact that Vici won that last team fight 4v5 is even more impressive, because Easyhoon just got absolutely wrecked in that last fight.
Yeah, he certainly did, but that's maybe like one of those things where they use so many ultimates on one person that then is it really a 4v5 because you've like used your Nord ulti, you've used your Lissandra ulti, like everything's done. All of a sudden, no threat to the Cogmore. So yeah, definitely impressive there. As I said, Danny was actually really, really good in that game. Like if you go back and watch that, he controlled the pace of the game pretty well.
It's not just his control of the game that I thought was really good coming from Danny, but also the way he executed Nidalee in a team fight. And Nidalee is really hard to execute in a team fight. It's very difficult for you to get the kills off, very difficult for you to get damage down in those team fights. But Dandy skirted along the outside of all these huge team fights and made sure he picked off people one by one. It was great to watch.
Well, the other thing is, like, executing Nidalee is generally hard, but as soon as you have a Cogmore, a Lulu, and a Trundle, like, they're not hitting the Nidalee anymore. Like, if Dandy gets prioritized, they probably win the team fight regardless, just because of all the tools around it. for me, it really was how he was able to keep structures standing. Like, they were losing team fights left, right, and center, but he was a person that was always able to defend them, clean up empty lane farm, rotate around the map very, very well. So Dandy has always been one of the smartest junglers in the world, and he had a kind of like enough impact on the map that smartness and the team fighting was enough.
Yeah, and so we kind of look back in this series, 2-0 win, of course, for Vici, looking nice there. But I feel like we've figured out the Vici game plan. We talked about them being sort of a slow team. We've seen the pieces they need to sort of get going. We talk about top half versus bottom half of this team. Even though we did have Endless on the cog one, and he did have maybe a bit better of a game, I definitely feel like the formula is still like get down to the early pressure, let Lung and Easy here and do the heavy lifting, and then just kind of give Endless a way into the fight so we can close out together.
And realistically, they gave Endless a lot of farm that game, but it still was about Lung in the end, and like Easy Whom was a person that got blown up. They definitely didn't respect Endless in that team comp. It was much more about shutting down the solo laners still. And I feel like this is going to be the story of Vici. If there is a solo lane-centric meta, they're going to be a very good team.
Waterley did a good job once again trying to shut down Endless in the bottom lane. They always threw a lot of people into the bottom lane and made sure they tried to shut down Endless there. It just wasn't enough. And once again, it came back to me as Sia against Easy in the mid lane. Sia couldn't play hyper-aggressive. He couldn't play the aggressive style that he wants to. Instead, he just had to sit in mid lane and farm it up and just try to create picks around the map instead.
A couple of times they got some things done. I honestly think that was a time bomb thing. Like, Easy Hoon played it really, really well. Like, he wasn't willing to be up in, like, Xie's face. Like, they kept good vision control around mid lane. Like, think about the first Twitch gank. Braum sits in the brush for, like, a good 30 seconds. Twitch is also there to back him up, and Easy Hoon just plays back. Second time around, you know, he burns the cleanse, is able to survive the gank. Sure, he went down a couple of times, and Xie was able to play aggressively in the matchup, but it really was about, like, as I said, Dandy able to keep pace of that game through very, very good vision control at the start of it.
And I think looking at Waterloot's draft and how they were playing a lot of those games, for me, I feel like, again, also Waterloot were a little predictable, but I don't think they have to be. I actually like all of their players, and I feel like they could just take some eggs out of Mystic's basket and distribute them more evenly across the board.
You mentioned something which really caught my ears, which was draft here. And World Elite had a huge emphasis on shutting down Easy Hoon during the draft, and they put a lot of target bans towards Easy Hoon and Lung. And in both games, I feel like that was the major difference. Vici just got so many power picks and so many picks that are really strong in the 6.3 patch.
Yeah, the other thing I want to point out is that even though they did ban away from it 2 games in a row, they actually gave both their solo laners really bad matchups. Like, they picked Lissandra, who is like an assassin mage, into a Lulu, not a great matchup. You've got Nautilus, a pure tank into Trundle, also not a good matchup for Nautilus. Like, game 1 will go back. It was Lulu into, I think, a Nautilus, which Lulu just can't do anything. It's like hitting a brick wall. I'm sure his hands are very, very sore. And we had Corki into Victor, which is also a very, very poor matchup for the Corki. So I honestly think that even though they went in the game plan of, like, target these 2 champions, they did not do it well enough because every single time there was proactive matchups.
Well, things certainly started off with a bang here. This was cute, trying to get the kill with the Cogmore passive. Instead, Caveman does get 1 kill. We can see time and time again all the targeting from Waterloo, trying to be proactive. Although this is a very nice play from Condi.
Yeah, it certainly was. Kicks him, lines up the Q, able to get the execute damage in there with the Thunderlord's proc. And this was, once again, the double TP play. We've talked about it, but they probably would have won this even without their teammates coming.
This was a very different Condi between Game 1 and Game 2. I feel like Condi in Game number 2 played a lot better, and it was a lot more familiar to how he played when he first started in the LPL as well. He played a lot more aggressive, was landing some great ganks and counter ganks there. Even in the final team fight, we saw how Condi was able to get that nice kick onto Easy Hoon, but just wasn't enough.
That's the difference between Rek'Sai and Lee Sin, right? Like, the Lee Sin is able to make these proactive plays. We always talk about the 1 kick. Rek'Sai, on the other hand, he's a little bit more of a control jungler. So, you know, whilst I think that Condi had a better game 2, it's because he's more used to playing the Gragas's, the Lee Sins, champions like that can impact the map.
And that sort of worries me a bit, to be honest, because I feel like World Elite picked themselves in the place where they didn't necessarily need to go. I mean, if you're playing Twitch in a competitive game, Music Switch looked great, and he is a good Twitch player, but Condi's falling back to Lee Sin. They're going crazy on these carries when they don't have access to Cog or don't feel like playing Trist. I really like World Elite are just using their tricks a little too often, where I think they're a much more flexible team than that, and they're not showing that to me yet.
Yeah, I kind of agree, and I also, once again, I'm going to come back to 957. I think that if you put him in 2 bad matchups, that's the reason that you lose 2 games. Like, I really do think that he is better than they're giving him credit for. He's played a heck of a lot of Rammus at the moment, and maybe try and get him back on something like a Fiora, because, you know, time and time again, actually Fiora banned 2 games, so Vici, good job there. But yeah, it's just something that I think that 957 is a little bit more key to victory than this necessarily showed in the series.
And again, it just comes back to so many different things here for these teams. But Vici, a great looking gameplay. Love to see them play, you know, much better. I am curious to see what happens as they keep playing up, because I feel like Vici's ceiling, again, has always been strong, but I keep looking at that bottom lane. Even though 2 victories, Endless is definitely a concern for me, I have to say. Whereas on the other side, Mystic definitely looked good despite the losses.
Yeah, Endless is not great at the moment. Honestly, like as far as AD carries are concerned, if you are going to go up against Pekka, Uzi, Imp, Deft, like you can rattle off some pretty darn good AD carries, even Mystic at the moment. Like they're going to put you in big CS holes. And Vici so far have done an okay job of climbing out of them, but I feel like Endless is going to put them in one hole too many.
And if you look at the way Endless and Caveman play their bottom lane, it's very unique. You see Endless and Caveman, they're always pushing into the other turret, always making sure the wave is controlled in their fashion so that they are not under pressure and they can't be ganked. But like you said, it's going to come back and hurt them at one stage, because there's just going to be a stage where Endless and Caveman can't keep doing that. And like World Elite tried to do today, they're just going to get attacked constantly and shut down that way.
Well, it is a 2-0 from Vici, but maybe they're going to need a little bit more. Don't go too far, though. We have one more best of 3 for this evening, and it's going to be a fun one. After the break, Snake will take on EDG. And we're back here for our final best of 3 of the evening as Snake are about to take on Ed Wood Gaming. It's been a great week of LPL so far. Can't wait to see how this last one unfolds. My name is Julian Pastry Type Car, and still here with me for our final best of 3 is Matthew Fitzstewart and Jake Spawn Siberi. Vici picking up a nice 2-0 there versus World Elite.
Yeah, that was actually pretty clean in the end from Vici. They executed really well on 2 team comps, so I'm excited to see whether that is something that they will continue to be able to do. And, you know, Vici is a team that we've always said they're top half of the map. It's super good. Can they get any consistency out of their bottom half? You know, they play to protect the Cogmore shot. I'm happy that they tried to throw some diversity in there and actually worked.
Well, the answer to if they can get some consistency in the bottom side of the map there is no. It still feels like their bottom lane is just not pulling the weight that the rest of the 3 players are right now.
Yeah, they're interesting. Like, I love how we've kind of swapped positions, and I don't want to. Yeah, they're not great, but you know, we'll see whether they're able to make it work.
Well, let's talk about a maybe slightly better, more great team. English aside, and bottom lanes here. So we'll look at Snake and EDG. Both these teams actually looking reasonably good recently. EDG especially. Let's start with them. They've been looking great.
Yeah, the area that EDG have looked great in is the fact that Clearlove, their jungler, when he plays dark Clearlove style, as Froscarin loves to call it, when he just kills everyone is what I'm talking about. He looks like really, really top-notch, right? So I'm excited to see what he can do. The other thing is Athena being successfully integrated into the roster is really, really important for EDG because we know that Pawn's not going to be healthy for 100% of seasons. Like, that's just something that we have to deal with. So getting consistently good performance out of their backup, which they weren't really able to do with you, is going to be massive for EDG.
Makes a very versatile roster, especially now that Clearlove is back as well. Now that he's back in the jungle and destroying everybody that comes into his jungle as well, and the fact that they can flex in that mid lane with Athena as well has been great for EDG, and it's just looking like the team that's just going to continue to improve and continue to dominate the LPL as well.
And maybe the quietest achiever on the EDG roster is Koro, their top laner. Like, he's looking solid as all heck. Koro's got Trundle, he's got Fiora when he has to play. You know, he's also got the tanky top laners. I feel like Koro is kind of like the underappreciated man on EDG, and he's actually looking really, really good.
Yeah, definitely strength across the rift there for those 5. But we look over on the Snake side, and it's sort of the same Snake story. We've got Crystal back in the lineup almost permanently now. In fact, we'll talk about them in a second. Let's start on the EDG side of things. We'll look through their lineup. I'm not sure how many surprises we'll have today. It will be Koro, Clearlove, Athena, Deft, and Mako. So Athena will be playing mid once again.
Of course, he played the whole last series against WE, so maybe they've just sent Pawn back over to get some treatment on his back, something like that. But Koro, the top laner, the captain, we spoke about him a little bit already. Mr. Serious in the top lane. Him and Clearlove definitely very, very... Like, they're the serious brothers, as you have a look at their 2 pictures, but they play very well together.
That picture makes me so angry. The Kindred picture on Clearlove's stats here. That was a fantastic game from him. He was killing people left, right, and center. It just really feels like a Clearlove champion.
Here's Athena, of course, the mid laner that's substituting in for Pawn. But a couple of Lux games looking excellent. Certainly seen a lot of his poke champions. But Athena, they can play a few different things. This man's going back to an old favorite as well in the Ezreal. But Deft, boy, does he make it look good.
He's the best Ezreal that has ever walked the planet. Like, Weixiao fans, come at me. Deft is amazing. I've never seen someone play Ezreal the way he does.
And there's Mako rounding things out. We talk about quiet underachievers. Mako actually pretty loud for a small guy, but makes things happen on the rift. Still making big plays, doing things that Mako loves to do. And that's mainly roaming kill your carries.
Yeah, he's a really solid player. 2nd year for Mako. You know, had a breakout rookie season, 1 MSI with the team. Now stepping up into more of a vocal role. I agree with you. When you hear the comms, a lot of it is him yelling. So very, very nice play out of Mako so far.
Well, in a second, we're going to get to see the team that we didn't get to talk about earlier, which is going to be Snake Esports.
Well, plenty of time to talk about Snake. Looks like Crystal is sitting with them. So we'll confirm their lineup in just a second and see what they'll be running for game number 1. But has been fairly consistent for Snake as far as lineup goes, despite the fact that they've got a whole room of players there, it seems like, ready to pick from. Flandre, ZZR, Tank, Crystal, and Ella will be their starting 5 for today.
Yeah, this is what they've settled on. You know, they have Tom on the bench. He hasn't played a game yet. Flandre is going to be where a lot of the conversation is. He's an amazing gangplank, to be brutally honest. His Fiora is really, really good as well. He kind of popularized the Rumble and Morgana picks in the LPL, like the way he played them, very teleport heavy. And this is also a guy that's been patched in. I feel like ZZR was having a shocker to the start of it. They get Tom, and then like the patch hit, and like he just breathes a big sigh of relief because he's such a good Nidalee player.
Well, you can see that with all the Nidalee and Elise champions that he's been playing in the last few games as well. Tank, mid laner coming in for Snake as well. He's played quite a bit of a LeBlanc so far.
Tank's an interesting player. Let's look at the bottom lane for a second. The I guess, classic AD carry for Snake is Crystal, and of course we'll see a support Ella in just a second. Crystal just has never changed, and I don't think will ever change. There's Ella, his best buddy.
And that's actually their biggest fault at the moment. Crystal hasn't changed, but the dynamic of the team has. No longer is it Bucker and Beast running around with Crystal. Now it is Tank. And Tank cannot teamfight the way that Crystal wants him to teamfight. And this is the biggest issue with the team. Tank all about 3v3s, 2v2s, stuff like that, getting it done in the jungle. Crystal is a 5v5 teamfight AD carry. And I feel that the mismatch between those two players is what is like, we are witnessing Snake on a whole level struggle. And that's the reason why.
And this is sort of my favorite thing about Snake is that they've always been an interesting team. They've when they came out last year in the LPL, they broke out and just ravaged through people. But I feel like now they've lost their jungler, now that their mid lane has changed as well, we talk about where teams' strength are. For EDG, it's everywhere. They pretty much have good players across the rift. When we talked about Vici last series, they have top-heavy pressure, and that's where their good players are. Snake's gravity, as far as how good their players are, is top lane and bottom lane. Which is not really how you want to be playing a lot of your games.
It's honestly Flandre, Ella, and then they have 3 question marks in between. So really interested about that. I made the joke before that, lane swap, question mark, 40-minute team fight profit. That is literally Snake. They have 2 question marks in their own game plan right now where they don't know what they want to be doing between 10 and 20 minutes.
Well, with how consistently EDG have been looking, they're certainly looking towards the top of the standings. So once they get back towards number 1, we'll see what happens here in the draft, at least for game 1, as EDG will start us off on the blue side. They've banned Fiora and Corki as their first 2, whereas Snake over on the red, Lulu Kog'Maw. So kicking it pretty normal. And there's, of course, the second Plunder ban are going to take away the Gangplank.
2 target bans going on towards this guy up in the top lane. Fiora and Gangplank taken away from this dominant top lane on the side of Snake. Snake, on the other hand, they're going to take away Lulu, Kog'Maw, and Gragas, 3 of the really strong meta picks right now.
I like where this is going, but you do see Flandre targeted a lot. There's a good reason for it. It's a pretty good carry top laner.
Poppy and Trundle are still available, and Koro and Flandre are happy to play both of those. They just didn't want him on a carry. They don't want that insane split push threat that would come out. So I like the ban so far from EDG. And Snake, they just take away the strong picks, as you generally do on red side.
Yep, and of course EDG will take Kalista as their first pick, nice and safe. He's going to leave over some power picks, but I like Deft on Kalista. I don't like when Crystal's on Kalista. In fact, and by that I mean when you give it to him, he usually performs well. So it's a good denial pick away there from EDG and a solid pick for themselves as well.
I like these 2 pickups coming from Snake here, Poppy and Alistar. Ella's been playing a lot of Alistar in the LPL, and he's just a fantastic champion. And with Gangplank and Fiora being banned away, Poppy makes a lot of sense for Flandre to pick up.
And Mako was one of the people reluctant to pick up Alistar last year, and then Wolf was performing really well at MSI, and Mako was like, all right, I guess I have to play it. He was much more of an Annie Thresh player. But ever since MSI, he's looked good on Alistar as well. You don't want to give over the Kalista Alistar lane. Kalista Braum's nearly as bad, but maybe the lesser of 2 evils.
I think so as well, but makes sense with Alistar taken that Braum seems to be the pick here for EDG. In fact, by the looks of things, they're going to keep things pretty standard here. Got Nautilus hovered right now. Koro was one of the first players to bring it out. I think actually maybe the first this year, and I imagine that would be top if they picked it.
Nidalee is still left open here. And you did mention, Spawn, that this is ZZR got patched in to Snake. With Nidalee open, it'd be interesting to see if they try to pick that one up for him.
The problem is that I don't think... Alright, so I'm going to sound like a little bit of a jerk here. I don't think ZZR's best champion is anywhere near Clearlove's top 3 champions. And if you take an aggressive champion into Clearlove, there is a chance he just kicks your butt all over Summoner's Rift for a good 20 minutes and takes all your things. So I would much prefer to see him on something like an Elise, something that has a defensive feel to it as well. Because at least if Elise gets behind, she still has a stun. And as I said, ZZR, he's a good jungler. He's solid. He's not, but he's not Clearlove.
Few are.
Very few people are.
We'll see what Snake do with their picks here. I like these 2, at least as far as the hovers go. It's nice to see Crystal moving away from late game carries only. Tristana and Draven have been notably absent from the player in recent games at least. But again, Crystal feels like he's trying to get himself back into the meta, back into the game. And he was a great carry player when he was playing at the height of Snake last year. And here we go, at least Lucian.
And Lucian is kind of seen as the pseudo lane counter against Kalista. Bullies her very well. Has really defined window trades where you're able to go in and take it to her. So I like that pickup a lot. And
give it a bit.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Going to move things around just a bit. EDG do like to mix it up sometimes, but I think that maybe was a little too much. We'll see where they do settle on, though. Lysandra being open could be a pick here. We know Athena already likes to play it.
EDG is still looking for the last 2 picks to round up their team comp, but I like Snake's drafting so far. They've got a very solid lineup, and they have the flex pick open for the mid lane, so they can counter out whatever EDG decide to throw at them.
I really want to see, like, they're hovering Rek'Sai right now. I really want to see the Evelynn. Evelynn jungle's really, really quick on the current patch with the Runic Echoes, but it is going to be Rek'Sai, so we'll stop talking about it. He had his Evelynn game already.
Yep, he got one in for the season.
He got one for the season.
Managed to pick up a win.
I should be happy.
Victor Rek'Sai said, I know you'll never be happy. But Victor instead of Lysandra. So Tank might actually going to take that away. I mean, Athena knows he's giving it up here, but I talked about him liking Poke Champions and Ryze. Ryze not seeing too much play on the patch, unfortunately, after the nerfs.
Delete your rune pages.
So instead, going to take Victor instead. But no Lux this time, no Varus. 6 to something a bit safer and a bit more standard.
Yeah, and of course, because there is no Gragas or Lee Sin on the map, Victor a little bit safer. We'll just be able to wave clear up here. This is going to be an interesting game. You feel like both teams really have solid 5v5. Maybe Flandre wants to split push a little bit, but Corey should be able to keep him off those turrets with Nautilus. Poppy doesn't really do enough damage late game to really threaten Nautilus in a dive or anything like that. So this will come down to 5v5 gameplay, and that's where Snake like to play. At least that's where they used to like to play. And EDG are definitely no strangers to it either.
No, and it feels like Snake just lost a little of their early game venom, really, because they were a team that could actually snowball leads. In fact, famously beat EDG last year by just going crazy. But that was when Baku was in the team. That was when Beast was in the team. So a little bit different, as the last pick is that Lysandra up for Tank. Feels like Snake are definitely have to adjust their play a bit, and they were, a top 4 team, top 3 team arguably last year. Feels like some of the changes have dropped them down a bit, a little closer to the middle of the pack, but still reaching up as they adjust with their new members.
Yeah, Snake was so weird. When they came in first split, they were definitely a top 3 team. And then QG came in, IG had a little bit of a resurgence, LGD, EDG were there, so they were kind of relegated to 5th-ish, right? But the best thing about Snake, on a good day, they'll take games off any of those teams. They are a really, really good snowball team. It's just on their bad days, they don't really play the macro part of League of Legends very well.
We're going to have to see what day it is for Snake today, if it's a good or bad one as they go into the first match against EDG. So you can see all the lineups on your screen.
I think for me, the only worry is if you don't take it to EDG early, it is real tricky to try and take it to them late.
Yeah, and especially Clearlove on something like Rek'Sai has the choice of playstyle. He can farm up very successfully or go aggressive, so ZZR has to be on his toes this game 1.
Well, ZZR's got a lot of work to do here against a very strong jungler here in Clearlove.
Rapid Star's suit was on point, by the way.
Certainly was. Rapid Star looking good. EDG, we'll see how good they're looking. It's time for game 1. And we're out into Summoner's Rift for game number 1. It's our final best of 3 of the night. Sad to be leaving another day of the LPL, but we do have a fun series to close things out. EDG are going to be taking on Snake. These two had some pretty epic clashes last year. Now they'll meet for the first time in the 2016 season. EDG certainly been on the rise. Snake been a little wobbly, but with a couple new members, but still with some of their strong anchors from last year. Snake definitely feel like they're on the rise. Currently placed relatively high in their group. A win here would do wonders for them as far as getting them up into the standings of their group.
Yeah, they're second. So they're doing really well for themselves. They're actually 5-2. They're behind QG. So the 2 LSPL rivals, are actually doing very well for themselves. One thing you will say is that you kind of have to afford Tank the same benefit of the doubt that we're affording EasyHoon. He is a good player, but he's just coming over, needs to learn relatively quickly. They have you on their bench. It actually confused a lot of people when Snake put Tank on over you, especially now that they have such a good Korean jungler like Tom. So we'll see exactly if this is a roster they stick with or whether it goes a different way.
Snake not going to lane swap? Are you sure this is Snake?
That's really interesting. We said before, our biggest criticism of them is the inability to lane swap. against a team like EDG, lane swapping doesn't really get you all that much. So I like the fact that they're like, let's take standard lanes. Let's see if we can make it work. Lucian is the counter to Kalista. We already mentioned that. So maybe they're going with a different game plan. And just like I said about Hyper Youth Gaming, really respect it.
Yep, certainly do. But a tough 2v2 against Deft and Mako. We'll see what Crystal and Ella can get done here. And mainly importantly, how much jungle attention, if any, we get here in this lane. Because things could get explosive nice and quickly. You can see Deft and Mako first to the wave. Both of them took a camp. And there's the level 2. Ella going to get stunned up already. Deft exhausted. We're going to chase down. And he starts putting arrows in Crystal, making sure he's zoned away.
They played that fantastic. EDG knew exactly when they reached lane that they were going to hit level 2 first and capitalize on that fantastically.
Snake knew that as well. They missed 2 creeps. Like, that is... There's a reason they lane swap pastry time. That is the reason.
They're not used to it.
Yeah, 2v2s, they're not, because they always lane swap. Yeah, I agree.
I do like that Ella put down the exhaust immediately though, knew that he was in a sticky situation. Just blew to someone straight away.
Yeah. Don't know. We'll see. You see that ZZR has smarted his wolf camp. That's a smart play against Clearlove because you know he wants to invade on you. But because mid lane and bottom lane is pushed up, he doesn't really give a damn.
He's doing it anyway.
He's going to take it anyway.
He's Clearlove.
He did have to back away though. Nice little response there from Ella, which unfortunately this means more pressure out into the bottom lane. Deft already keeping the creep wave pushed up nice and far. You can see already 18-7 CS difference as Crystal's trying to pick up a few more. And that's watered, by the way, so it's bold from ZZR to be trying to take that blue right now.
Yeah, it certainly is. At least jungle's really, really healthily, so all they're looking for is a timer there. ZZR should be safe on this one. Clearlove. All right, so we have some time, so I want to talk about a really cool start that Clearlove just did. So he goes Gromps to Wolves, to Race, to Scuttlecrab. You take no major buffs. The reason it is so cool is he would have used his second refillable charge just then. You can do that on Rek'Sai with 1 refillable charge because you don't actually take a major camp, and it is enough experience to get you that level 3 that you're looking for. So just proving that jungle pathing is really, really versatile at the moment. You don't have to take major camps. Don't tilt if someone takes it away from you in solo queue. It's really, really easy to get it done.
Well, tilt is something that Clearlove doesn't do very often here. He now does have that red buff after he went for his interesting jungle path.
I'm going to disagree slightly. I think Clearlove does tilt, but instead of like, you know, playing bad or like really like turtling up, he just gets mad and kills everyone.
He is the Vegeta of the LPL.
EDG want Clearlove to tilt more?
I don't know.
Well, okay.
Trust me, I've met the guy a couple of times now, and he is literally Vegeta.
So the other thing is that sometimes Clearlove just gets mad anyway and wants to kill everybody. So you never really know. But it is a dangerous proposition to make Clearlove angry.
So Clearlove is the Hulk. He just has to stay angry and he'll be good at all times.
Hulk Vegeta. We did it. We solved it. There's Athena in tank. Still scoring up in the mid lane. Lovely creep pulling there from Athena. He's going to keep the mid lane in a nice spot for himself. As ZZR does find a ward here in top lane. Unfortunately for him, he's probably not going to find a gank as a result. Flandre already pushed up pretty far in and actually doing nicely on CS. So Flandre, as almost always, laning nicely in the early parts of the game as Deft has actually gone back a double longsword. Going to be the first few pickups here. Currently CSing without Mako. He's just going to rejoin him after, I think, checking for some vision.
Yeah, so Flight of the Ruined King will come out first for Deft. Nothing really new there. We'll see whether he's able to make it work. You saw that he got the back in first. And is still a creep wave up, about 8 CS right now, so very nicely done. Clearlove going to grab his Gromp and then donate the blue over. You want to donate the blue close to level 6 as possible for your mid laner.
ZZR was actually trying to pay a troop up into the top lane. Ends up recalling. If you take a look at mid lane now, Tank going up against Athena. Relatively even and quiet between these two mid laners. It was Athena that was able to go back to base first. It's just going to be a battle of the two control-ish mages in the mid lane, farming up as much as possible. So now Mako makes his way back down to the bottom lane, help Deft out a little bit, and there is that level 6 blue buff, as you predicted, Spawn, going on over to Athena.
Mako just loves going on adventures. Every now and then he'll have a roam down, try and look for something mid perhaps, but Korra is going to get forced back.
Get him on Bard.
So not only did they go standard lanes, Flandre burnt his teleport to win his lane. So he uses it to go back top lane. So Koro actually gets the freedom of doing that as well. And you have to say that that is really far in EDG's favor because Snake's other win condition is make sick teleport plays bottom lane. And if that is something that they can't do now. That's honestly, I think, a pretty crucial mistake.
Gonna have to leave this 2v2 up as Crystal eats a pretty massive trade there. They are trying to push in aggressively and apply pressure to EDG's bottom lane, but...
So I was eating, so I couldn't talk about it, as we have maybe a little bit of aggression. But you guys were talking about Mako just going for a walk. The reason he does it is actually because of this. They value level 6 on Deft higher. So he goes to try and find the jungler, gives Deft solo experience. He'll be level 4. Deft will get hit level 6. And then they have one ultimate advantage. So imagine now you can throw your support player in as Kalista, and you're able to win a sneaky trade just because of how you manipulate experience around the map. And then because of catch-up mechanics, he actually catches up relatively quickly, and there won't be a huge discrepancy between him and the other support.
Meanwhile, Tina's going to get jumped up by Tank, who flashes forward after the cleanse. A follow-up, Cocoon from Zizia will give first blood on over to the Elise, as Ella groups up to try and help them out even more.
So, ZZR gets first successful gank of the game. Really nicely played out. A tank, you have to say, will result in to that. Double of summoner spells also is burnt, but here we go.
There it is.
Crystal could be in trouble. Fate's Call used. That's going to get the flash out. Exhaust down there as well. They might even look for a dive as the culling comes out from Crystal, but the Brawn passive will pop. The red is there, and Crystal with the heal barely lives.
One auto attack more, and Def would have picked that one up. Mako, though, couldn't take the turret for it. So in the end, they do get away with their lives. Double summoner spells burnt on Crystal, but triple on the side of EDG.
Winter's Bite missing coming in from Mako was the difference between a kill and no kill there coming in the bottom lane. But there was that sneaky play from Def that you were talking about after manipulating experience.
Nice all in there, but no dice unfortunately for EDG's duo. As Mako going to play up, make sure he gets the target stacked down, and I imagine we'll have a recall coming out for these bottom lanes relatively soon. Just checking back in with Athena quickly. Only a null magic mantle, so Abyssal first would be the logical item. Looks like Tank's going to do the same thing here with the Negatron Cloak and the blasting one already completed. And a couple balmy cinders for the top half of EDG's map between Clearlove and Koro. Looks like Cinderhawk Rek'Sai, which makes a whole lot of sense. Haven't seen too many warriors in quite a while. Steph is busy farming Krugs.
It's just going to take the small one away. I don't think Clearlove would be very happy with him. Might put him on tilt a little bit. From what I've learnt today, that means Clearlove's just going to go on a murder spree now.
So interesting thing there was that they wanted to get a shop on Mako, refresh that Sightstone, get himself some wards. So what they did is they actually faked the back on both of them. Def goes and takes a mini Krog. Not the best use of your time, but hey, at least you're getting some gold. Then he can pick up the next couple of creep waves, push it back in his favor, and go back when he actually has a meaningful shop. So once again, just little sneaky, smart play from Def in the bottom lane.
Well, Crystal is coming back now, so he's got a major shop in for himself. Had the core fields before, now is the BF sword, so building swiftly towards that Essence Reaver. As Zizia once again hanging out mid. No summoners here for Athena. As even Cleanse is going to be up not too soon.
Wow, where is Mako going? That is a deep ward.
He's going on an adventure. Patience don't call that one out. I still think you should play Bard a bit more. And pick up some chimes as you go around.
Well, EDG do like to get vision together as Clearlove level 8 now. Zizia level 7, so a lot of farming for these junglers as Tank going to get himself the blue buff. Deft is returning to this lane as well. Mako, you can see, kind of fend off Ella and Crystal for now, but build toward up plus double daggers here for Deft. Play to the Ruin King going to be up relatively shortly at this point.
It certainly is, and as I said, this should be a lane that Lucian wins. So the fact that Deft is still within touching distance, very, very good for them. Also has a sustained advantage on the side of Snake, so we'll see whether next time, maybe if Mako is level 6, they can get an aggressive play going, but hold that thought, because EZR and Tank want to invade together.
Just going to be able to find a pink ward here. Snake do have a slight gold lead, about 400 gold ahead of EDG, but right now it really feels like EDG have Snake exactly where they want them to be. Standard lanes, bottom lane's going even, mid lane's just a farm fest where they'll pick up one kill. Top lane's just tanks hitting each other, and Kurlov has free roam to do whatever he wants.
Everyone just chilling out for now at least. As the culling going to hit mostly Mako's chair. But decent poke damage there as Zizia is now making his way to that bottom side of the map. Has not been spotted just yet, but Clearlove is in the area with the Tremor Sense, and now is going to know there are 3 there.
He is hunting.
No dice though. Zizia actually going to go back. As the Runic Echo is completed already, but time to move into Swiftness Boots to get him around the map just a little quicker. And Tank casually taking the Raptors. So again, this team is just settling into farm. We saw the early aggression from EDG trying to make it work, but the nice gank from Zizia does give Snake a slight lead and the first blood. But 11.5 minutes in, you know these teams are more than happy to let it draw out just a bit.
Yeah, and that's the difference in gold right now. First blood and assist, 600 gold exactly. You know, the differences in farm where it seems that Snake are positive just slightly in every single lane is made up by the 10 CS that Clearlove's been able to pick up. So he's kind of making up for that difference. And right now, it looks like the game's just on a nice edge. Once again, 3-man roam into the bottom side of the jungle. Means that EDG have to be careful of the gank.
This is not the Clearlove I'm used to, though. This is a very...
This is like Clearlove. There's 2 of him, right? So this is the one that just farms up, gets the mid game, still a fantastic team fighter. But right now, you have a look at their comp, and their comp is a team fighting comp. Ganking always, like, people don't recognize this, but especially in professional play, ganking comes with an inherent risk. You have to overcommit. The person that goes in first generally has to use gap closers and stuff like that. Especially with a teleport on Flandre, there's always a chance that it turns around. So Clearlove right now has decided the investment in ganking is not worth the risk that he sees with an Elise, with a Poppy top lane. So all he's going to do, and they have double teleport against them. So all he is going to do is try and control the tempo of the game. Ensure that when team fights do occur, he is as strong as possible for them.
Well, all I've seen so far while I've been here is just Clearlove killing everybody in his path.
I feel like
different.
I think he's sated some of the bloodthirst since coming back off the bench.
He saw his KDA. He was like, what? It's not 20, it's 12? I ain't going anywhere near people.
I don't want to ruin it anymore. I'm already on top of the KDA standings.
No more dying.
Well, Crystal has finished his Essence Reaver now, so things might pick up just a bit more here in the bottom lane at least. But Def going to go back. I have to think he's got the Blade ready to go as well. And does in fact have Blade of the Ruin King completed. Athena, another Hex Core upgrade with the Negatron Cloak now done. And the Abyssal Scepter and the Need to See Large Rod there for tank. As top lane is still looking for those first major tank items. It is Component City right now.
I think I've got it now. Clearlove saw what happened to Uzi's KDA after he died a couple of times. So he knows what happens when you come off the bench and you kind of die a couple of times in a few team fights.
Right.
Spawn must be right.
This will actually be a natural turret going down in the bottom lane. That's huge. Oh, aggression.
Maybe in the bottom lane, it was the classic Lissandra Gambit. Aggression or wave clear with the Glacial Blood. That time it was wave clear. That time it was Deft. He's going to clean these out.
Next time, maybe.
Snake the maybe look towards the Dragon. Do have a nice opening in that bottom half of the map now. But Athena's just wave clearing. As long as he doesn't get randomly eaten by ZZR, it could be okay. But here he comes again. Tanking a flash forward there. ZZR's also in the area. The ulti will connect as Flandre has come down as well. That's going to be the kill for Tank as Flandre is going to get Nautilus ulti, but I'm not sure that's quite enough. Coral actually a little bit out of position. He's going to have to flash himself off to safety.
Did Koro just hook the turret?
Yes.
Yep. But it's still going on here. They're going to jump in. Clearlove is now deep inside the fight. He gets taken down by ZZR as Cora actually has to run away. He hooks the turret one more time as he watches his support get absolutely destroyed. They pick up 3 kills against EDG.
And where was Def the whole time? Mako somehow got there. Def walked the long way around. That means they're also going to lose another turret. That's a 4,000 gold lead and only 14 minutes in. And Snake bursts this game wide open.
I think Snake need to stop lane swapping and just start doing this, because that was beautiful from Snake.
Yeah, they send 5 people mid. They understand that Def's going to be there late to rotate. EDG, of course, will always take 50-50 team fights. But this one, I feel, was a little bit too much.
That was a great play from Tank as well. Flashed over the W from Victor, saved his ultimate for after he cleansed as well, and they locked him down immediately. And look at this from Koro. Hello.
Yeah, that wasn't great. Hooking the turret is not what he wanted there. And Def has actually pinged retreat. So Def, oh, he got knocked out by Poppy. That's what it was. So actually really nicely played by Flandre there. You feel if Def had been there a little bit earlier, would have been a different story.
And there's step 1 to Clearlove tilting. Lost a little bit of his KDA in that fight too. Now 0-1-0.
It does have an Aegis, so a bit more team protection. Like we mentioned, EDG are looking to take team fights here with this comp, but no Runins yet for the Kalista. 4 kills down now as Snake have launched themselves ahead in gold. And now Flandre with the Sunfire Cape hanging out on the bottom side of the map. Just going to keep everyone busy. I don't know if you want to go for this dive. They are going to look for it though. Flandre could be in trouble. Clearlove here as well. Def pops the Blade of the Ruin King. Flandre full of spears. The Ren's out though. It's not nearly enough. And Def still taking the turret as Clearlove's going to try and get out of this. But Tank with a great TP is going to take out the Rek'Sai.
So as soon as they saw the TP, they shouldn't have gone for it. That would actually have been very worthwhile if they get the TP out for free. Instead, now they get another kill onto Lissandra. They lose the top lane turret and they have no pressure elsewhere. They're in trouble.
Still going in for it as Tank's going to claw over the wall. They're trying to chase down the Flandre who knocks the support out of the fight. Deft is throwing as many spears as possible into the tank Poppy, and it's not enough.
Yeah, that's really sloppy play out of EDG, and you feel like they've maybe lost a little bit of touch with the game. That's now about 7,000 gold, the advantage. They're 4 turrets to nothing, and this game's turned into a whitewash. We said that on a good day, Snake can go toe-to-toe with any of these guys. Definitely looks like a good day.
And I love it from Snake, because it certainly does. For the way that, for how laid back Snake play and how late they push games, and especially how much room they give Flandre to be a big late game carry, I feel like the few times where I've seen Snake go really aggressive, and I mean really aggressive, is actually to beat EDG. And at least in this first game, they built themselves a massive lead.
And this is the Snake that did not lane swap. They went for normal conventional lanes. It looked a little bit shaky, but they didn't lane swap. This is just not the Snake I've been used to see.
Well, it's not the EDG we're used to seeing either. As they did try things in bottom early on.
This is the EDG that showed up against Invictus Gaming, to be fair.
True.
This is exactly how they looked in that best of 3 as well. That was across 4 weeks, and 4 weeks apart, they still couldn't piecemeal together one successful game against IG. So we'll see whether IG and Snake, they're similar team comps. I compare them a lot, and it seems to be holding true right now that EDG can't pick up wins versus either.
Snake, if I'm not mistaken, was one of the teams that was able to take a game off IG as well. So contrasting there as well against EDG.
Well, right now, just in this game, Snake are insanely far ahead already. Not even a dragon on the board. They might be thinking about it now because it's a pretty safe, open objective to take, and they will pick it up for themselves. But Crystal building in towards his second item. Tank has almost finished up something. It's just got a number of different items in the inventory there.
Nomicon and a needlessly large rod. It's like, it used to be 1,600 gold syndrome, now it's 2050 gold syndrome, where you go back with enough money for the needlessly large rod, and you're like, I have to buy it.
Yeah.
Like, everything else isn't available now. I have enough gold to buy a needlessly large rod.
Well, Def's still looking for Hurricane. Athena has finished his Abyssal, and Sunfire keeps it completed for both of those top laners, but Zonya's now done for Tank. Does actually delay the Morelli Nomicon for a little bit, but plenty of strength here. And Tank has been the beneficiary of most of that gold. You can see why it's so accelerated here. 4-0-2. Has 4 of the 6 kills and has participated in all of them.
That's no longer an needlessly large rod anymore as well. That's a Zonya's Hourglass. He's got that with the Abyssal Scepter too. So that's one very tanky Lissandra that's going to be diving into the back lines of EDG. And Snake, they're currently 7,000 gold ahead of EDG. That's only 19 minutes into the game as well.
Yeah, and they're not a team that's shy to close out the game either, Snake, when they're ahead. They will continue to fight very successfully. So pressure on EDG to try and stop the bleeding. We already mentioned Clear Love. He's not having a normal Clear Love game. Certainly a little bit far behind. He's 0-2-0 versus 2-0-2. So, and Koro, he's kind of just been hanging out farming sideways. I mean, you feel that when tanks are behind, they generally stay behind. That's the rule behind League of Legends. And he's behind at the moment.
Certainly is, even though the CS looks good. 5 assists for Flandre, and nothing at all in any of the columns for Koro right now. As TPs are back up, we'll see exactly if the top laners can make use of them. The Iceborne Gauntlet's going to be done pretty quickly here for Flandre. And we've seen it before. He usually has one job as a top laner. He loves to jump on AD carries. Poor Deft is going to struggle to get out from under Lissandra Poppy in a lot of these fights.
Touching on Flandre really quickly, there were 2 bans, Gangplank and Fiora, being targeted at him. And he's still doing so well on this Poppy. Meanwhile, we are going to see a team fight break out.
Koro locked up though, Culling's out. Athena actually trapped in the middle of it all, has to flash out of the way, but Flandre is going to jump in on top of him. Crystal will get the kill. Tank not able to zone into the rest of it as Deft is actually able to pick that up. Now Clearlove going to jump himself onto Crystal. They need to kill him if they can, but Crystal flashes out nicely as Deft is trying to 1v2 Flandre and ZZR. 2 different carries trying to get out of the way. ZZR will get the first kill, but Crystal somehow still stays alive. He gets Clearlove with the last auto attack. And now Koro trapped between a red buff and 3 other members of Snake, with Crystal coming back around the side. Oh. He's going to get trapped in the bouncy castle. Nice flash to maybe get him out alive, but that's a 1 team fight from Snake.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it was so close, actually. They will be able to run away with this, but Crystal nearly died. And you honestly feel that if that was anything not an 8,000 gold lead before the fight, EDG would have taken it, but Snake is just too far ahead.
Snake are way too far ahead right now. 10,000 gold, and watch this team fight again.
Yeah, so let's take another look at it. Athena actually cleanses nothing. So it's just a knock up at that stage. He flashes out, gets a lot of good damage done, and they actually delete Tank. Tank doesn't get anything off, so that's a lot of the gold gone. Crystal nearly falls down here, and if they had been able to get Crystal, you would almost give the team fight over them, but he's able to live, kites back successfully, Def gets taken down by a nice Q there from ZZR, and then the team fight splits off, and it is ending up to be a 1-for-5 ace, but once again, look how low all the health bars are on Snake. If that wasn't an 8,000 gold lead, would have been really, really different.
And although Tank went down there, it felt like the Karthus syndrome a bit to me as well. He spent so much time, took up so much time of EDG trying to take down Lissandra. He got nothing off, but it took so long. They waited for his Zhonya's Hourglass to finish, and that just allowed this huge gold lead Snake to abuse that.
I don't even think he got Zhonya's off. I think he got nothing off.
Got his Zhonya's off, that's it. No ultimate. His claw got interrupted as well by a CC, and now we're going to see them fight one more time as Clearlove, he's going to try and run away from Ella and Crystal. He keeps dashing on forward towards this jungler. Clearlove is going to get taken down by ZZR. He's 0-4-1.
EDG just not looking good here in game number 1. They're going to try and defend their blue. Def will get it, but Snake are officially 10,000 gold ahead of EDG. 23 minutes in, and when he's this far ahead, absolutely do the Baron.
Yeah, especially if you have someone like a Poppy. Doesn't have sustain, but has a buckler, which helps a lot. Teleport coming from behind.
Hello. They're going to go for a fight instead here. You're going to see Def pull back his support. They will be able to knock up Tank. He gets obliterated 2 team fights in a row, but it's not going to be enough for EDG because the rest of Snake are just snowballing in this gold lead that they have. Koro can't even hook himself out because Poppy's not going to allow that to happen. And Snake pick up another huge team fight.
Yeah, so it's 1 for 3 this time. It probably has deterred them from the Baron. Although they're going for it again. Clearlove is available. Don't know about this one. Flandre is still pretty healthy.
Little dangerous perhaps, but Athena and Clearlove are going to move in to try and get them off the objective. Looks like Snake are going to have to pull off. Crystal 8 poke there as Flandre. He's going to peel off for Clearlove. Snake just forcing fight after fight, but Clearlove, with the help of the gravity field, might be able to get out of the way. Never mind, Flandre knocks him back into the wall, and that's another kill.
So it's another kill. Flandre also looking for Athena here. Probably will have to retreat. So in the end, very nicely played out of Snake. They baited them into another fight as opposed to hard committing to the Baron objective. And right now, they're 12,000 gold up at 24 minutes.
12,000 gold up. Clearlove can kiss his KDA goodbye as well. He's 0-5 on Rek'Sai in this game for EDG. They're 216 in kills. They picked up no turrets, no dragons. Snake are dominating on Summoner's Rift right now.
You'd have to think without those kills, it would actually be a flawless looking game here for Snake, which is very impressive, particularly given the opposition they're up against.
Report Tank for feeding.
Yep, 2 deaths. I mean, to be fair, both the times he's died, Snake have won team fight, so I'm sure they're not too upset about it. Dragon number 2 will go over to Snake. And they just have every advantage in the world right now. I love the way they played around the Baron. Didn't commit to it. EDG did the right thing, tried to fight them off, but Snake just uses to continue to force fights here. And given the pace that Snake have been playing at, game 1 is not long for this world.
Certainly doesn't look to be. Once again, they're going towards the Baron, clearing it out of wards, making sure that they're able to take that. ZZR's had a great game on Elise. We mentioned that it's definitely his patch right now, proving it one more time.
EDG, all they can really do is wait. I think hope Snake either make a mistake or give them some more time, but Snake are bloodthirsty. Clearly it has to be so aggressive to check vision around the Baron. Maker that just to be able to save him might be enough to make sure he gets out safely. And maybe use the ulti if he has to, and does ulti out to a different tunnel.
And once again, they just start up the Baron because of it.
They have Flandre in the bottom lane. His teleport is available, so they could potentially set up for another teleport play.
This is going to be so hard. 5,000 health. They can hard commit.
They're going to actually come and teleport in. We're going to see the teleport matched by Flandre as well. Def is going to pull out his support, but he gets locked down by the Lissandra, flashes away after. But Elise is sticking to this AD carry. They lock him down a little bit more with the Braum ultimate, but might not be enough. The rest of EDG, they're trying to stop the Flandre train from kicking in. Koro's now the one that gets locked down. Flandre's in the back lines. He's going to try and take down Athena, as the rest of EDG might be able to get away without a single person going down here. Flandre is still trying to chase onto Mako. He's going 1-on-4. Clear Love jumps back in. They will be able to take down this puppy after an extended amount of time.
They're not going to get him.
They're not going to get him. Nobody dies in this fight. Actually, ZZR is able to take down Koro in the back lines. He's the only person to fall.
But once again, look how close these team fights are with a 12,000 gold difference. Like, I cannot stress that enough. They are a major item on every one of their team members up, and their team fights are still this close just because of execution. This is a worry about Snake. Snake look great when they're ahead. They're willing to bait these fights and like continue to go back to it. They're never at risk really losing one, but they're getting a little bit too close for comfort.
Biggest thing for me as well, that was a team fight where Tank wasn't obliterated when it started. He actually contributed to the team fight, but Snake still couldn't kill anyone.
Yeah, but they will get Baron this time, you feel. If they just commit to it, I say it every single time, they're probably going to peel off.
Battle of attrition perhaps here is Snake. Might actually be staying to try and take this one out. They're going to zone them away. Snake are going to commit to this Baron. Clearlev is around the area. He's going to move in for the steal, but ZZR, he's able to take it. Clearlev's going to get exploded. And now Athena has no summoners and nowhere good to run away. ZZR's going to chase him down. Flandre knocks him into the wall. Korra going to try and disengage, and that's 2 kills for nothing and the Baron for Snake.
So much smarter. This time around, they just commit to the Baron. They understand that if EDG come to them, if they can't kite back, then they win the team fight. Snake will win this game. Maybe not on this push, although death timers are still reasonably long.
Snake are going to try and push in. They do have the Baron buff available, so they might actually go for this. They're onto the Nexus turret. Splandre is looking to try and knock people out. Puppy ult's not going to connect with everyone, but Snake are still going in for the rest of the turrets here. They will be able to pick up game 1 against EDG in fantastic style as well.
And the closeout was much better. The ability to be able to recognize that team fighting was starting to get a little bit shaky. Let's just hard commit to the Baron. We don't lose health from it. Really, really nice play there. As soon as Clearlove went into the pit, they just delete one person. The closeout of that game was very, very clean from Snake.
Certainly was, and so was honestly the way they started it. Pick standard lanes, get aggressive, start snowballing, and Snake do something that they haven't done in a very long time, and that's snowball a victory, and of all teams, it's against EDG.
Yeah, it was really, really strange to see that Koro kind of looked out of sorts that game. He hooked a turret. They took a team fight. He's one of the shot callers when Deft wasn't there, and then he got punted away. So I'm going to say EDG looked very out of sorts there, but Snake definitely capitalized on the mistakes.
I mean, you said this is something that Snake haven't done in a really long time. Something else they haven't done in a really long time is conventional lanes. They've been lane swapping non-stop, and we just saw a conventional 1-1-2 setup from Snake.
And to be fair, it almost cost them, to be honest, in that fight. You saw the, the cheeky experience shift there in the bottom side. You saw the all-in. Crystal was very close to going down to the all-in from Deft and Mako, and for a while it looked like he was actually going to struggle a bit in that lane.
Well, let's have a look at it. Like, we talk about how well Snake played, but there was a time, like level 1, Crystal nearly died. Then Ali goes for a roam, underneath turret, Winter's Bite misses, Crystal nearly dies. Couple of team fights there, they walk away with like 200 health. Like, Snake definitely won that game very convincingly, but EDG got unlucky multiple times, and you feel that that game was on a knife set until they busted it open mid lane. But that's what you have to say. As soon as they got that advantage, they were definitely happy to take it as fast and as aggressive as they could in the mid lane.
And I felt like EDG almost gifted them that advantage. Yes, it was a great call from Snake to jump in and to lock down Athena on Victor and make sure to get their pick. But the rest of EDG diving in afterwards from the safety of their turret, I thought was just uncalled for.
You're new to EDG. I had this exact conversation with Yamato Cannon at Worlds where he was like, that's a bad fight. And I was like, but it's an EDG fight. EDG, if there is a 50-50 fight, will fight you 100% of the time. So, like, that's just EDG being EDG. That's why they normally win games at 20 minutes, because they get one of those fights and take Baron. This time comes back and bites them in the ass because they don't execute well. But EDG will still take those team fights.
Certainly will. And a nice clean fight there coming from Snake to end the game at 28 minutes. Blisteringly fast pace. We'll see if they can keep it up and take it 2-0 of EDG. Going to force it. Don't go too far away. Snake EDG game 2 is coming right up. And here we are back for our second game as EDG and Snake just had one hell of a game. Snake and ZZR, your MVP for game one, over to take it out. That was quite an elite game.
Yeah, 7-0-10. More importantly, you know, we said that Clearlove is right now one of the best junglers in the LPL. ZZR able to set the tempo of the game, gets in there for first blood, able to mix it up again on the second big team fight. So credit to the guy. You know, I said that he needs to perform well against Clearlove. He does for game one. But that's not over yet. Like, he still needs to be able to perform game 2 and 3 if it does come to that. If he plays like that, there won't be a game 3. But big question for ZZR to back up that performance because he performed beautifully. Just want to see the consistency out of him.
So you guys have been telling me that there's a lot of things I need to learn here because I'm new. So one of them is that Clearlove tilts, and apparently when he tilts, he becomes Dark Clearlove. So if he's going to become Dark Clearlove, this is something that ZZR has to watch out for in game 2.
Yeah. The other thing is, like, I'm going back over the EDG ban. Didn't like the Rek'Sai pickup. It was really, really weird. It didn't really do much for me at all. It didn't control the pace of the game. So I'm going to throw a question mark over that one. Also didn't really like the Victor too much. Like, in the end, it didn't really matter. But, like, I feel like there were better champions for Athena to play in the mid lane. So just looking down, Snake started the game on the right footing. They got a beautiful draft. They started in standard lanes. It went a little bit too close for comfort in a couple of points, but Snake comprehensively won game 1.
The problem for me with the Victor pickup coming in from Athena wasn't that it wasn't good. I felt like we didn't get to see anything from it. There was just him being dead all the time. They were constantly putting a lot of focus on him to die. And during the second time he got picked off, it was just EDG getting train wrecked right afterwards. And he just couldn't do anything from then onwards.
Yeah, I'm sort of seeing a trend with Victor recently, I feel like, where people are picking Victor, and then junglers are being like, sick, free lane to gank, and just go straight to the lane and try and gank them. We saw it with the Gragas earlier today. We now saw it with the Elise and the Lissandra. Like, it's just so tricky for Victor to live through a lot of these lanes. And when the pressure comes down, you see exactly what happens.
Well, we're going to have to see if they're going to get Victor here again, or if ZZR is going to go off and get patched into the MVP. As well as we are going to take a look at the bans that are coming out. Gragas, Kog'Maw, and Lulu being banned up by Snake, Fiora, and Gangplank. Once again from EDG, they don't want Flandre to have any of these champions.
Got to take him away. I would probably ban those two against Flandre as well. Whereas Snake are going to stick to much more standard bans. We'll see what EDG do want to target as their last one. It will be Alistar, actually. So they're going to take that one out of the equation. Felt like Alistar was fine, but maybe not the defining pick of that draft.
I mean, when he's played about 5 out of his 6 last games on Alistar, it's pretty much a respect ban that's coming out from EDG. And he has been banned 100%, well, 99%.
99.
99% in the LPL so far.
So the reason I like it is because it shut down a lot of aggression that EDG's bottom lane wanted to get done. You feel if there was any other support in that lane, Alistar kind of is the best of both worlds, can go offensive and also has a heal so can stay defensive. So I like the fact that they ban it away, allow Mako and Def to be able to bully that lane.
Well, they are going to give Corki over as a result, though, so smart stuff there from EDG. But we'll see what Tank can get done with the Corki. That's presumably his champion, although absolutely not limited to the mid lane. Crystal can, of course, play it. And I think EDG is deciding what do we want to take away here. They're highlighting Kalista. They will lock it in. They're going to take the Poppy away from Flandre as well.
I like taking that one away from Flandre. He had a great game on Poppy. Contributed to a lot of the early snowballing that Snake had. And it just seems like Edward Gaming want to try and shut down as many avenues of attack that Flandre
He
can
won
distribute.
that team fight in the mid lane by kicking Deft out. Like, if he was on any other champion, that doesn't happen. So, like, I agree with taking it away here. I think that they need to be realistic and realize that anything Flandre plays is going to be incredibly strong. They've banned away the carries that he plays in the top lane, but he's going to be on something like a Trundle, like a Nautilus this game and be able to do his job completely fine.
Don't worry, there's always more Flandre champions. We haven't gone really deep into the Flandre pool of champions, but probably not going to go too far today. At least a Snake going to consider picks 2 and 3. Don't give me that look. Again, I know you're new here, Fish. Just so you know, Flandre, AD LeBlanc top lane, it was a thing.
Okay.
Yeah, Trinity 4 static shift.
Okay.
Split push all day.
This is something I want to see now.
Flandre definitely ran amok in the LSPL 2 years ago, but ZZR is going to go back to Elise. After an MVP performance, I don't think I can blame the man. But there is Braum up for Ella as well.
Snake are going to put the spider in the jungle once again. ZZR was dominant on that. I'm actually interested to see what Clearlove is going to throw back at him pastry time, because that was not a great game from Clearlove. And he's looked on form for EDG all the way in every single game they've played so far since he's been back.
IG, game 2. They love looked horrible.
Well, technically, I don't know. That game was meant to be played before he got back.
No, it wasn't. He played game 1 of it as well, didn't he? No,
No,
Fire
Fire
Lolly
Lolly
played
played
it.
it.
Fire
Yeah.
Lolly
All
played,
right.
so, you know, it's the tilt carrying over.
That's the rule when you play the series. You have to carry all emotions from the game 1 after it got moved schedule-wise. EDG, though, considering these next few picks. I did like Clearlove's Kindred. We saw it for the first time this week. And looks like Mako might be going for Thresh. He's going to lock it in, but there's Kindred also.
This might be dangerous for Tank in the mid lane because we saw how aggressive Kindred was being played by Clearlove yesterday when he was constantly paying visit to the mid lane and making sure that he got that mid lane snowballing, which in turn got Clearlove snowballing on that Kindred as well.
He went also the strangest build I've ever seen in my life. So he went Sated Devour. He built himself Sterix Gauge. He had a Hurricane. Like, he was all over the shop. Like, his performance was great. His build, like, that was a MOBA fire.
Let's just say he's
God.
not an 80 carry
That was a
player.
MOBA fire guide.
We should post that. We could act, that could be a thing. Anyway, trust me, guys, it's good. I won an LPL game. There's 12 seconds left for Snake to lock in the last few. Flandre has gone to Quinn a few times here, and actually might be Crystal on the Corki based on those hovers. Not long left for Snake to lock these in. Lysandra Quinn at their final pick, so Liss mid, Quinn top, unless Crystal's gone off the deep end, and he's going to actually get the Corki here.
Could be Quinn mid, Lysandra top.
Hey, we've seen Quinn 80 carry, dudes. I'm not committing to anything until the champions swap, which is good. You know, their draft is right open. I feel like they don't have a tank right now, which is dangerous. Even though they have a dude called Tank, they don't actually have someone that fulfills the role on the team apart from the Braum. So we'll see whether, if this game gets rolling, it's going to be difficult for Snake to claw their way back in. But if they snowball it themselves, they'll definitely have a lot of damage to output.
Can we just take a moment to realize that Tank might have the least exciting mid lane ID of a professional League of Legends player?
Yeah.
There are so many sweet IDs, and Tank is called Tank, and he's a mid laner. I feel personally, I don't know, I feel a bit trolled.
You don't feel it's up to pastry time standard?
I don't think so.
I don't know. I went with Spawn.
Well, they were considering Zillion apparently, which would have been very exciting to see with the Kindred ulti, but instead Athena is going to lock in Kassadin. So a bit more power in the champion, especially towards the late game, but going away from some of those poke champions, goes for the melee assassin instead.
So in the first game, EDG target banned Flandre once again with the Fiora and the Gameplay bans coming out, and it felt like it suited Snake. They got a lot of power picks up once again. This time round, I'm actually really liking EDG's team comp to go up against Snake. I feel like this time they've got some of the great power picks like Poppy, they've got the Callista Thresh bottom lane as well, so if Snake try to throw the curveball of going for conventional lanes again, it feels like Deft and Mako have the power to try and stop them in the laning phase itself.
Yeah, I agree. I really like the draft out of EDG. Once again, I didn't like the Victor Rek'Sai picks last time around. I thought the core of their comp was okay. But looking down Snake's lineup, like they have a good split pusher in top lane in Quinn. They have great ability to rotate around the map. Once again, they have double teleport, so anything can happen. I'm not willing to call anything anymore.
I feel like this is going to go to game 3 now just because Clearlove's playing Kindred. So you've got, that was the Lamb just now. Now you've got both the Lamb and the Wolf. And the next game you might see the Wolf Clearlove this time. I don't know.
You are, yeah.
reach in deep on the metaphors, old fish. But we at least confirm where Snake are playing their solo lanes. We talked about the flexibility. They're going to put them, I think, where we expected them. We'll see if it's a much different game. EDG do need to pick it up. We'll see if they can force the game 3 or if Think going to get the 2-0. Let's get ourselves onto Summoner's Rift. And we're at it again. Here is Snake looking at 2-0 EDG perhaps. And maybe even less than an hour. They won game 1 in under 30 minutes, clocking in at about 28. But Clearlove is back on the Kindred that he really showed us the ins and outs of yesterday. We'll see if he can have a similar looking game. But it should be fun. 4 teleports, Snake up a game. EDG looking to fight back and force a third.
Clearlove's already hunting the MVP here. He wants to show ZZR. He wants to send a message to ZZR right now.
All right, cool. Kindred can actually start at any camp, really. I was going to say there is a cool Wraith camp start, but we have some aggression.
Crystal is going to get a little bit of spears thrown into him. Ignite has been put down as well. Def will get stunned down by Ella here, but Crystal had to use both his summoners to get away.
ZZR. This is dangerous.
They're going to walk into ZZR. Athena's going to try and follow up. Thresh is able to just back away. They trade an Ignite for a flash and heal onto Crystal.
Yep, definitely worthwhile. Def can also stick around if he wants to, but looks like he will go for the recall as well. So everyone going to go back to lane. No one will get a jungle camp. And it's actually a lane swap coming out of EDG.
Hello?
I like this. The reason I like this, because Kindred is going to farm really, really quick. Like, Elise is a quick farmer, but Kindred's, like, incredible. And we'll see if they can shut down the Quinn, because Quinn struggles with 2v1s. And you can see that they haven't really had an opportunity to get anything.
So my theory is next level tactics from Snake. They know that EDG will swap because they're sending a Quinn to the top lane, so they still get their lane swap, which they're used to.
I don't know. I think they were just fun in standard lanes last game.
Yeah, they 100%. they wanted standard lanes. They've actually picked, once again, a bully lane. And you see Flandre leaves the lane straight away.
I like the Keystones here as well. Don't get to see them change up too often, but triple Thunderlords for Snake, I think that kind of suits them, especially if they did want standard lanes. But Deathfire Touch actually for Athena in the mid lane.
We've seen that with a lot of Cassidans recently.
Has gotten some love, so doesn't surprise me too much. As you can see, Korra and Clearlove were jungling together. Now Flandre is going to join in ZZR.
So I like the Deathfire Touch being put onto Cassidon in the mid lane because you trade a lot of your burst potential that you get from Thunderlords with consistent trade damage. So if you throw a Q onto tank in the mid lane, he's going to try and trade back. You negate a lot of damage with your shield, and at the same time you get a lot of poke damage coming out from the Deathfire Touch.
I was going to say, that's the reason for it, right? Late game, Thunderlord's better. Laning phase, which is the only area that Cassidon really needs to have anything going in his favor. It's just so much better to have Deathfire Touch because all you do is throw out singular Qs at people. So I definitely think it's the right mastery to take. And we'll see whether he's able to make it work. Late game, of course, Cassidon does enough burst damage without really having the Thunderlords.
That's pretty great there from Koro. Flandre has left the area, but he's pulled the wave just in case. Going to make sure the minions hit the turret ASAP. Two different pushes, though, are going to start in the opposite sides of the map. 3 people there for Snake on the bottom side, and 3 here for EDG in the top. These turrets should fall at around the same time.
Yeah, they certainly will, and we'll see where EDG go from here, because EDG were really, really famous last season of staying in the lane swap. They would just continue to push down, so Snake would do something trickly like they are now. They let everything die, and then the wave would bounce back. Actually, looks like EDG are doing the same, but what they would typically do is be like, all right, you got a lane bounce, we're just going to shove the wave into your turret and make you come respond. Koro's executed.
Koro!
And that's a big just
still tilted.
Mistake from Koro. There's no reason to be doing that. I mean, Thresh is going to help him out, make sure it goes down, but
Mako got some sick gold.
Yeah. That gold was meant for Koro, and he's not going to get it.
And this is one thing that, you know, we talk about it all the time. LPL teams still not being able to lane swap. Frustrating to watch pastry time, but it's happened again.
I feel like EDG should know. Koro just makes really a mechanical error.
Well, Fnatic, like, taught EDG, like, they gave them a handbook on how to lane swap as they kicked them out of Worlds last year. So you feel like they should know. But, you know, doesn't lie. I just watched a Poppy die to a turret.
Died to a turret. He's now 11 CS behind Quinn as well. And Quinn's meant to be the one here that loses in this lane swap matchup as well. Yeah, Poppy is going to be gifted a nice big wave up in the top lane as well.
But you see how many people they have to send him up there to secure this farm. 3 people on the top side of the map to help Koro out. Def's going to grab a huge wave down the bottom lane as well at the same time.
Yeah, it seems like EDG are just going to babysit Koro a little bit here. Clearlove actually up. Going to try and trim the waves back and just make sure the damage to the turret isn't too bad here. Koro going to pick up what he can. Mako babysitting him here. And I do like that Deft is getting some farm, but I'm not sure how he's going to go versus the Quinn. Flandre loves to be aggressive in his lanes. Deft just going to have to take what farm he can. It should be alright for now. Flandre is going to back away. And looks like he's going to go shopping. Finally get an item buy-in after still being up 10 CS on Koro. And Swiftness Boots is actually what he goes for.
Yeah, why not? He's going to have the level 6 relatively soon. He'll just be able to zoom around the map, so like to pick up there. This is really actually confusing. EDG's lanes don't make any sense right now. You can see that Koro is posturing back and forward every single time. Does not want to be there.
They're sending a lot of people top lane. Snake
That's
have
5
Dissandra
members.
going up. They have Quinn with the Swifty boots as well. Immediately EDG back off.
But that will be a second turret going down. And Snake, once again, we said that they're a good lane swapping team. This time it's EDG that opt into it. They make a meal of the first turret shove. This time around, 5 members in the top lane mean that Snake will be able to get the tier 1 pretty early on as well. It's a nice play.
A big takeaway for me as well, it's Koro that is being zoned away from this turret as they push it in. So he's going to lose a lot of the CS and experience up in this top lane. And he's already really far behind. And you said last game, Spawn, when tanks fall behind, they usually stay behind.
Yeah, I don't know if Poppy's the same as that. As actually Tank burnt the teleport into the bottom lane. Here we go, play happening.
Gonna look for something here. Tank is gonna be the target. Koro's gonna bop him out. Clearlove's down here as well. That's gonna force the ulti out of Lysandra, and EDG cannot redive.
But they actually cancel the teleport. I think that's a little bit of a mistake because he's not going to be able to defend the turret anymore. And we'll see whether they're able to move down here and actually equalize a lot of the damage. You see that there were actually 4 members posturing. In the end, they will back away for Kindred's camp. But signs of life out of EDG.
Like the proactive play. Clearlove does get his first mark. Flandre at level 5, so getting close to 6. Shouldn't be too much longer.
Oh, he's letting the wave bounce back into him. That is so rough right now for the Poppy. We've already mentioned it. He's so far behind. Now the wave's going to bounce back. So Koro, without teleport, has to look to make a play somewhere on the map. That's going to be hard.
The scene's difference is matched though. Callisto is slightly behind Corki. Poppy is slightly behind Quinn. I think the biggest factor right now
They
is
can
Poppy.
throw Mako in.
Biggest factor is Poppy is now behind in experience. And yes, they can throw Mako in here. They decide to go for a gank in the bottom lane. Crystal is going to continue pushing up. This might be time for them to go. They are going to go for it. Death flashes forward. They throw it. They get Crystal. They get the double flight back as well. Clear's going to take the Dark Passage for a one-on-one gank against Crystal here. First one will go over to Callista as Ella has to flash away.
Yeah, so they end up getting first blood. They'll also answer some of the turret pressure. So nice play out of EDG there. And we mentioned this already, but giving Deft the experience versus Koro comes out trumps this game because they're able to get the kill in their favor.
Well, back in mid lane. Can see ZZ up. Maybe looking at Athena again, but level 7 Kassadin.
Koro's being
pretty hard to
on
lock
top
down.
lane. No, actually he's not. He's backed away. So in the end, all is right with the world. Ella will try and tank up this wave. Let's take another look at it. So he flashes in, gets the right prediction, and then lands him past the Braum shield. So all the damage is going on to Crystal, Ella right here. They actually hook Ella as well to try and get something out of it. They end up burning the flash. So really nice play there out of Mako. Good target prioritization. Realized that Crystal was dead. Used everything else to try and secure another kill on Ella. Wasn't to be, but gets some maximum.
Certainly does, as Athena going to get the blue buff donated. Deft actually helping out in the jungle, so guess it makes sense with the 80 carry jungle. Yeah, for Clearlove.
They are still double jungling on the side of EDG.
They have to.
Yeah, so they're probably going to go towards Rift Herald, try and clear up another mark as well for Clearlove, which is always going to be good news, but Koro is so far behind in experience. If they don't break that freeze, he's in huge trouble.
You mentioned that Flange let that wave bounce back. He's frozen so deep into his territory as well. Like you said, EDG do have to do something to try and stop that. Koro is actually going to be sent back up into the top lane to try and go toe-to-toe with Flandre. He's desperately trying to push it into the turret to break that freeze. He has no help from the rest of his team, though.
Mako did cheat across. They're going to go get Rift Herald. One way to break freezes, which is really, really cute. Actually, Koro's in trouble. But one way to break freezes is to give one of your laners Rift Herald and just walk into the lane. Because you can no longer pull the wave because the Rift Herald creeps do so much damage and they don't actually get any extra health. So it's not like a Baroned up creep, but they just like hit harder. So it's really nice to see that.
Yeah, I have to agree. As Athena getting a bit more aggressive there in mid. Deft, you can see, freezing that wave now, so starting to take some long lane advantage for himself. But this is very much a Snake start to this game that we're a bit more used to. Lane swap happens, they get a decent start to it, and this time it is Flandre once again that's going to be freezing the wave as deep as he can, trying to get his CS up early. It's not a gangplank this time. I've seen him do it on that champion, but Quinn with Adams can certainly ramp up and get some work done as Clearlove and Mako going for an adventure. Well, they've been spotted. Mako going to get attacked, but passive will not pop. He's only level 4 though, so he has to be extra careful.
Oh! Koro!
maybe actually going to have this. Flandre in trouble. Knockup's good, but they're finally going to look for the outplay. Koro does get the kill, but it will be a trade.
But it's a good trade, because that creep wave will bounce back. There's 4 caster creeps that will survive as we take another look for it. Flandre had used so much health to try and drag the wave again that it actually comes back and bites him in the bum. Koro gets a 1v1 kill, gets a massive amount of gold there. Doesn't give Flandre any experience for the kill. That's actually really important to note because he is behind in experience as well. And now that wave, as we mentioned, is going to shove into the turret. Koro should be able to go catch it.
They're actually going to try and jump onto Ella here. The hook will land. They throw Mako into Crystal, but it will be the Brom that gets taken down. Clearlove picks up that kill.
So once again, EDG actually doing very nicely with the things that have gone against them. Boots of Swiftness have been built up. They actually get the top lane turret, but the creep wave is there. And that means that Koro will finally get some time with some experience. EDG looking to return the favor in the bottom lane.
Yeah, they are going to be able to take this turret by the looks of things, running out of creeps. Crystal with the rockets trying to make it happen. They don't want to repeat Koro's mistake, but they do take the turret. Up a couple 100 gold now. EDG starting to open up the map.
Certainly are. Flandre disappears into side wave. See whether he goes, helps out tank and tries to get a kill onto Koro again.
Koro pulling this wave as well. Flandre, oh, Athena spotted him. It's actually pretty crucial. Athena does have TP, but Koro has to stop pulling that wave and let it crash into the turrets. A lot of creeps. He'll get through them eventually, but that's how it's going to sustain a bit of damage as Crystal trying to let this freeze back towards him as he wants to get some safe farm. And now Flandre apparently swapped into the mid lane, at least briefly.
Yeah, he had no flash, so they didn't want to send him into the top lane just in case he was ganked. Tank has flash available, as well as the Claw of Doom, so should be able to get out of any sticky situation. So not a bad swap. And once again, look at the priority they put on Flandre, giving him free side lane farm. Every single time there is a wave in his favor, going to be Flandre that picks it up. Deft will be the person on EDG that gets all side wave farm.
Taking a look at the gold really quickly between the two teams. EDG are 300 gold ahead of Snake, 3-1 in kills. Ella's going to dodge out a hook that comes out from Mako as they contest over this ward. 2 turrets to 2, even on that. No dragons taken so far. And Snake are going to be able to pick up blue buff. Gets donated on over to Tank, who's going to head back into the top lane. EG going to start on Dragon.
And that'll be a dead dragon. Kindred Kalista pretty good at neutrals. It's going to be Clearly picking it up again. He does have... no.
He's going Devour again.
He is again. Okay, so I was going to say that's actually an even better pickup for him.
Yeah, 100%. And we'll see if they rotate into the top side of the jungle, try and get Herald as Tank putting down some hurt onto Koro.
I like the swap, actually. I think Koro is going to need some magic resist. He'll get some soonish, but that Chain Vest and the Ruby Crystal not helping too much against Tank with the Abyssal right now. Athena, though, does have his Rod of Ages, so he's actually reasonably strong. Getting himself towards level 11. He's going to get into this wave and munch it down with a bit of help from his AoE.
Yeah, even though Flandre is accelerated for a lane swap, he still needs to be careful of Athena. I agree with you. Athena at this stage of the game is actually really strong, so we'll see if he's able to make it work. And in fact, they're sticking around.
Clearlove is all inside of Snake's jungle right now. He's making full use of
We'll go get himself a Risk Scuttler as well, so that's another stack there. Actually wants to pressure for the red buff. You see how comfortable he is on this champion.
All right, this is Dark Clearlove. This looks a little bit better. Making sure he's deep inside the enemy's territory, farming up every single camp that's inside the jungle. His jungle camps are all up, every single one, but no, he wants to take ZZRs away.
Well, that's like his bank, right? He's leaving them there. They're going to mature. The trust fund is starting to kick in. He, on the other hand, he can take the immediate gold out of ZZR, and more importantly, the experience as well. So Clearlove definitely having a better performance. I still don't know if I'm a huge fan of Sated Devourer, but, you know, it is what it is. It's happening. I can't change it.
I wonder if he'll change the build from yesterday. But I'm kind of curious to see about timing. I believe he got sated about 17, 18 minutes last game. So I'm curious to see what sort of timing he'll look at here. But based on the amount of farm he's been doing, the early dragon they got, it's been pretty efficient so far. ZDG once again traversing down the bottom side, trying to get a gank onto Flandre. Athena, not level 11 just yet, but this is going to force Flandre back towards that tier 2 turret. Clearly even marking him just to make sure, hey, I'm coming.
And Flandre was actually denying Koro farm. Tank is trading farm with Koro. And, you know, it's a Poppy. He's going to be very, very relevant without items. That's why we see support Poppy, but Koro is eventually going to start farming up in this game, so not sure like whilst the flash was down, I like the trade. I think they should try and get that 1v1 back.
Meanwhile, Athena here in the mid lane, clearing out a couple of wards. He has his blue buff now, and the Rod of Ages is stacking with the Boots of Lucidity, so he's going to be able to roam around a little bit.
Clearlove's going to get another camp. And Flandre's trying to deny it. That's risky.
Clearlove says no.
Clearlove.
He's got smite though. I don't think Flandre can steal this. Clearlove is going to smite it down. Take it once more.
Wow. Chinese Kindred sounds dope.
Well, Riftail was actually a good denial here. I think ZZR's sick of Clearlove taking everything, so he's going to take the buff for himself.
That was Chinese Quinn, though. Not Kindred.
No, that was 100% Kindred. When she took the mark, she says a line. I had to break it to you, mate.
That was Kindred's Q saying go for their eyes. Sorry, Quinn's Q's. Go for their eyes.
Maybe every Chinese champion says go for their eyes. It's just the thing. I don't know. Athena, though.
But he normally says a line when he takes a buff.
I wonder what Chinese wolf sounds like. Because that. Anyway, we'll have to answer that question later.
Go you two.
I'm too invested in how that would be. I'm going to have to investigate further, but probably not the time right now. 17 minutes in. I do like how active Athena's been on the Kassadin. Been able to get around and try and help his team where he can. EDG right now, though, looks like they're still trying to group. Maybe get a little bit more aggressive. Clearlove's been looking for picks constantly. I feel like he wants to nail down Flandre wherever possible. Got a Hex Drinker now, so no Sterak second this time. But can have a nice chunk of 80 and MR.
Well, it makes sense, right? You're against a Corki Lissandra as well as an Elise. Hex Drinker seems like a good pickup. Second item, QSS out of Deft, is actually what's really surprised me here.
He wants to stay alive. ZZR and Tank have ways of locking him down. Ella can keep and even do it as well with his passive. Definitely wants to stay alive in a couple of these team fights.
I feel like that was maybe the problem last game. Deft just got too aggressed on, especially by the Lissandra. Crystal actually forced a Valkyrie away here. Does have a Trinity Force, and the Sork Shoes there as well, but Deft actually farming at a pretty nice clip, and the game is, I think, much more appropriate for EDG's pace, given that they do want to get Callista to 2 items, do want to, make sure they get their farm.
Flandre dives in. He does have some items. Okay, so Korra actually went for some magic resist. I was like, if he's stuck with the armor build, that would be all right for him there, but in the end, it is Flandre that gets the better of that trade.
I think going to get blue as well. He's been doing a bit of maneuvering back and forth, but does really feel like Deft has been permanently glued to this mid lane, getting a nice chunk of farm. Athena with the TP, pretty safe to go bottom. Got to need to see Large Rod now as well. So once again, if he has to join a fight right now, it's going to be plenty relevant, especially with Dragon up in 40 seconds. You know, Clearlove wants to get sated. That might be the buff he needs to really tip him over the edge. Maker going to let him join in though. And again, it sort of slowed things down. We saw Snake explode, but the first game did have this sort of element to it where, there was a lot of farming, and then all of a sudden, we had something happen. This game has definitely been a lot more slower, and I think, again, matching EDG's pace a bit more.
And Crystal has a package for this team fight, so we'll see whether that comes into effect. You feel like EDG don't really want to fight for this, but they want to be able to pick up the Dragon.
Definitely force the package uses as well, because it's 1 second until Dragon comes up. Snake can try and rotate over and pick that one up. Denied away from the Kindred especially. There's that package being burned from Crystal. Delivers it on over to the Dragon Pit. The rest of EG are going to try and group up. Looks like they're moving on towards the top side. Picking up the Rift Scuttle as they move on past it. Baron's going to spawn in about 30 seconds. A little bit too early for either of these teams to take it.
Oh, you say that. But if they don't have good vision control, Kindred as well as Callista take it very, very quickly. Throw in Korra, who can tank it for days, just for good measure. I would normally agree with you, but there's just something about EDG's comp that makes it look pretty easy to take.
From what I've gathered the past 2 games, just something about EDG in general.
Yeah, they love 20 to 25-minute Barons is like that.
The EDG special.
Was that Wolf that time?
I don't know.
He still
Come
sounds
on, man.
dope.
He had one job. As Crystal, again, still farming up a Storm in mid. Looks like Deft. Where'd he go? Still farming, I think. Thought he'd gone back and got an item. Korra, though, in the bottom side. Going to slap down some minions. And now Athena's going to join in and take the farm away. Deft taking red buff. And again, Clearlove knows he's got to leave their side of the jungle for Deft. So Clearlove's just going to go ahead and take whatever else he can. Last time I checked, I think he had about 24 stacks of the Devourer. So Dragon would have helped a lot. Would have been sated by now. Smart of Snake to be able to take it away and, of course, get the Dragon for themselves as once again. We're going to settle in for a bit more farm.
But the thing about why Devourer isn't great is because in professional games, like, you generally don't get to farm. It's not this slow pace. Team fights break out around the 15 to 20 minute mark. EDG have done a really good job of not fighting because he's not sated. Like, they're just jockeying around the map for position. Koro now getting rotated on, though. That's another 5 members.
Snake going to send 5 people up into the top lane.
And you see, once again, just jockey for position. They're not actually looking for a hard engaged team fight. And this is really, really well played. As soon as he's sated, I'm sure they're going to pull the trigger on it. But until then, if it's uneven, sure, fight. But don't look to pick 5v5.
Small thing I noticed about that was a really nice play from Athena. As soon as 5 people showed up in the top lane, he moved into the fog of war, started recalling. As soon as EDG were able to push them off the turret, went straight back into bottom lane, continued shoving it out and farming up as much as possible.
Yeah, given the early lane swap and the amount of fun that EDG do want to get on a lot of different members, they've done a really nice job of slowing the pace of the game down and bridging nicely. Although for Athena, nope. Just a ghost blade, just to scare me. Rapid fire cannon is completed for Flandre, so he's doing pretty good damage, and that's definitely the burst style Quinn build that you want to be hunting people down with. Clearlove though, 27 stacks now as he takes another Rift Scuttler. He'll be almost done after that Gromp, and maybe if he convinces Athena that he can have the blue. Which we're going to guess is probably a no.
Yeah, that's a hard no.
Always nice, always good to ask.
But you can see, look at the vision control they have in the top side of their jungle. That was where Snake made their last play. All of a sudden, EDG want to kick them out of that area, so they ward it up nice and deep. And you can tell that they don't want to be aggressive at this stage of the game. They think the longer it goes, the better off they are. So they're just putting down their vision, consolidating the control of their parts of the map. And, you know, you have to say that it hasn't improved much for Koro, but it hasn't got much worse. It's about an 80 CS advantage right now for Flandre, who's getting all the farm prioritized to him. But there are kills on the side of EDG, as well as an extra turret. No, actually, no, the same amount of turret, so they still have a 600 gold lead. And
Athena and Def do have a slight CS lead as well, in comparison to their lane counterparts, so it makes up slightly for Koro being so far behind. And there have been a couple of games this week as well in the LPL where the tank has been incredibly far behind, most notably last night's Nautilus game. They had a Nautilus with 9 CS at 9 minutes. The support Brom had more CS than the Nautilus top did. And he was still able to farm up, become relevant the later the game went.
Clearlove just continuing to hunt Flandre.
Well, with the mark on him, I honestly think... oh, he's not sated yet, but I was going to say, with the mark, I think that he wins the 1v1.
Oh, Koro going to get aggressive onto
talk
tank.
about winning 1v1.
Yeah, carries him all the way to the wall. Tank. Oh, great interrupt there with the ulti. Koro going to try and stay. The healing's there. The TP's actually coming in, though. Athena going to swoop in, and Koro says, I'll take it. Thanks, buddy.
Athena got nothing. Like, that was just a straight-out 1v1 outplay from Koro, and Athena, like, burns a teleport.
That was beautiful from Koro. Absolutely amazing. Behind its CS, behind the lane, picks up another solo kill. He's done that twice this game so far.
So gets a good flank here. Slams him into the wall. That's a first stun. The claw comes out. Perfect timing on the knockup means that he can't take the claw. And then another good wall bop, I think, comes in here to clear this one up.
Not sure why Athena was there.
Because. Moral support.
Security. Always security. As he does it for Zhonya's, actually. So the 2-item spike starting to hit here for EDG. They built themselves up a slim gold lead of only 1,000. But with the way they're playing, it just feels like they've got more control of the map than Snake did. Snake, you've seen how many resources they funneled into Flandre. But I feel like this is sort of the story of Flandre's Quinn. I've seen him do it on other champions, on other carries, but Quinn is that sort of champion to me where you want to be split pushing all the time, and I feel like Snake just aren't playing around it as best they could, even though Flandre has so much farm.
Well, the thing is, right, he can't kill anyone. So even though he's really strong, right now he doesn't win the 1v1. Sure, he might be, if the wave's off the turret, you catch him in the middle of the lane, he'll be able to chase people out of lane and stuff like that. But if it hits the turret, he's not strong enough to dive anyone. He's not strong enough to ignore people either. So it's just not the ideal situation right now. And now that Koro has a couple of kills, he doesn't really care.
Can Snake have a good and a bad day in the same day?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Is that what it looks like right now? They just look so different from what they had in the first game. Now they're actually going to try and jump onto this bottom lane. Poppy sends him back to base, but it might not save him from the rest of Snake here. They're actually going to try and Valkyrie over. Koro's going to get locked down briefly. He takes a lot of damage from the Snake backline here. Here's Koro, still alive here. Steph's going to pick up the first kill onto Ella. Koro is still alive. Tank's going to get taken down. Kindred's the only death coming out from the side of EDG. They come out on top with 2 kills.
And that is some Captain Jack Sparrow stuff coming out of Koro there. They almost caught him a couple of times, but in the end, able to outplay. And you know, 2 kills for 1. That is Sated Devourer. Clear love now. And he goes for the Hurricane again. Of course he does. The guy's he's a genius or a madman pastry time. I don't know.
I'm going to go with both, given the way I've seen Clear Love play over the years. But EDG are going to secure themselves the Dragon as well. Deft is going to rend that one away. Well, let's watch this again.
So let's take another look at it. Koro gets caught out, gets stunned up. So much used on him, but a really nice Kindred ultimate is burnt there. And you can see that he's just not going down anymore in health. And then he flashes over the wall at the perfect time, back into his team, and then just skirts the outside. Meanwhile, Tank gets CC'd to death. Death able to pick up a double kill. And that's really nice team fight coordination coming out of EDG.
Big team from EDG. I have to highlight Crystal a little bit in that team fight. He had the package and used it in a very strange location.
Well, no, they were getting like 100% collapsed on there. So like you saw that as soon as Flandre was punted out of the lane, as 250 CS, it is not going to participate in the team fight, and 4 members of EDG that are collapsing around you. So definitely agree you need to get the heck out of dodge. But once again, Flandre went a little bit over-aggressive at the start of it, and he can't kill Koro. Koro is like a brick wall now. He's not going to kill you back, but you can't kill him.
Ooh, Deft actually going in for Crystal. He almost found himself in the wrong end of the 1v1 there. He will stay to clear this out. Does have a bit of life steal there from the Vamp Scepter, but EDG seems like they have their sights set on this mid-outer turret. Koro in top side does have his TP ready to go. EDG going to see what they can get done here in mid lane.
And it just feels like a very different Snake in this game. They were very decisive in the first game. They were going for the objectives, making sure they picked team fights at the right time. But now it's just EDG. EDG are the one that are very decisive. They're the ones sieging up, looking for objectives and playing the game they want to.
Oh, here we go.
Clearlove's actually going to try and fight Flandre. He has to pop the ultimate to keep himself alive. He's trying to stay alive here. ZZR's going to flash forward. Clearlove is going to find Tank here, and they're going to jump onto Athena as well. Pops his Zhonya's Hourglass. Elise goes to the repel right before it ends. But the rest of the team is there inside the Dragon Pit waiting for the Spider, and they are able to collapse on him. They're going to throw Mako into the team fight as well. Tank will go down, but so will the Braum. Deft is trying to jump as far forward as possible, and EDG turned the team fight around.
And ZZR, what are you thinking? Goes over the wall into 3 members of EDG. Snake completely fumble it. We said we wanted them to look decisive. That was decisive, but not in a good way. Koro actually, Clearlove gets caught out here and goes into the loving arms of Tank, who once again, good target prioritization, actually hits up Athena, but he goes over the wall, and there is no reason to follow like that. Like, absolutely zero. You've won the trade, just get the heck out. Instead, he goes down. Good teleport usage here means that the Poppy joins the fight. Able to get into the backline after Crystal aggressively vaults forward. Once again, it's just the little things. The spell usage a little bit off from Snake this time around, and EDG are 4 for 1.
Communication felt really off coming out from Snake as well there, because Flandre was already backing off when Crystal Valkyried into that team fight. It felt like if Flandre was still there, dishing out damage onto Deft, who was already really low, that aggressive Valkyrie play might have worked. But no communication means no damage, split damage from Snake.
And we've said this about Snake before. When they are on, they are really on. When they are off, Crystal and Flandre look heads and tails, like really, really different players. Flandre more of a cerebral player. Crystal definitely more of a mechanical AD carry. And going in that time was just like, I think I can kill someone. Oh, holy crap, I cannot.
Yep, and it certainly cost them there as Clearlove did go, I'm going to say, almost suicidally to try and 1v1 Flandre, which I guess we found the initial answer to. Right now, he cannot. But we'll see what happens in the next encounter.
Still tanking his KDA.
Athena.
Well, to my credit, I said that when they were equal. Flandre is now 4 levels up on him and has about 180 CS.
That's a lot.
Actually, it's 200. So, yeah, he's got a fair sizable advantage.
I like that he gave it a go, though. As Flandre going to pop back into bird form. Level 17. See if he can zoom in towards the mid lane and get something started. Athena, with his TP, is actually pushing up the top side. So EDG using those teleports to great effect here. Actually, Athena and Flandre maybe going to have a fight about Flandre winning right now. Athena is going to move in.
Ulti.
The Lantern's there to click out. Lamb's respite and the Poppy ulti kicks Tank out of the way. But now they're going to re-engage for it. Ella could be in trouble here as Flandre trying to find a flank. Mako actually already down as Deft hops away there. Tank looking for the re-engage, finds Clearlove and takes him out as he self-ulties himself. but Def trying to hop out. He's 3v1 right now. Good luck, Def. Sterex procs, but it's not enough as Koro kind of figuring out what to do here. 1v3, 1v4. Going to try and take out Tank, but he's going to flash out to safety, and Captain Dexborough his way out again.
Hello, Flandre. Team. He's going to try and find Koro here. Koro's going to knock him back, not into the wall though. This Flandre just went huge in that fight. Picks up the straggling Koro as well.
Here comes Athena.
Athena's going to try and jump back in. He's going to be able to take down the Queen. Spider repels up into the web. Not able to chase down the Kassadin.
So in the end, I think that was a 4 for 3.
That was a long team
4 for
fight.
2. It was a very long team fight. We'll see exactly what wants to happen here as we take a look at just Summoner's Rift.
Crystal just hanging out,
Hello.
spinning his rotors.
How are you guys doing today?
I'm good, thank you. I think Crystal's, after that extended team fight, I think Crystal's just taken, he's just chilling out.
Trying to comprehend what just happened.
Well, looks like he's contemplated his life. It's time to recall.
Well, Snake, I think, played that team fight great. I thought they were good in that team fight. The only person that dropped, I believe, was Flandre, that had a great flank as well. Athena stood out to me for EDG as well. He evaded everything, and 2 times Tank was trying to jump onto him. We saw Flandre the initial flank onto Kassadin. We saw Tank try to lock him down twice, even flashing for the second one. Both times he evaded it, got decent damage out, and still came back for the return kill.
Well, dragging up in 3 seconds now. You can see EDG trying to set a trap. No vision here for Snake. So this is not a bad one to look for. Hook lands onto Ella. They're going to follow in. He's actually going to almost die. Lands just side out as Mako does get the kill onto him. Tank dives his way in and ults himself as Clearlove's getting chased on the other side. Tank Dogan is on. He's in. The package in there from Corki. EDG is still trying to fight it out, but Koro moves his ER into the side of the wall and Def's able to take him out. Koro still tanking all of the damage from these carries as Athena's going to chase down Corki on the backside. Flandre does kill the Poppy, but EDG handily win that fight.
So it's a 3 for 2 Clearlove or...
Did have the ulti, still pops it. But Flandre is threatening.
I hope we get to see that team fight
He's going again.
Flandre's still going to go back in. He's going to jump onto Athena here. Athena's going to just jump back in decisively. Tank's going to jump in as well. They pick up 2 kills. Snake turn that team fight around.
So Tank uses the teleport. In the end, that's going to be a 4 for 3. Once again in Snake's favor. Dragon does go over to EDG, but Snake's starting to execute here. And we mentioned the priority that they're given to Flandre. All of that farm, it's starting to come up huge.
I hope that we get to see that team fight again because Koro played that team fight so well. Flandre did a great job of separating Clearlove, and I believe it was Deft, into the blue buff side while they're fighting away from the bit close to the mid lane.
1 second here, they've got another catch.
Flandre looking forward, he's going to find it onto Mako. He's picked up Dustblade as Mako's going to get popped by the looks of things. He's going to try and keep his way out, but one Harrier Proc's going to take him out. Koro, though, going to dive in and deny Flandre with the W. Tank's going to lock up Clearlove as he explodes as Flandre able to live through the all with Lissandra helping him out once again. They're going to dive in onto Koro. He's been tagged up by the Brawn. The ulti's good for the knock-up, and that's a double kill for Lissandra.
And that might be all she wrote because everyone is dead and the Baron is wide open. They ping it out. Flandre, meanwhile, taking top lane turret. But that is a very real Baron going to fall down. And EDG, after being ahead so much of this game, might have just fumbled.
And I was going to say, Koro did a great job of slamming someone to the wall so that 2 separated members could help out in a team fight they shouldn't have been in. But that's just completely thrown away now. A great teleport from Tank to pick up the earlier fight. And now Flandre just doing Flandre things. He's been a beast this game.
Certainly has. Going to be a 6-item Flandre as well.
Athena.
He wants Crystal.
He certainly does.
Hello. He's going to go for it. Jumps in onto the
He's got
Corki.
it.
Half his health gone. Rift
more
walks
Rift walk.
twice.
Easy.
That's it. The Rift top.
And that's what Crystal has to be careful about. Athena is an assassin. He's a Kassadin that's really powering up in this game. Even Flandre will die relatively quickly if Athena gets his hands on him. And this is a crazy game all of a sudden. 31, 32 kills or so. 31, that's as hard.
63 to 61,000 gold. Snake finally in the lead here. Dustblade. That's something you brought up, Spawn. Dustblade on Quinn.
I love Flandre so much. Spawn shaking his head. I'm not sure I disagree with that sentiment.
So the reason I do like it is it's flat penetration, right? So he is an assassin. Assassins do really well with flat penetration, and he has a 3 flat penetration item. So I don't hate the pickup. Are there better items he could have gone? Sure, but you know, it is what it is. He's 350 CS, he's a Quinn, and if he ever gets onto Def, he's going to destroy him.
Well, Athena, definitely the big carry as well. In fact, We do see that Clearlove also has relatively strong carry items. Has gone for, I believe, the same build we saw yesterday. Different order, I think, but Sterux, Runins, Sated Devourer, Kindred with a Hex Drinker, which makes sense against the magic damage, but very curious build from Clearlove.
Yeah, it's weird. It's just straight up weird.
Big difference for me is that this game, he's 1-4-7. Not like the 20 million kills he had last night on his Kindred.
At least he's consistent. I mean, I'm sure there's something behind the build for Clearlove, but I'm certainly not smart enough to figure it out. So we'll leave it for now. As Koro, also nice and tanky, finally going into the Iceborne. Although Flandre, you can see, starting to dish out real deeps. And that turret's dead.
No, it's definitely going to go down here. Hook onto Ella again
Whoa.
as they smash him into the wall. He's a really tanky Braum, though. Not going to be able to take him down so easily anymore. Even in that last fight, we saw how a good hook onto Ella was able to get a pick onto him, but Snake just turned around and killed Mako as well.
Certainly does seem to be the case, and right now you're seeing two teamfight competitions kind of run into each other. Flandre playing that assassin very well. Has got the split push threat, as well as the ability to teamfight, and here he goes.
Oh, he found Clearlove. That's a good target. Damage is there. Lamb's Respite pop. Flandre going to get turned around in on. That's Inner over the side. They might be able to kill him. They go in for it, and they will get the shot down. As EDG are going to continue the team fight. Corey gets cocooned as he zips forward into the team. But now it's 5v4 EDG.
So you can kill anyone on the team. Just don't go for the Kindred. She has something that stops you from killing her. And you're not a tanky dude, right? You can't outlast it. Koro, honestly, is like, Flandre is so good if he is able to assassinate someone. Otherwise, the Poppy is going to be trumps in this because of how much utility he's bringing to the table. Really have to question that out of Flandre.
I feel the other way about it. I felt like Flandre had a good decision there. Jump onto Clearlove. Almost took him down before the ultimate came out, but unfortunately was not able to.
You're never going to be able to kill him before the ultimate comes out. I hate to break to you. Do not 100 to 0 him.
As soon as the ultimate came out from Clearlove, he backed off.
But
And the rest
you can't
of us
outrun Athena. Athena is like the ultimate marathon runner. You have just used everything to kill someone you can't kill.
And that's where the rest of your team's meant to come in.
But they can't. Athena can jump walls and all kinds of crazy stuff. Like, you're never going to outrun the Kassadin. Just hit deft. Just siege up with your Corki. There's no reason to make that play.
Well, definitely Flandre getting cut off there, trying to go down the side passage and take out Clearlove. Cause the problems there. Flandre is back though. Package picked up for Corki. So it could be time for another special delivery. Snake going to clear out the Rift Scuttler with Dragon up in 25 seconds. And EDG have actually crept up pretty nicely on the Dragon front. They're up to 3 right now, so Snake, it's definitely in their best interest to try and deny this 4th one. But we've already seen teamfights can be pretty wild in this particular game.
On Anita's once again, Mako is hiding inside that bush. The sweeping lanes will pick him out. This Flandre is going to join his team. He's incredibly fast on this Queen, able to go places 0 to 100 real quick. So going to try and take down this Dragon. We'll go over to the ZZR. He's now locked inside the pit. This is going to be a fight between the two teams as Dank is going to jump into the back lines, use the ult on himself. We are going to see Ella knocked out of the fight as Crystal has the Valkyrie over the wall. Clearlove picks up the first kill. Athena's going to be able to take down ZZR. They're stuck inside of Clearlove's ultimate, and it's an ace from EDG. Flawless team fight.
That was so sick.
So you just see the synergy between Kindred and Callista. Everyone goes super low. Callista puts spears in all of them. As soon as the ult detonates, she pops a Ren. Everyone dies. What a team fight out of EDG. But once again, I'm going to question Flandre's positioning in that fight. Was not great. And Poppy just is such a monster late game.
Certainly is, and almost 40 minutes into this one, EDG are going to run down the bottom side, face tank it up, and break the base. They might even look to end it here. The death times are quite long at this stage of the game. They are at least going to go for this first Nexus Star. EDG, who are going to deliver the killing blow and force a game 3.
Second turret will go down. EDG going to take this one. We're going to game 3. You see the players a little bit happier. Back-to-back good team fights out of Clearlove mean that EDG take it.
And I'm glad we got to see it. I do like Kindred with other AD carries. You usually see with Ezreal, with Callista, who can really put on a show in the late game. We know EDG are known for stellar team fighting, and I feel like they finally showed us a few in that game.
Yeah, that was really nicely done. But once again, Flandre should have been able to win that game for Snake. He was so far ahead, like 120 CS ahead the whole game. That was even a Flame Horizon. That was like a ridiculous amount. And they set him up for victory. Like, so many times they were willing to give him side lane farm. As we take a look at the highlights, this is actually Mako going nuts in this play. I just feel like if you're given that much of a responsibility, you cannot drop the ball like that.
I agree. Flandre, the 2 fights that Snake were winning, and the top fights that they turned around as well, he was the key factor to it. As I'm actually going to watch Flandre get absolutely destroyed by a Korra that's under-farmed here. Flandre was the key factor in all the team fights that Snake were able to turn around and win. In that last fight in particular, the Dragon Pit, I felt like he was completely out of position, and Snake in general just should not have been in that awkward spot trying to contest for Dragon.
And the other person I want to talk about, on the flip side, everything was given to Flandre. Nothing was given to Koro. And I feel like he had a ripper of a game. He solos out Flandre. He solos out Tank in the top lane, once again under farm. This guy was an absolute monster. And in every single team fight that they won, he was able to get priority people with the ultimate, with the tackle into the wall. For someone that got given nothing and got screwed by a lane swap, Koro came up huge in the late game.
It kind of feels like Koro just did everything that Flandre did with Poppy and made it 10 times better in that second match. Flandre had a great game of Poppy in the first game where he was able to knock Deft out of team fights constantly, but that second game was just the Koro show.
And I feel like this is not the first time that I've seen Flandre's Quinn look amazing and then not be able to win a game. We've seen his game plan, we've seen his Fiora, but Snake, we talk about it, waited in very specific parts of the map, and when Crystal couldn't get going in that game, Flandre, you're an awesome player, but I don't think the Quinn solo carry is quite in the playbook yet for Snake.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. And, we spoke about the fact that this guy, he needs to be on utility or tank. There's a reason for it. There is a reason that they played exclusively Rumble Morgana and were very successful with it. It's because his teleport plays are really, really good, and he's always where his team needs to be. He needs to be trying to keep people alive, not trying to kill people, because we saw that his decision-making at the end of the game, he gets rushes of blood, like 100%.
Certainly does. Pretty big ones, too, I have to think, is EDG are able to close it out with some nice team play and team fighting that we've seen from them. I feel like we finally get to see Kindred from EDG and what it really does.
Yeah, well, I feel like the game they played against WE, it just absolutely snowballed the heck out of it, and it wasn't accurate representation. I feel that the consistent damage that was coming out of Athena and Deft, coupled with the Kindred ultimate, was really, really clever, and we saw it used to a great effect in the last team fight.
Snake had a few good team fights where they're able to play around the ultimate that Clearlove had, but in that final team fight, it was just a testament to how strong Kindred can be in the right hands on a competent jungler and a great team as well. They're able to use that ultimate really well and won them the game.
Still don't understand the build, though, I don't think so.
So that is now we have a little bit of a time we could explore it, right? So you normally go Warrior because she does all physical damage, gives you an earlier spike, and you want to be counter jungling with Kindred because she's such a good duelist. What Clearlove does is he sacks his early game and goes for a late game build, which is really, really unique on such a powerful early game jungler. But you saw that between the 15 to 25 minute mark, they had to dodge team fights because his build wasn't online, and I feel you can't get away with that very often.
Well, we'll have to see if it does work in. It was a whole lot of fun to see there from EDG. They will force us to a third, and this has been quite the series. Don't go too far away. Our final game of the night's coming right up.
And I swear to God, I will hold you in my arms.
Welcome back, everyone, as we're going to check out our MVP from the last game. It was Deft on Kalista once again, 8-2 and 10. And that last team fight was the Kindred Kalista wet dream. Beautiful stuff from EDG.
Yeah, that was actually a really impressive performance by Def. I was like, am I going to give it to Deft, Mako, or Athena? I think Deft won out for myself as well in the end, just because of how he was able to play around having such a weak top laner for majority of that game and the patience that he exerted. So yeah, agree with, for once, I finally agree with an MVP. But I also think that Athena and Mako were instrumental in that win.
Yeah, I think Deft is one of the contenders for the MVP. I thought it should have gone over to Athena. I feel like he had a lot more impact, especially in the fight where Flandre just went full ham onto Clear Love.
You
I
say
felt
that.
like
I'm going to dig up the damage done that game. I guarantee that Def smashed him. Like,
yeah.
That was a really, like, he's...
I mean, when you have a combination of Kindred Ultimate and just dozens of spears being thrown into people on the side of Snake, you're definitely going to deal a lot of damage in that game.
Yeah, so I think the impressive thing about Athena was the actual Flandre catch. That's where I thought that they turned the game back around, which why I was inclined to maybe give a little bit more of a benefit of the doubt to Athena, because he matched the split push for majority of the game against what was a massive Quinn, and then in that team fight was able to make the catch when Flandre went over aggressive.
And that was a nice moment for me to see, because Clearlove is usually the person, often with Koro, diving into backlines and taking out carries. Athena, yes, he's on Kassadin, very mobile, but the fact that he is diving in to save his jungler and everyone's getting in there on a priority target, that shows to me that Athena's starting to gel with the team a little more, and that was a much better game overall from Athena as far as his integration into EDG goes.
And everything we've heard about Athena is that he is a smart player. Like, very, very smart about how he attacks the game of League of Legends. So wasn't surprised to see that as soon as Flandre went in on a bad engage, it was Athena that punished him.
Well, we're in Champions Select for game number 3 between EDG and Snake here. I was going to say SS for absolutely no reason. Ekans. As Fiora gameplay going to be banned out once again towards Snake, so they're not going to let Flandre play that. This time, they're going to take away the Lissandra from tank. Lulu, Kog'Maw, and Gragas are the bans that Snake are going to throw at Edward Gaming, who pick up Alistar as their first pick.
So this is going to maybe leave that Poppy open. We've seen both Korra and Flandre play it to great success already in the series. Would be a pretty obvious one to take, because it is a contested pick. And Corki, of course, seems to be everyone's favorite champion. Looks like they are going to take that away. We saw Crystal play it last game, so he could get it, but we know Tank plays it as well. So strong first picks here from Snake.
If I'm not mistaken, this game is a big game for both these teams, because if I'm not wrong, they're currently both sitting at second place in their groups, so it's a big cross-group match for them.
Yeah, less big for Snake. They still retain second over WE if they lose it. EDG go up to equal first with RNG if they do manage to pick up this win. Of course, IG still have a game up their sleeve to play tomorrow. So technically they're in like this three-way triangle of doom. But yeah, huge game right now for EDG.
And they're also sticking to their guns here as they do pick Kalista once again, but Clearlove's going to go to Elise. So it takes it away from ZZR. We don't see him play it too often. Clearlove, we know he likes to get aggressive, but at least he's just a champion that for whatever reason hasn't played too much of. A Snake drafting pretty quickly here. Nidalee Braum are their next 2 picks.
I think a big thing for me for Avoid Gaming's lineup so far is that they've got Clearlove, sorry, not Clearlove, they've got Kalista and Alistair locked in for their roster, even though they had first picks. So they got the Alistair and they were still able to get the Kalista later on. Snake on the other side, they have 4 very strong power picks. Once again, they're getting the benefit of all these great power picks because of the target bans, I believe, that they've been throwing at Flandre this whole game. Even one target ban at Tank this match.
I also kind of like where EDG are hovering here. The fact they're considering picking the Quinn is kind of cute, but
I just think pick Trundle.
yeah.
Like, I'm honestly looking at it and I'm just like, please pick Trundle.
Uh-oh.
Surprise! There's a Trundle.
Surprise!
EDG got 10 seconds left to lock these picks in. Athena did have a good Kassadin game, so maybe going back to that one despite the fact that it's blind pick, although he maybe suspects Corky's in that mid lane. And there's Trundle, there's Kassadin. EDG pretty much sticking to what they know for this final game.
Snake are going to get their last pick, so this Corky is still pretty much a flex right now. Could be a mid lane Corky, could be an AD carry Corky, but I like that. Saving the last pick for a flex either mid or AD carry, which makes a lot of sense. If the composition lines up nicely, they can just throw Corky into the mid lane if they need to counter whatever's been thrown at them, which in this case is a Kassadin. Could throw something unorthodox or something different in the mid lane to try and counter that one out.
So Rusty talks about this a lot. Because of Corky's high magic damage on his phosphorus bomb, Kassadin isn't a horrible matchup unless you're a really good Corky player that weaves those auto attacks in all the time. So we'll see whether Tank is able to establish that. Would like a Lucian here. Lucian, of course, good lane counter against Kalista. Also, they have enough burst to be able to get through Kalista and the Braum at the same time. So we'll see whether that works out.
Well, Snake, 6 seconds left to lock this one in. Seems like they will be giving Tank the Corky this time around. And are going to give Crystal the Lucian once again. Last time that Snake played this lane, they were quite successful in the first game against EDG. They do lock it in. But I think EDG have learnt a lot over the series. So we'll have to see what Snake have learnt as well.
They had the Alistair game one, and that was really what sold it for me because they got punished for a bad level 1, but then Alistair healed them back up to full, and they got a second crack at the lane, and they made it work. This time with Braum, much more unforgiving. Braum's like Janna. He negates damage very, very well, but you need to negate it because he doesn't ever give it back to you like Alistair does.
Mako is still going to bring Ignite into the bottom lane as well,
Of course he
so
is.
definitely going to try and look to capitalize on the weak conventional lane setup that Snake seem to have, especially since they like to lane swap so much, which we have not seen in this series in arguably one of the biggest games for them
Hey,
so far.
we saw a lane swap last
Yeah,
game.
it was last game.
No, that was from EDG.
It takes 2 to lane swap. man.
That was EDG starting the lane swap. We haven't seen Snake initiate that lane swap.
Okay, I'll give you that. We haven't seen them initiate it, but we definitely saw them play one.
Looked okay for them as well. But again, I think standard lane's probably fine for both these teams. Snake, again, showed they can hang with EDG in those standard lanes, but I feel like I've seen it every game. You mentioned that Mako has Ignite. My God. They just these duos love to all in each other.
Yep. They just want to kill each other. Seems like it.
Oh, look at the suit.
Well, Ravenstar Suit not the only fly thing there for EDG. We'll see if they can close things out. It's time for our final game of the night. And we're out onto the rift for our final time this evening as we're going to end day 3 of week 5 relatively shortly. We just have a game to play between EDG and Snake as our best of 3 has gone the distance. The only one of the night to be pushed to 3 games, but after the first 2 we've had, I'm very excited to see how this one ends. ZZR though on the famous Nidalee. Clearlove's going to take the aggressive Elise. And ZZR, we've talked about it, he needs to step up for the team and really get things going early. Let's see what he can get done here up against Clearlove.
I really want to see if my theory comes true. So that was the Lamb Clearlove game 1. That was a hybrid game 2. You know, he wasn't doing too well, but came out on top. This game has to be the Wolf Clearlove. It has to be.
Doesn't have to be, but you know, we'll see if you're right. Also check out where ZZR is going to start because it looks like lane swaps will be happening for this game at least.
Easy hanging out on the blue side. Clear Love and
Nick,
Corey doing
Cora.
the same.
I love Trundle so much.
He's a fun one. As we can see, EDG actually on the bottom side, but Snake are already well and truly towards the top. So this time Snake will initiate that lane swap. We'll see how they navigate this one. Traditionally very good at this.
Defy touch being picked up by Cassidy once again, but Clear Love. He wants to look a little bit aggressive here. Thunderlord's been picked up on his Elise.
I like that as a pickup. Mako sees that this is a 2v2 jungle. Very, very hard to mess with those two people, though, so we'll see what he goes with. Oh, he got a little one. You're a god.
He reset it
Oh
too.
my
And he reset it. Wow. Mako, what a boss.
Smite's still there for ZZR, thankfully. He's going to try for this again,
He's
but
gonna-
Mako might even
yeah.
kill him at this stage of the game.
Oh my goodness.
And he's actually forced them off the blue.
And Poppy got the other little one. And he's forced him off the whole side of the jungle. What a disaster.
And they're going to take blue buff away.
Oh
from
my
him.
god.
They've actually sent Deft in there to take the blue buff away.
He's got Rand, why not? He already got a little Krog. They know it's a lane swap. Ella's going to see if he can try and replicate such a feat, but Clearlove's already got the blue. Clearlove going to force him out. Koro's just going to finish this. Clearlove will come back to make sure the camp goes down, and Koro actually gets the camp.
This looks like Snake saying, wanting to buy new support after watching Mako absolutely destroy them inside their own jungle.
That was honestly a disaster. Like, that could not have gone any worse. Flandre got half
goodness.
a little bit of the experience. Mako got the other bit. ZZR got none. He'd already used his smite. Like, that's honestly, like, things went really wrong.
Good recovery from Snake though. He just kept calm and collected. Moved straight up into the top lane. Rotate everyone over. Go for that conventional lane swap and try and push down those
Yeah, but
turrets.
he's been 3-buffed, and Deft is freezing while Mako roams around. This is what EDG used to do a lot of.
Yep.
We'll see whether they actually even go for the 4v0 push or whether they just give up the first turret. Looks like they will go for it now.
I mean, Snake kind of have to, so I think they are going to move in and try and take it down. You can see 3 members of EDG now descending upon the bottom side as well. Koro's going to join in, and these turrets should go down again. Relatively similar speed. Snake should have a head start, but
All right, now EDG,
as long as
you
Koro
have
doesn't
one
die this
job.
time.
Do not die to the turret.
So this is actually more of a Euro lane swap. All 4 members in the lane. ZZR didn't have any jungle to take, whereas EDG are going like full Chinese method here, where it's actually 3 members and then Clearlove taking as much as the jungle as he possibly can. What that means is there's a chance that Snake take theirs and EDG don't take theirs, which is what's happened. So, you know, that's about as much damage as the Elise would lend to it, but hopefully they'll be able to grab it on the next wave, and that means 2 camps will be picked up by the Elise. And actually, they're backing away, so they won't get the turret. That's really bad.
Yeah, not committing to it. I mean, Koro actually took a tower shot. I think you remember what happened last game. He will TP top, but there is no tower.
Okay, so they're trying to get cute here. What they're actually trying to do is get Braum when he's warding. So it looks like they've retreated, right? But all of a sudden, they want Braum to face check. Instead, he doesn't face check, and now they just lose out on a wave.
Athena going to TP back into mid here as well. But I don't think that quite went to plan for EDG
No,
once
that went
again.
horribly.
And again, 2 lane swaps in a row. Koro dies to the first one in game 2. And the EDG don't get the tower in the second one here. Try and get a little too fancy, and it's going to cost them by the looks of things.
Trying to lane swap against the team that lane swaps a lot in the LPL. Not working out too good for EDG. I mean,
Well, it's still not working out horribly for him, right?
Yeah.
Clearlove is still ahead of ZZR. He's going to be able to pick up his jungle. They get their 2v2 standard lanes. It's going to be the exact same items in the bottom lane as they go head-to-head with each other. They've isolated mid, so they're going to be able to farm up there. So I honestly don't think it's too bad. We'll see if Snake make them pay for it.
So I agree with everything, being that the lane swap's going even, except for the part where ZZR's on you know, doing a little bit worse than Clearlove, because that was just Mako. That was not the lane swap. That was just Mako going ham inside of the jungle.
Yeah, but the only reason that happened was because there was a lane swap, dude.
So we're going to see them in the bottom lane. Mako and Def farming it out. Picking up all these minions being pushed into the turret. Going back to a little bit of a conventional laning setup here. So we have the AD carries and support down in the bottom lane. ZZR is actually going to try and chase down Clearlove here. He has Ella with him to back him up. Pops the Raptor. Pops the Raptor Oracle. I'm just going to get straight out of that jungle.
Mako even moves up to make sure that pink ward's defended. Nice spear from ZZR. Does get a little bit of pressure down, but things are going to return to normal. Checking quickly with the CS. Pretty even here in bottom side. Crystal up a bit. Athena a little bit behind, but also within touching distance. And Clearlove Actually came all the way down for a gank, hiding in Fog of War. I think trying to sneak into that brush. You can see Deft and Mako want to get aggressive. And there we go. Pulverized in after the flash. Crystal's in. Great cocoon as he gets delivered into the hands of Clearlove.
Alley-oop. There we go. Clearlove able to pick up first blood, but it's all off the back of Mako. What a play out of the Alistar.
Beautiful play. So that's 2 plays so far coming from Mako that have been absolutely beautiful. Wouldn't be surprised if he picks up MVP just for those 2 if EDG would take up that game. This is going to allow them to actually push to this bottom lane turret and finish off what they were trying to do with that lane
like
swap.
they want to again.
Yeah.
Looks like they want to keep the standard 2v2 lane. I've already mentioned this. Deft and Mako think they're a better 2v2 laner. They eventually take it, but the wave bounces back. ZZR now looking to get aggressive.
They don't know that he's here.
Corki
Mako.
also coming down.
Does he have the package? No, not yet. Hasn't spawned. Good sentinel there from Zeph. That's going to deny everything.
Can he get around it? They get around it.
But
He
they
hits
hit
it
it
though.
once, yeah.
They're still going to go here. They
Deft.
jump onto Deft. He's really low. They pop the exhaust as well. What? ZZR, where are you going? Flashes over the wall before Deft decides to do anything.
Why did Def walk into them? I am so confused.
Wanted to see what's up.
My sentinel died. Let me go check it out.
Whoa, Poppy.
He got it.
Very nice from Flandre. Clearlove, she gets punted pretty far out of his jungle. Sees the other trying to take up some of Clearlove's red side jungle. As Athena is going to get donated to blue, but Flandre is not yet done with his counter jungling, perhaps.
No, it looks like he wants to have a little bit of a fight.
There's been a little bit of a Mako. Seems trying to stop this blue buff going on over. It should still go on over to Athena. As Mako knocks Crystal away from his tower.
Tower under fire, though. Ella down here as well could maybe even be a dive, but they're just going to get aggressive onto the turret. Def finally returns with the Bilgewater. As Koro is bleeding from these trades in top lane. Flandre just used flash, but didn't quite complete the all-in. But Koro's under a lot of pressure here.
Yeah, he can just ulti him if he has to.
Passive should help here as well. As Koro's just going to clear this out. So everything going to be okay. You can see gold just a little bit up for Snake, but towers have been traded, kills have been traded. Really is just maybe CS to watch here as Clearlove is going to take that red buff away. And once again, every Snake game feels like it starts the same way. A wonky lane swap, things go a little crazy, and then we settle back in for about 10 minutes of farming.
Yeah. This has been a real interesting game so far. The fact that ZZR actually is even level 6 at the same time as Clearlove has blown my mind. Because his early game could not have got any worse.
Did a good job catching up. Caps calm and collected, knew exactly what he had to do to get back into the game.
He had half a jungle. He got 3 buffed and lost the opposite side. Like, generally if you get 3 buff, they just get their buff. They got the Wolves, the Gromp, and the buff. Like, they got everything on that side of the jungle. I have no idea how he even got any experience.
Well, he did a good job at least. As Rod of Age is on the way for Athena. Does have the components ready, so should have that relatively soon. Trinity Force also coming up for tank. So, first items pretty well timed here for the mid laners. And
oh, there's going to be a dive mid lane. All 4 members there. Oh,
We're going to find Clearlove in the jungle instead. At least he's going to try and go toe-to-toe. Flandre misses that cocoon. Get some nice damage down onto the spider, but he's just going to slowly heal that one back up in spider form.
Now Crystal's trying to hold this wave in top. He's going to push it back out. Athena, you can see wave clearing, using that Rift Walk with the blue buff. Has plenty of mana to work with. But it does feel like Snake has sort of the grasp of the early game now. Flandre in particular has been roaming a lot on the Poppy and just trying to create pressure points. Teleports are up as well, so if we know Flandre, if something does break out, he can and will join very quickly.
but it looks like they're actually going towards that teleport in the top lane. Flandre trying to hold it off the turret. That's 4 members up there. He needs to get the heck out of dodge.
That's exactly what he's trying to do. He's charging up the ultimate. It's able to knock Clearlove away. The cocoon is not going to connect with that Poppy. He stays alive.
But at the same time, you know, there's all those members up there looking to pressure down the turret. Now the same in the mid lane.
Tank's going to get some decent damage down into that mid lane. Turret up in the top lane. Mako and Def.
Toro has teleport. Is he going to teleport? If he does, that's a very real dive.
Yeah, I don't know if he can afford to go bottom. ZZR, you can see busy clearing up vision, staying on Crystal's side of the map, making sure he can cover if he needs to. Tank also a little low here in mid lane, but Ella's just off waiting in the wing. So is ZZR. That's going to force Athena to rift walk out. Clearlove on the same side, able to protect him as Deft denying creeps off once again, but he is going to get the turret. 2-1 up now in turrets for EDG, but Crystal about to equalize.
Yeah, he certainly is. As soon as he sees Koro, he's going to have to hit that once. Might actually get chased down here. Needs to be careful.
Not mistaken, that was the second time Koro's gone back. He was sitting on a rejuvenation bead for the longest time.
Yeah.
Finally has his Tiamat. Crystal still dealing a lot of damage to this Trundle.
Yeah, and little Annie wants right now. Crystal going to go back. Might have the Essence Reaver done. As again, Global Gold going across to both sides this time around. Deft and Mako going to creep themselves into this brush. Might see if they can spot Flandre, who's trying very hard not to extend too far forward.
But he has to as soon as he goes for one of those range creeps.
They're going to throw him forward here. Mako is going to get the knock up onto Flandre, knocks him backwards, puts down the exhaust as well. They're putting a lot of spears
Koro
into him. The Troll's going to come down, puts down a pillar, and just smacks the Tiamat onto the ground. Deft picks up a kill.
So, teleport used there as well as exhaust. They will get... Wow, that was scary. They will get Flandre. That Cassinan skid is terrifying.
We heard you the first time, Athena.
Not going to recall though. Too much pressure here from Tank. He's going to try and get aggressive, but good trade back there from the Corki. EDG all topside right now. Koro TP'd to ensure that Flandre did go down, but they couldn't really push any further. They got it to the turret. Tank now going to back away as the rest of EDG are going to come through mid lane.
So Athena wanted to stop the back, and I actually feel... Restart. Tank wanted to stop Athena's back because he's got the roller right now. So he's trying to delay it. But I honestly feel with how much harass he took, now he was forced to back, and it was at a suboptimal time. Sure, he goes back and gets Trinity Force, but he was winning that lane. That was just a little bit of a weird trade for me there. He could have got a lot of pressure on that turret if he had to just let the Cassinan go back. Instead, he kind of mucked around with him. Now Athena's like, well, I came out ahead in that trade.
He came out ahead, and now he's come back with a Rod of Ages as well. Teleported to a minion to stop that push in the middle lane. That row is just going to keep stacking up. The later the game goes, the more damage Athena's going to be able to deal.
Here we go. They're pinging.
Pinging on to the rest of the members of Snake here. Spear
Good
connects
catch,
onto Mako.
They clear out 3 pink wards, however. That's a big gold investment. They wanted the dragon because they have the teleport advantage, but they just lose 300 gold for absolutely nothing.
Now EDG going to line up and try and take down this turret. We already saw that Tank did good work in the mid lane as Athena was trying to defend that turret. But they don't have a teleport advantage right now. Koro busy pushing out the bottom side. This could commit EDG to this side and get them the dragon. Athena's going to pick up blue buff before we get there. But if I had to guess, Snake is going to apply pressure around the mid and dragon. In fact, they may be caught here. Mako, Fate's call ready for Deft here, so he can pull him out if he needs to. But Koro, not really safe where he is. Stacks up the way, pushes it in. Now he's going to go back himself. This could open up an objective here for Snake, but right now, more than happy to play around mid lane and try and siege this turret.
Yeah, Snake really want the mid lane turret. If they can get that, they feel like they can bust open the map. However, Athena has been pretty good in his defense of it.
Still very even between these two teams as well. Snake has a slight gold lead. It's 2 turrets to 2, 2 to 1 in terms of kills. Snake still do have that very, very slight gold lead 14 minutes into this game. They were grouping up towards the mid lane. They have swapped over, so it is now Flandre that's in the bottom lane pushing. Whereas Koro's going up back up to the top lane. He's going to shove that one out as Trundle. The rest of the team just farming out wherever they can all over the map, grouping up as much as possible. Like you mentioned, Snake did lose that significant ward investment they had over the Dragon Pit, so lost vision control of that. Not able to contest it as easily as they would have wanted to earlier. Said they're going to group up for this mid lane push. That turret's definitely going to go down in this push.
Nice aggression there. Snake able to finally break the outer ring first. 3 turrets to 2 is always nice, as Snake are going to fall back to the dragon as well. And it's quickly flicking down. Deft actually surprisingly behind in CS here. Crystal done a nice job keeping a lead up of about 30 in the matchup. Dragon 1 goes to Snake here as well. Deft, we've sort of seen this a bit in the Callista games. You really want the 2 items before you can get things going. And Deft played through on King's usually the easy one, but he's struggling to get to the rest of them as Mako's been tagged. It's going to be the package, but Mako does pop the ulti and disengage nicely.
That means the next fight they have, he might not have that ultimate available if it's not off cooldown yet. Good use of the package just to blow a key ultimate from the side of EDG. Deft actually used his flash as well.
They're going to stick around in this bottom lane, see what they can get done. Koro does has teleport. There's no real good wards for it, however.
Dina's here as well, but this is going to be a bit tricky. Cocoon only hits a creep. EDG are all here, but Snake got great damage down onto that tier 2. And again, Snake are actually playing much more like they were in Game 1. Very proactive around the map, forcing EDG to react to them. And not quite getting the turrets they got in game number 1, sorry, but definitely doing a nice job making EDG keep up with them rather than the other way around.
Yeah, definitely. Really, really nicely played there on the bottom side of the map. As soon as they got the Alistar ultimate, they realized that there was no real winning team fight for EDG. So they're able to take a lot of damage on that bottom lane turret, drag Koro off his farm where he was actually creating a pretty sizable CS advantage. I was going to say that earlier. Koro has kind of been the beneficiary of a lot of the side lane's farm, whereas this time around it is Crystal that's grabbing it. So you understand exactly where that CS discrepancy is coming from. But EDG looking towards Harold.
Drooping up the score here. I want to see who they donate this one over to. Actually going to give it on over to Athena, so the mid lane is going to pick that one up as Flandre taking care of the little red dots up in the top lane.
Yeah, so they actually send Flandre top, and Athena is going to match it. He's got pretty good kill pressure, honestly. Actually, he's happy feeding. So now he just decides to recall.
Nope. Still happy feeding.
Gets back a bit faster. Never mind. He's actually going to go towards the top side, but sort of missed his chance with the big wave that's built up, and I think maybe not enough vision for Athena to feel comfortable wanting to push there. Def, though, in mid lane, relatively safe place to collect farm, even though that turret is gone. Saw this in the last game. They were able to give Def lots of central farm and slow the game down. Snake playing up a bit more again, a bit more proactive. And Tank now on the side lanes, once again collecting farmers while building
They're
up.
collapsing onto Clear Love here. Needs to be careful.
He's going to scuttle away though. Does get the crab for his trouble. So Speed trying to help out there. There's Maker able to clear out some vision. Ella does tag him with the chair, but Maker should be just fine. Spear's not quite there. As Mako watches it sail past his horn.
List lazily to the left.
Yes.
I just, every now and again, like, Atlas's voice pops into my head, and I have to say sentences like him. It's weird.
It's alright, I knew where you were coming from. Glad you explained it to the rest of the audience. Def with a Zeal now. Getting a little closer to that rune ends, but still not quite there. Need to see large rod for Athena, and again, Titanic up for Koro. With Clear Love. Looks like he's going the Rylai's build. With the Giant Sprout, and they need to see large rod in there. So not hyper aggressive, it's kind of middle of the road for Elise.
I don't mind it. You know, he's already got Trundle as well as the Alistar to be the big tanky front line. Needs to have some damage here. We already mentioned the fact that he took Thunderlords, so going some AP makes a lot of sense. Also makes your Spiderlings give you some control over fights, so I'll accept it.
Very different from the Dead Man's Plank build that we saw ZCR pick up in the previous game. Can't remember if he took Runic Echoes or Cinderholt in that match.
He still went Runic Echoes, but yeah, Dead Man's Blade is the other feel for it. Like, there's kind of a trinity of cool hybrid items that you can go with the Iceborne God. Oh, Koro, you're in trouble.
Gonna take a spear to the face as he does flash away.
So, Dead Man's Blade, Iceborne Gauntlet, and like Spirit Visage are kind of this holy trinity of really, really nice tanky hybrid items right now. As the collapse is actually coming out from EDG, here goes Mako.
They're going to try for something here. Teleport's being used as well. EDG committing a lot here. And they are going to be after Crystal. Mako does flash in, but a good flash out for Crystal. But Tank's now going to get moved into the team. And Athena just deletes him as Flandre is down, but he gets the initiation only onto the support. He gets Fates called out of the way. Culling onto Corals. He face tanks almost all of that damage. Flandre going to charge up the ulti, so it's only one kill. But they do secure it.
Yeah, teleport used on both ends. That was a really nice flash from Crystal, but in the end he kills Tank with it, because that meant Mako had to recalibrate that headbutt. But once again, kill goes down. No objective really falling for EDG. So they're not able to equalize those turrets. Can't pick themselves up a dragon for their trouble. Baron is a little bit early in the game this time around. And everything will go back to kind of a little bit quiet.
Great play from Crystal to match the flash, but Tank on the other hand, a little bit poor positioning from him. I felt like he could have been able to escape that as well. EDG only pick up one in that extended trade. 32,000 to 32,000 gold, even between these two teams, despite the fact that EDG do have a slight kill lead. 2 turrets to 3, which does mean EDG do have that standing gold objective on the match. On the map, sorry, in the form of mid lane's outer turret.
And you kind of worry for Snake for the same reason that you worried last time. There's 3 really squishy members in the Nidalee and Tank as well as Crystal. And there's a Kassadin that is ramping up. And you just feel that this game will get to a head one more time where if Athena is able to go off in one team fight, It'll completely change the mode of how the game's going. And Koro is going to be so annoying for those people to deal with. He's just going to ult Flandre, who is a sole tank right now, strip away all his resistances, then kind of run around the team fight. I mean, we just saw it in that last team fight where he just ran at them and dropped pillars. But that only gets worse as the game goes on.
Certainly does. And I sort of explained it earlier, but Snake were definitely looking like they had a bit more pep in their step about 15 minutes. But the game has really slowed back down. Athena's almost up to 2 items very swiftly. He's comfortably farming side lanes without the teleport. He's level 13 already. He's been taking as much farm and XP as he can. I mean, Dragon's up. Snake, you're going to try for it here.
But teleport is available for Koro. Remember, it was Athena's used last time. They are going to have to pull off because Flandre is joining by foot. And here we go.
We're actually going to see Tank dive straight in. Valkyrie's out and flashes along with that. Flandre's now in the back of the team fight as the teleport does come in from Koro. ZZR's going to jump straight out. Athena picks up the first kill to Flandre. Now Snake, they're inside of a choke point. And EG are just going to keep jumping on top of them. Snake Tank is going to try and run around here, but EDG, they pick up 4 kills in this team fight.
And you just saw exactly the problem. Koro is unkillable. As soon as he ults, no one can kill him. And he just sits on the back line. Everyone's wailing to him. Flandre goes down, and Koro just does not get scratched. Tank starts that one up. And this is what I'm talking about. They peel back, and watch Koro. Everyone is hitting Koro, and he just does not die. He gets the ulti off there. He's stunned, and they just can't take out the Trundle. He's way too big. Def picks up a double kill. Athena, Kassadin loves to chase all day. Really nice teamfight execution one more time from EDG, and Snake just, they look like they can't keep up just quite.
And I strongly disagree with the use of the package there coming in from Tank. Just Valkyrie's onto people, has to use his Valkyrie and his flash to get away. If he saved it for when Ella used his ultimate there, they would have had a nice choke point to make use of that package, but poor initiation from Tank.
There's definitely been some questionable special deliveries.
Wow, they're starting up Baron. They're desperate.
This is desperate here from Snake. They're not even that far behind, but they must feel like it here. They're going to try and take the window to get the Baron, but I'm pretty sure EDG already know.
But they're going to get it in time. It's about whether they can get out of the pit afterwards.
Athena is in the area. Crystal getting chunked down. Baron does go over to Snake, but Athena's going to get tagged by the Braum passive. Def gets exhausted over on the other side and blown up there by Nidalee, but Mako's into the front lines, back line, sorry. Athena going to try rampaging through them, but he's going to get stunned again. ZZR takes him out, and EDG, they can't make it in time. It's Snake this time. They can look for the massive team fight. Koro's going to die, and that's the ace.
Clean ace and Baron out of Snake. What a play. Great shot calling. We mentioned it looked desperate, but they're able to pull it off, and EDG trickle in one at a time. That's going to be huge.
Well, my old team used to always tell me desperate Baron never fails, and it hasn't failed for Snake here. That was a hugely desperate Baron. They might even get the inhibitor off this as well, so they're going to continue pushing into this base.
They'll get the inhibitor turret. They won't get the inhibitor. They have to back away. But that swung the gold about 5,000. Let's take another look. Athena, he goes in really aggressive, gets a good chunk, but maybe a little bit too much. And here you honestly feel like they should have pulled back, but Def just gets bursted out. And then one at a time, all the members just fall down. Koro's too late. Sloppy from EDG, and Snake make them pay.
Def was incredibly out of position there.
Pitcher and pitcher, I think Athena just killed
Yeah,
someone.
he did. Aggressive blue buff invade there, and we can see it is
Picks up
ZZR. I was trying to go a little too deep there.
All right, so the problem with that is now Snake, they get a 3,000 gold lead for it, but what should have been a complete momentum shift, they now can't do anything without ZZR on the map. Like, that's just unnecessary. They're all in a position where they should have been able to start pushing down these turrets, maybe even pressure the inhib in the middle. All of a sudden, they're the ones stalling because it's a 4v5. Might be able to catch Koro in rotation here.
I still really question Def's positioning in that Baron play, because not only did he get chunked down by Tank, Crystal, and Elo, who've got a great exhaust off, but that also meant that Athena and Clearlove were just stacked on top of each other, and the rest of the team could focus their damage onto these huge damage dealers from the side of EDG after they took down the main carry.
Well, Snake at least find themselves a lead from a very bold play that honestly is kind of ripped straight out of EDG's regular playbook. About 4,000 gold up now for Snake as EDG are trying to kick Snake out of their red side jungle. Red buff does go to Clearlove, I believe. But Athena, you can see, he's trying to keep the minions at bay. Def with the Runins now able to wave clear quite nicely when he's playing forward. And Snake, I think, still have some Baron left. We're going to see what they can do with it. They've already broken mid. Going to try and take some of the outer turrets as well.
Look at the gold swing from that Baron and then team fights. Absolutely massive.
See the slight claw back from after killing ZZR.
I honestly don't know if they can still fight this. Koro is still huge. Gets shoved away a little bit, but they're still looking for it.
Aura may be huge, but if he keeps taking poke damage like he is now, he won't be as huge during these team fights. They got this turret down really low after a previous engagement. They're still poking away at EDG. Playing very safe. Snake are making sure they take this slow and steady and slowly getting towards this turret, and they will eventually pay off. They pick it up. 6 turrets to 2.
You can tell they don't want a team fight though, otherwise they would have charged back down mid lane and taken that inhib. Instead, they'll take the safe objective. They'll trim away at the turrets in the side lanes and then fall back with Dragon up in 2 minutes and Baron buff all but worn off at this point. Snake got a decent swing from that, but maybe not as much as they would have liked here. EDG definitely showing that, hey, we're ready to fight you. If EDG's team fights from last game, anything to go by, I think Snake are right to fear them.
Yeah, 100%. You feel that as soon as Athena has that Lich Bane as well, the power swings once again. Snake, they made the play that saved the game at the Baron buff, but it's still to be seen. 4,005 gold is a Baron power play there. But once again, it really is to be seen whether it saved the entire map. Like, it prolonged it, definitely. EDG were about to run away with it. But Kassadin's still a very big threat. Def's still a very big threat.
Kassadin has been one of the main threats here. I think saving grace for Snake for that Baron play was the fact they were able to catch him out. It's going to be very difficult for them to repeat that in the next few team fights, especially with the mobility that Def provides. Athena's huge mobility and all of the crowd control that the 3 other champions of Elise, Trundle, and Alistar will provide in the next few team fights, especially when EDG have the proper positioning.
We can see Snake trying to group up once again. Dragon number 3 of the game will actually be up in about 40 seconds, but Snake probably have other things to look at this point. Doesn't feel like Dragon 5 is going to be a big objective, at least at this point. ZZR does sneakily get out from under Koro, who is still relentlessly split pushing. About EDG managed to catch Snake napping with some recalls. That's going to take a couple turrets.
Yeah, that was actually really sloppy out of Snake. They sent 3 people top lane. Koro was the answer there. They didn't want to waste the time trying to kill him. So everyone had to recall out of vision, and then Koro just eats like 3 waves of farm, and they get a free turret for it in the bottom side of the map.
Snake still do have 3,000 gold ahead of EDG, despite being 8-6 on kills. That's 6 turret lead. Definitely helping them out a lot here.
But that was 5,000 gold straight after the Baron. So that was an absolute massive gold lead. Then ZZR gets caught, costs them about 1,000 gold in side wave farm as well as the kill onto ZZR. Then they make a sloppy rotation into the top side of the map when there's nothing to be gained. Costs them about another 1,000 gold. So things could definitely be going better for Snake right now. And now Mako has a flank on ZZR.
It is a big power spike for Crystal though. He has the Infinity Edge, Essence Reaver, and Rapid Fire Cannon. So maximum cooldown reduction coming out from him from these 3 items.
So they ran into trouble last time though. Around the Dragon, you can see Koro looking for the flank again. Mako reveals himself. Dragon does go over to EDG as Clearlove's actually able to get it. Flandre caught up in the front line as Tank's going to move himself forward. Now Athena going to dive his way in. Phase Call user.
Wow.
They're after Tank, so they're going to go for it, but Def goes way too deep to try and collect him. Make it with a massive pole, but that was way too much.
Def, what was that? He flashes a wall into 3 members. Koro couldn't join them, so they can't shred through Flandre. And that was just... We've seen good team fights out of EDG. That was very poor.
So that was initially a huge misplay from Tank as well because his package ran out right as he used the Valkyrie. He immediately knew that and flashed backwards. He got out of there. And the aggressiveness from Deft and Mako to follow up costed them that team fight. Snake might actually try and push for a win.
A little too early, I think, for that. Athena's still pretty strong, and Koro definitely nice and strong, but EDG going to lose an inhibitor and maybe even the Baron. Def dead for a little while longer. He should be back up in time for it. The blue buff's going to go over to ZZR instead. But Baron is up right now, and Snake, they already took it the first time. Not going to go for it, though. A little too risky, perhaps. ZDG.
Actually, mass recalls means that they might give the Baron up in the other way, especially now that they've cancelled ZZR's recall. They've cancelled everyone's recall. What a disaster.
Flandre does have teleport. The rest of the members need to either get back or get to defend this Baron. Mid lane turret will go down for EDG here, so they're going to group up and start this push. Taking the safe objective instead of going for that risky Baron play, which we did see pay off for Snake earlier. They do have a huge minion wave pushing down the bottom side for Snake. that might be their cue to try and make a Baron play.
Double teleport still available for EDG, so they can dance around this a little bit more. Lichbane picked up for Athena. That's a power spike he was waiting for. Once again, EDG have a stronger team fight. Snake have a great siege, but it's about whether they can execute on it. Snake go for the Baron again.
Yeah, again, trying to rush it down. We saw the damage they did to it the first time, but Korra is going to port his way in. Snake this time, of course, the recalls. Ella gets knocked up on the exit. Potentially risky there. Korra, though, does use his TP. So one teleport down now. Snake going to reset and see how many summoners they can burn through.
Yeah, and I actually think Athena is the better person to send to the side wave at this stage of the game anyway. Just because he's going to use the gold a lot more effectively than Koro now. And Koro needs to be there as one of the tanks to start the fight off. So get Athena into the bottom wave. Make sure he's the one trimming and pushing that out. Keep Koro with the team. And try and work from there. So we'll see whether EDG are actually forced to play that way because of Snake starting up that Baron.
It is good that they did have Koro down to the bottom lane then, though, because they only blow his teleport. So the next time around, it could be Athena. But let's go down there and solve that problem for them. Snake is still going to group up and go for this big Baron dance. They have an inner turret on the top side to take. They may actually group up and try and contest for that objective as they are going for this still a little bit of a cheeky Baron dance. Now grouped up now, trying to push this wave as much as possible. Cassinan is recalling it to try and get top side. The flank's going to come in for EDG.
Yeah, they are going to try for it, but the tower's already dead. Snake are able to claim the objective.
They're picking out a ward in the blue buff. Actually, they just send Athena back into the bottom lane.
Yep.
So, very nice play out of Snake there. Able to grab a free objective for themselves. Elixir of Sorcery is picked up, and they've started up the Baron one more time.
Still threatening it, but they do see some wards. They'll back away again. And Snake know that even with the mid inhibitor broken...
Ooh, Flash.
Flash being used here by Elo. They're going to try and jump onto Clearlove. He gets slammed into the wall. Clearlove's going to go down. ZZR picks that one up with a nice snipe coming in from his spear. They knock Deft out of this fight. Snake are going to try and collapse on the remaining 4 members of EDG. Koro's going to try and take up a lot of damage as Athena is kiting back in and out of the fight. Fadre picks up Death. Athena's going to jump in, pops to Zonius, but this should be teamed over to Snake. He tries to stay alive. It's not possible. Mako's gone. Koro's gone. That's game for Snake.
What a team fight. Snake able to clean it up. Clearloves gets caught out of position. It wasn't even the flash. It was just the stand behind me. Ella comes up huge. And you're right, Snake, they're looking to push into the base. They still have a super creep. Unless they get inhibitor troll, this is game over.
And EDG again, they take the 50-50 fight, and it looked like they were almost able to pull it out, but not quite enough damage as Snake are going to try and end the game. Everyone from EDG still dead. The second Nexus turret is going to fall, and the Nexus is going to explode. Snake will beat EDG 2-1.
And finally, Group A gets something back on the day. The lower sides out of Group B come up king, but in the battle of the 5-2s, it is Snake that moved to 6-2, and now they're only 1 game behind QG. QG has been a team we've talked about a lot, but Snake make a statement with that victory.
And against of all teams, EDG, a team that had so much momentum since Clearlove has been back. A little hiccup against IG. But other than that, EDG have tore through their opposition. I have to say, today, especially in their losses, and even in their win, EDG look much more shaky like they did versus IG than they did in some of their clean wins they've had already.
Desperate Baron never fails. It was a desperate Baron coming for Snake. Spawn called it as well. He mentioned that Baron was a risky play for them, and it just paid off so well for Snake.
They stole that play. 100%. That is an EDG special. And Snake like, you know what? That's a great way to end a game.
Well, when you look at the team comp they have, they take it very, very quickly. So you understand exactly why they went for the Baron. And that was sloppy out of EDG. They could have just given up the Baron and it would have still been an even game where they had control. Instead, they give up the Baron in a 4,000 gold swing. Snake makes some mistakes from there, but they execute very, very cleanly in a couple of clutch team fights. And EDG, that was their game to lose, and they lost it.
That was the final team fight coming out from Ella as well. Jumping forward, getting the Winter's Bite in onto Clearlove, who got dominated by that spear that came out from ZZR. They eliminated this huge jungle threat who was building damage items as well right before the fight started.
I just want to highlight Poppy there in that game. We saw 3 Poppy games, 3 Poppy wins. Both Korra and Flange clearly demonstrated they could play it. And I feel like Poppy clutched out every single game.
It's a go button, right? It's the theory that go buttons are really, really important in League of Legends. And Poppy has a very clear one. She flash tackles people into wall. It's very easy to follow up on that. So I think that, yeah, it's so easy to execute around a Poppy. There's no reason to not early priority. In that game, they didn't early priority. They go with the Alistar. And Alistar, it's not all it's lived up to. Like, I'm sorry to break it to you, LPL. This guy's a 99% pick ban, and I don't think he's that great.
It's not awful, but I have to maybe agree. So we are going to check in with the results of the day. HYG 2-0 to M3 to pick up their first set win in the LPL World Elite. Then took on Vici, where Vici were able to eke out 2 games. And of course, our final series that we just passed by, the only one to go to 3 games on the day, it was Snake.
And what a set. That was such an impressive set out of Snake. They've really shown that they can execute under different, like, Tank was under so much scrutiny. He can't team fight. He's only a skirmisher. You're playing against EDG. That's going to be so rough. They can't play standard lanes. 2 standard lane games, 2 victories. You got to give it to Snake. They really showed up.
Oh, let's have a check-in with the standings now after the day. QG still up 7-1. Snake 6-2. Now move very firmly into second in Group A with World Elite, unfortunately falling to 4-4. After their loss to Day.
LGD 1 game out of playoff contention, Pastry.
Looking a little bit better, but Royal still on top here. EDG still looking great there in second at 5-3, but IG with a game to play tomorrow, that's their opportunity to equalize that. And I believe with head-to-head, technically take second.
Yeah, technically, we've had to do take second, but the biggest thing for me in that group is Hyper Youth Gaming. Now, they have a game. They have a game on the table, but it might be a little bit too late here for them to get into playoff contention.
Might be. You are a nice guy. It is 100% too late for them to get into playoff contention in Group B. They're 1-7. Next year's 3-4, so they're like still 3 games behind. But, you know, got to hand it to them. In their first performance, looked very good.
Yep, I like the win there. Strong stuff to see. And again, EDG losing. It always feels, I guess, rough when EDG lose, because especially in the regular season, they almost never lose. But Snake, definitely up and down, but I feel like when they play big teams, especially teams like EDG, they really bring it to these top teams.
I said this about Snake. When they look horrible, they look horrible. When they look good, they will take games off any of the top teams, and you saw that today. Like, they look good. They take a best of 3 off EDG. EDG look shaky across the map, but you have to say that a lot of that is to do with the pressure that Snake were willing to put out.
And they didn't look good. They looked fantastic. Everyone on the team was playing solid. Every single player, not only the laners, the junglers, Ziziagi got an MVP as well in that first game. They were playing fantastic. It just looked like there was nothing EDG could do to stop them.
And that's the biggest thing for me about Snake in particular, is that when they were really on top of the LPL when they first came, it was the jungler Beast at the time that was really doing a lot of that work for me. I feel like they do need a good pressure jungler who can get things done early, but I feel like ZZR's finally stepped into those shoes a little bit more, because he had a really good series.
Yeah, he certainly did. And when your best thing champion is Nidalee, and Nidalee gets made unbelievably strong on the patch, you understand exactly why he's performing the way he is. But credit to him, you still have to show up and play the games, and he certainly has done this. Took it to Clearlove in this set, and Clearlove will go away, and, you know, he didn't perform fantastically, even in their victory.
Like Spawn said, he was patched in here, played fantastically on this new patch, and had a great game on Nidalee in that final set. Clearlove, unfortunately, just not being the Clearlove that we're used to for EDG.
Yeah, and for me, it felt like individually EDG weren't maybe playing at their peak. Clearlove definitely had some shaky moments. Koro had some off moments in Game 2. Yes, they weren't all firing together, but I have to say with Athena in the roster, at least EDG were playing like EDG and playing together. Athena needs to learn how to play EDG team fights, and they've had so many of those.
That's the biggest thing to me. Athena is a guy that, you know, looked very sloppy, and they actually put Pawn on the roster for an extended period of time. Bottom line is, they're a better team with Pawn, but Pawn needs to get healthy. So they need Athena to be able to play games. And, you know, it showed today that Athena, whilst not Pawn, can play a very similar role.
Well, the MVP at least. We'll go to Snake, of course. And
Ella is
Tank
robbed.
that picks it up as Ella does get robbed. 2-2-10, though. Looking not too bad for Tank. Again, always in these MVPs, it feels like...
I don't know. When you suicide bomb Valkyrie so many times in one game, I don't think you deserve to have the MVP coming into this. Ella had a fantastic game.
I'm speechless. I'm not even talking about that. So,
No,
yeah, you know.
actually,
most valuable plane driver. Nailed
Yeah,
it.
exactly right. That's what he was. But Ella, honestly, like, the Baron fight played phenomenally. The fight that actually turned the game. The last catch was Ella. Like, the guy had a great laning phase once again. Like, criminally underrated. That's all I'm saying. Criminally underrated.
Give it to Flandre.
No way. Just give it to the friggin' support.
I mean, Flandre in both Game 1 and Game 3 had so many massive Poppy ultimates. There were 2 big team fights where he knocked Def out of the pit. Just knocked him out of the team fight, and they...
I did notice that, actually. I think Flandre had some really creative ways of using Poppy. And this is sort of Flandre's thing. He always finds something different to do with the champion, whether it's AD LeBlanc, whether it's, using Poppy ulti. Flandre just gets every little bit out of his champion.
He's the 1%er, right?
Yeah.
He's the guy that plays, people play champions to 99% of their potential, and Flandre plays 100% of the potential. That's why he's such a classy top laner. We talk about him a lot, but he showed up big today. I just think that Allah, for a support player, does so much for his team and gets absolutely no dues. I never hear people talk about this guy on social media and stuff. Never gets MVPs, apparently. Free Allah. There's a new hashtag.
Well, maybe if it was Tank that made the call for that final, for that Baron
don't
attempt.
care.
If
No,
he made
I
that
honestly,
desperate Baron call, he deserves it.
Don't care.
That's not how that works, by the way. MVP works. I actually know how MVP works. Clearly, we have no idea.
We have no
how
idea.
MVP works. But a strong series there for Snake to finish things off. Have to say, again, playing a lot more like themselves. I'm going to actually give a little credit to Crystal. Ella is a great laner, and they're playing well together. But Crystal is starting to play a little less 2015 Crystal and a little more 2016 Crystal.
Yeah, he certainly has. He stepped up, right? And, this was a criticism that they threw at Tank, that Crystal and Tank can't synergize on the same team. I think that Crystal took a bigger step towards Tank than Tank took a step towards Crystal this time around, and it looked better with seeing Crystal play with him.
Certainly did. And EDG, they tried to throw themselves at a bunch of different team fights, couldn't quite get it done. Again, that last one was very close. I think if Athena had lived a little longer, they might have been able to take it, but unfortunately EDG, not today.
Yeah, if Clearlove had scratched anyone in that fight, they probably would have gone down. But in the end, Snake just come out to the better team.
Well, a great-looking game there for Team and a great day of League of Legends. Don't forget, we do have games coming up tomorrow, so we are going to wrap things up for today, but don't miss us tomorrow. We are going to be back. We are going to close out week number 5. So on behalf of myself, Spawn, Fish, and the entire production crew, and you lovely people tuning in at home, tune in tomorrow for day number 4 as we finish week 5 of the LPL.